The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1401 is finally finished. I feel relieved. The other Skrulls also went from despair to ecstasy. It was so simple. Then just now, their people died so unjustly. Tony finally couldn't help it this time. Leave? You actually want them to leave? Tony's tone was very angry, and in fact, the others were almost the same. They felt insulted. Why? After invading and coming to Earth, they were defeated, and they could actually leave whenever they wanted. Carol finally had time to care about the younger generations on Earth. To be honest, Carol actually looked down on these superheroes on Earth. After all, a bunch of bumpkins who had never even left Earth. Of course, Carol was not so uncultured that he would say that his compatriots were bumpkins. But an uninformed evaluation could not be avoided. So even if Carol did not look down on these people subjectively, objectively, he always placed himself in a higher position than others. This was not a subjective contempt, but a kind of, how to describe it, just like a billionaire looking at an old farmer on the roadside whose back was bent by life. This has nothing to do with so-called quality and morality. Because the gap exists objectively, it is impossible to make up for it subjectively. In short, Carol did consider the ideas of the Earth superheroes from the beginning to the end. This is the best way. Please rest assured that I will take them away from the Earth and never let them come back. Carol decided on the safest way and did it naturally. He would not change because of Tony's questioning. This is a kind of arrogance. It just so happens that Tony is also an extremely proud person by nature. He has always been arrogant to others, and no one has ever been arrogant to him. This makes Tony very uncomfortable. What's even more uncomfortable is this your way of dealing with it? Let a group of invaders leave unscathed? Without accepting any punishment? Carol doesn't think so. In her opinion, the price and punishment have been paid. Aren't the deaths enough? Why do we have to kill them all? In Carol's opinion, Tony's idea is simply obvious. Things are already like this. Do we have to kill all the remaining Skrulls? Besides, we didn't suffer any loss. Those who died were all Skrulls. You should learn to forgive. Killing won't solve any problems. She said it with great righteousness, the light of humanity shining on her body. At this moment, her face, which was very similar to "How dare you," was shining with the light of a saint. It made people not know what to say. Huh? Tony couldn't believe his ears. You mean, we shouldn't hold people accountable? Nick Fury wanted to die at this moment. Why did he follow him? Things have already happened, and we can't let things get out of control. The lives of the Skrulls are lives, too, and they should be treated fairly. Wait, Steve was a little confused. I could understand every word you said, but I couldn't connect them together. What do you mean by fair treatment? When have they been treated unfairly? Hey, the Skrulls have been persecuted. Their civilization was once very glorious, but under the oppression of the dictatorial Kree Empire, they have fallen apart. The Skrulls here are the last Skrulls. Maybe their actions are too radical, but for their suffering, I hope my compatriots can show the brilliance of humanity and forgive their irrational behavior. Carol really sympathized with these Skrulls. After all, they were also victims of the Kree Empire. The Earth was once the same, and these vulnerable groups should stand together to resist the Kree Empire, instead of killing each other like now. And what can the Earth gain by punishing the Skrulls? A momentary event can't bring any benefits. Wait, Steve covered his head. Let me slow down. The smell was too strong, and even a junior player like Steve couldn't bear it. In the past, Steve always persuaded others to forgive, but he didn't expect to suffer the same blow today, and it was even more violent and nonsensical. The suffering of the Skrulls, what does it have to do with Earth? Steve took a long time to find the question he wanted to ask from the chaos. Also, who are you? Maybe the performance just now was too wonderful, causing everyone to ignore a question. That is, who the hell are you? Steve's question suddenly made everyone wake up from a dream. Yes. You talked there for a long time, but we don't even know who you are. Carol was stuck on the first question, because the suffering of the Skrulls really has nothing to do with the people on Earth. It's like, because American blacks were enslaved by American whites, so they ran to China to ask for preferential treatment. No, who the hell are you? Black people were sold into slavery, China didn't participate, and there were no black slaves in China. Did you find the wrong person? Psycho, I want to treat you preferentially. Black lives matter too. Why don't Chinese lives matter too? This is a magical operation that even those fearless black generals who are not afraid of anything and are not afraid of anything have not thought of, but Carol used it. Faced with Steve's fatal question, Carol was a little stuck. After all, no matter how virgin, she still has to be logical. So she decisively answered the second question. I'm Carol Danvers, an Earthling. Others call me Captain Marvel, Carol said confidently. It's not that she thinks she is famous, but she is really proud of this title. Who is it? I don't know. What do you do? I don't know. What is her relationship with those Skrulls? Everyone talked about it for a while. Only Kai did not interrupt from beginning to end, but took out a communicator. It's time to act, understood? Kai spoke in Dark Elf. What to do is self-evident. In the orbit of Neptune, on the Skrull mothership, everyone's mood was not high. Compared with the past, the mothership at this time was actually quite deserted. Because many people are on Earth, there is no time to return to the mothership. Everyone is worried about their relatives and friends who are left on Earth. Many of them are praying that they can succeed, because then, they may survive. In the cockpit, the commander of the mothership stood at the porthole of the bridge and looked at Neptune, with a depressed look. The decision to abandon the people is not so easy to make. Even if his decision is undoubtedly right. But human nature is sometimes not dominated by reason. At least on this ship, many people blame and even hate him for making such a decision. People may know that the commander did this for the survival of the race and for their safety. But who can be indifferent to the pain of abandoning relatives and friends? Is that still a human being? Therefore, the commander became the object of everyone's venting. This has nothing to do with morality, and it is not a matter of repaying kindness with enmity. This is human nature. There is no solution. Even the commander himself, how can he not blame himself? Even if he keeps convincing himself that he is for the entire race. But in his heart, he is still being tortured and tortured by his conscience. Sir, they will understand. The adjutant saw that the commander was depressed and tried to comfort him. What does it matter whether they understand or not? I did abandon my compatriots. The commander took a deep breath and said with a wry smile. In fact, everyone understands the truth, so the commander is still the commander until now, otherwise he would have been driven out long ago. Everyone actually knows that no one in this position can do better than him. So although he is criticized by thousands of people, he is just pointing at one point. Is there any news from the Earth? Although the hope is slim, the commander still asks habitually. He has asked this question countless times in the past few days. He also knows that once there is news, he will definitely be the first to know. It doesn't matter whether he asks or not. But he still can't help it. The adjutant shook his head. He has answered this question countless times. At first, he would comfort him, such as the Earth is working hard, things will develop in a good direction, etc. But after so many times, he couldn't say it himself. The more time passes, the fewer words he uses to answer this question. Now he just shakes his head. I see, the commander himself doesn't know what he is saying. Beep. 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 Suddenly the alarm sounded. What's going on? The commander immediately entered the role and asked loudly, why is the alarm? Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, the entire mothership shook violently with a bang, and he accidentally fell to the ground. But he ignored the pain in his body, and stared blankly out of the porthole. A huge warship that was countless times larger than the Skrull spaceship appeared above them. The commander couldn't see the full picture of this huge warship clearly at the porthole of the bridge. The warship was parked above their spaceship. How is this possible? The adjutant also looked shocked. The enemy has come to their heads, but they know nothing about it. Is there anything more terrible than this? The commander had better psychological quality than the adjutant. He reacted immediately and ran to the combat position immediately. Report the situation of the spaceship. A group of subordinates who were like headless flies woke up from their dreams and immediately began to report according to the manual. The D-71 area on the port side of the spacecraft was attacked, the energy shield was broken, and the deck was seriously damaged. The damage control personnel have closed the sealed deck of the D-71 area. The spacecraft oxygen loss is 0.35%, and the spacecraft ecology is intact. The C-54 area on the starboard side was attacked. The attack was blocked by the energy shield. The shield efficiency increased by 135%. Energy support is needed, the spacecraft engine was attacked, and the power loss was 3.5%. Messages were transmitted to the captain's command post. The commander browsed through all the messages in a few seconds, and then issued an order at the first time: all damage control personnel immediately protect the emergency power. In addition, there is a shield generator. Start the backup energy and give priority to supply. All non-essential personnel immediately evacuate to the core cabin. No movement without orders, all combatants immediately gather in the flight cabin. Start all fighters. In the universe, the commander of a spacecraft needs to receive and process a lot of information in a short period of time. Therefore, this position has very high requirements, and ordinary people have no chance to sit in this position. It can be said that in any interstellar civilization, the captain of a spacecraft is the scarcest and most important profession within the civilization. The Skrulls only have this one qualified captain, which is why he has never been replaced. Unfortunately, no matter how important the captain of an interstellar civilization is, it is not as important as technology. Once the technology is outdated, no matter how awesome your technology is, it is useless. Can you compare your sailing warship with a modern steel warship? No matter how coquettish your positioning is, it is not. This is the current situation. The Skrull spaceship is a converted colony ship, and it is not an advanced model. And what about the opponent? Just look at the size to know. Although size does not necessarily mean advanced, such a large spaceship was discovered only when it was above their heads. You can imagine what this means. Do you see the enemy's logo? Can you tell which civilization's spaceship it is? No. No recognizable signs have been observed so far, and there is no corresponding spaceship model in the database. There is no corresponding model in the database, which means that they have never encountered this kind of spaceship before. As for the lack of logo, this is not uncommon in space naval battles. For example, many spaceships that do sneaky things will not leave any conspicuous logos. Send a signal immediately. I want to talk to the other party. Since we don't know who the enemy is, we can only try to see if we can communicate directly. No response from the other party. Is this a refusal to talk? At this time, all the Skrull space fighters flew out of the hangar and flew towards the huge battleship. Of course, they were not going to repel the enemy. In the space naval battle, this kind of micro single-person combat aircraft actually has limited lethality. They can only be used after the opponent's shield is broken, and even then, it is impossible to cause any real fatal damage to the spacecraft itself. The reason is simple, because if you don't do it well, your entire fighter is not as thick as the armor of others. Of course, this is not absolute, but it is usually the case, unless it is like in Star Wars, the rebels flew into the Death Star and blew up the opponent's energy core. But such a large Death Star can be penetrated into the inner core by two small planes. This broken thing is useless if it doesn't explode. When watching Star Wars, I always don't understand, doesn't the Death Star have an escort fleet? This kind of single-person combat aircraft plays more of a harassment and cover role. As for now, they are just simply trying to give the mothership a chance. A slight chance to escape. They were going to die. But the next scene made the Skrulls on the command bridge fall into dead silence. The signals representing the Skrull planes on the screen went out one after another after flying out of the spacecraft shield. They didn't even see where the enemy was. Chapter 1402 No One Left Behind. Where are the enemies? Where are the enemies? Why can't I see the enemies? The commander was a little hysterical as he looked at the big screen. He only saw his fighter planes being blown up one after another from the battlefield screen, but the enemy showed up from beginning to end. It was as if a group of ghosts were targeting them. Phaseband scanning has been turned on. The personnel in charge of radar and monitoring have begun to adjust the power of the spacecraft's detection system to the highest level. No discovery, energy detection and control scanning, no discovery, radiation collection and analysis, no discovery. All the detection methods of the spacecraft have been used, but there is still no discovery. This made the entire command bridge dead silent. The commander sat down on the chair, looking at the red warning symbols all over the screen, looking lost. Who is it? Who is it? He didn't understand. How could they encounter such an enemy in the solar system? But no one could answer him. Then the mothership began to shake violently. Obviously a new wave of attacks has arrived. Everyone looked at the commander. They were waiting for orders. The commander looked at the Ziggurais and finally cheered up. However, He did not have any way to deal with the enemy, but to do what he should do. Order. He stood up and issued an order in the most serious manner: start the escape pod. Allocate the escape pod according to the priority. This order completely broke the original luck of the Skrulls present. The adjutant stood beside the commander, trying to persuade him. But in the end, he said nothing. Issue the order. Then, start evacuating. After speaking, the commander directly activated a direct operation mode, and he directly controlled the spacecraft. The working group originally responsible for controlling the spacecraft suddenly lost control of the spacecraft. Sir, they suddenly turned their heads and looked at the commander. They knew what this meant. It means that the captain will not leave the ship. In fact, the captain of a space battleship is quite similar to the captain of a navy. In the era of sea power hegemony, the role of the captain is extremely important. It is very difficult to train a qualified captain. However, in many cases, when a warship sinks for some reason, the captain basically chooses to die in the line of duty. In the Navy, whether the ship sank due to technical problems or accidents, the sinking of the ship is inseparable from the captain. Therefore, the captain of the sinking ship has a heavy responsibility. Therefore, although there is enough time to escape by taking a lifeboat or jumping into the sea when the ship sinks, most captains will still stick to their posts and love their boats, and will inevitably live and die with the ship. Moreover, becoming a captain is sacred and glorious for the Navy. This honor is given at the moment of becoming a captain. If the ship is destroyed and sunk on the battlefield, the captain will be loyal to the government and will die for this honor. Even if he is lucky enough to jump into the sea and survive, this guilt will accompany the captain for life. The same is true for space battleships. The cost of a space battleship is very expensive. Especially for the Skrulls. They have nothing left. You all go, all go. The commander smiled and waved his hand. There are only so many Skrulls. So naturally they have to consider some extreme situations. In order to continue the race, the Skrulls have implemented a very strict value evaluation system. The value of a person is determined by the skills, talents and physical condition he possesses. First of all, the elderly have the lowest value. Although they may have the most experience and knowledge, they have no future. So in the Skrulls evaluation system, they are the lowest. After all, they are on the verge of genocide, and respecting the elderly naturally has to give way to survival. In fact, there is not a single escape pod for the elderly. The second is children. Although children have a future, the problem is that in this cruel universe, children mean no ability to survive. Even if they enter the escape pod, the chance of survival is pitifully low. However, in view of human empathy, some escape pods are reserved for children. Fortunately, children are relatively small, and if the escape pods are forced, 3 can be packed into one, and some can escape. Then there are young and middle-aged people. They have the highest chance of survival when they enter the escape pod. So young men and women have the most escape pods. And the young people working on the command bridge in front of him have the highest priority. They can all escape. As for how many can survive in the end, he doesn't know. Sir, maybe we can contact our fellows on Earth. Maybe they have a way. The adjutant looked at the commander who suddenly got rid of his decadence, and his heart was extremely sad. In a way, this could be considered a last gasp. It's useless. Even if we contacted, it's useless. They can't come here to save us. The commander knew very well that it was useless to contact. Regardless of the success or failure on Earth, they were all dead. Because it was too far away. Even if they drove a spaceship here now, it would be useless. And even if they could catch up, what would happen? Maybe, we can directly make a space jump. Kid, have you forgotten what I taught you? Without a path, making a space jump is purely seeking death. I have to say here that in the universe, space technology is also very advanced. Transmission technology is even rarer. Nowadays, all interstellar civilizations use space jumps for interstellar travel. In fact, they can only make space jumps according to fixed paths, that is, routes. And to enter the space jump, you also need to enter the jump point. These jump points are generally large in range, but the position is fixed. This is why there are trade points. Otherwise, we can teleport to wherever we want. Why would we need fixed trade points? As for how these paths are formed, there are many different opinions in the universe. There are probably 2 theories. One is that they are formed naturally. This involves very complex theories, and these theories have many conflicts. In short, there are many schools of thought, and no one can come up with decisive evidence to prove that their theories are correct. The second is that they are man-made. These paths are believed to be built by some super civilization in ancient times. But only a few people believe this. After all, if there is such a civilization, why haven't all civilizations found any information about this civilization so far? If it has existed, it must have left traces. But these traces cannot be found. If this civilization exists, why doesn't it appear? They can create paths throughout the universe, so they naturally have the ability to rule the entire universe. If this civilization no longer exists, then what about its remains? None of these exist. So the cause of these paths has become a mystery. But it is precisely because of this convenience that the development of various interstellar civilizations in the universe is so prosperous. But unfortunately, there are no paths around the solar system. The nearest jump point is who knows how many light years away from here. Of course, space jumps can be used to deviate from the path for transmission. Star-Lord and his companions deviated from the space path and were transmitted to the vicinity of the solar system. But this behavior is very, very dangerous. If Star-Lord and his companions had not been chased to the point where they had no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth, they would not have chosen this method. But the magical thing is that they succeeded. But do the Skrulls dare to gamble? Once they fail, there will really be no chance of survival. Moreover, if they want to jump, the enemies above must be willing to let them go. So this method is simply not feasible. Just let me contact the Earth. Sir, the adjutant begged. Because the commander's order was too cruel. The escape pods are limited, even if some of the people on the spacecraft are already on Earth, it is still not enough. This means that many of their own kind need to be abandoned. At the same time, it is also unknown how many escape pods can escape. The escape capsule does not have any jumping ability. Once released, the people inside the escape capsule will immediately enter a dormant state, and the escape capsule will also escape according to the computer's control. As for where it can escape to, it is really uncertain. Now the spacecraft has set the final destination of the escape capsule to be the Earth, but whether it can reach it or not, only God knows. Here we have to explain the escape capsule. First of all, the escape capsule is not big. This is inevitable. A small escape capsule is destined to have few functions. First of all, the energy system. The energy system cannot provide the escape capsule with unlimited energy. So after the escape capsule is released, it will escape immediately. After getting rid of the danger, the escape capsule system will automatically shut down the power system to save energy, ensure the dormancy and health system of the escape capsule, and maintain the minimum activity to prevent emergencies, and send a distress signal at any time. Next, the escape capsule will enter the drifting mode. Anyway, there is no friction in the universe, and the escape capsule will fly for a long time relying on inertial speed. After the escape capsule escapes, there are only a few situations. Either the distress signal is received and someone rescues it. Either the escape capsule will drift for a long time and reach a suitable planet, and then it will land. As for what happens after landing, it is up to fate. This possibility is very small. The universe is very large, and there are many planets suitable for life, but these planets are very rare in the infinite universe. And among these planets that can allow life to survive, many planets have harsh environments. And even if the environment is not harsh, there are still many factors that affect the survival of the escapee. The Earth should be very suitable for survival, right? But if it falls on an uninhabited island, it's still the same death. So the survival rate in this case is frighteningly low. The last situation, which is also the most ideal situation, is that the escape capsule can reach the Earth, but that is also uncertain. So this order is too cruel. No one knows how many lucky people can survive in the end. Even if they are all wiped out, it is very likely. The commander looked at the anxious adjutant and didn't say much, just concentrating on operating the spacecraft. The meaning is very clear, you contact. The adjutant immediately notified the communication team and asked them to contact the Earth. On the Earth, Carol just made a series of saintly speeches, trying to make the people of Earth forgive the Skrulls. After all, the Skrulls are pitiful. But at this moment, the communicator of the Skrull leader suddenly rang. The Skrull leader's face changed. This is the communication of the mothership. This is an emergency contact signal. The leader did not dare to delay and immediately connected. The mothership is under attack. The mothership is under attack. Request for support. Request for support. No matter who it is. Save us, The leader's face immediately turned pale from doubt. He didn't care about anything else. He grabbed the communicator and shouted, "What's going on? What happened? The mothership is under attack. We can't hold on anymore. The captain has notified the escape pod to start. Please support us as soon as possible. Otherwise, we can only abandon the ship." The adjutant was in no mood to greet people at this time, and could only shout at the top of his voice. "Who attacked us? Who? I don't know. We don't know. Now the spaceship's defense is close to the limit. Please support as soon as possible." Hey, the communication was interrupted. The leader put down the communicator in despair, and then he looked at Carol. His eyes lit up. "There is still hope. There is still hope. Captain Marvel. Yes, there is Captain Marvel. Please. Save my people. Please. Save my people." The Skrulls knelt in front of Carol, rolling and crawling. He could only ask her for help. What's going on? Carol was also confused. "Our mothership is under attack. They will be destroyed soon. My people, please, where are they?" Carol couldn't bear to hear this, and asked immediately. But at this moment, Kai spoke. "It's too late, except for Tony." Everyone looked at Kai. They didn't know Kai's backup plan. Carol heard something. She looked at Kai. "What did you say?" "I said, it's too late," Kai said. "This place is about 0.0003 light years away from Neptune. I have heard of your ability. You can enter the state of light speed flight, but even so, it will take you more than 2 hours to reach the orbit of Neptune. 2 hours is enough for the Skrull spacecraft to fly more than a dozen times." The Skrull leader reacted immediately. "It's you." After all, no one except the Skrulls knew that the mothership was on Neptune. But the Earthling in front of him knew. Then everything was clear at a glance. "Yes, in fact, if it weren't for the purpose of catching you all in one fell swoop, you should have died a long time ago," Kai said coldly. "I discovered you as early as the moment Nick Fury stepped into your spacecraft. But I didn't expect that Nick Fury..." At this point, Kai looked at Nick Fury coldly. "This traitor actually let you hide on Earth like bugs. If it weren't for finding you, do you think you would be alive until now? For this, you should thank Nick Fury. But bugs are bugs, you actually betrayed." Kai's voice had just fallen. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Kai. Boom. His neck was grabbed and his whole body was pressed to the ground. "Stop." Kai was safe and sound, and the destroyer armor protected him. "Why?" Kai asked coldly. "Why? Tell your people to stop. Everything ends here." Carol didn't want to explain, at least not for the time being, because 1 second later, the Skrulls would be in danger. "I refuse," Kai said without hesitation. "Besides, what position do you have to order me? Who the hell do you think you are?" Boom. Carol's energy burst out again. "Don't force me." "Huh?" Kai seemed to have heard a joke. "Then tell me, what position do you have to say this? Earthlings? Or aliens?" Carol was stunned, but didn't wait for her to say anything else. Kai suddenly raised his hand. "Wait." Then he heard Kai say to himself, "I know. Clear all traces, leave no trace." "You?" Carol finally came to his senses. He was giving the last order. But before Carol could do anything, a green figure suddenly rushed over and slapped Carol away. Chapter 1403 The Right Thing. Hulk. Smash. Hulk appeared beside Kai at some point. And Carol was slapped away by Hulk. What's even better is that Carol's position was too straight, just in front of the Skrulls. Hulk slapped Carol away with a slap, turning her into a cannonball and crashing straight into the Skrulls. By the time Carol controlled her body, she had already smashed to death more than a dozen Skrulls. However, such a tragedy did not cause any extreme reaction from the Skrulls. Or rather, their minds were all absorbed by Kai's words just now. "Clean up, leave no one behind." No. This is not true. It's not true. How could the Earthlings attack their mothership in space? Impossible. He is lying. He is lying. You are lying. Yes. You are definitely lying. You can't possibly have this ability. Yes. You are lying. You don't have quantum communication technology at all. How can you issue orders? Ha ha ha. I knew you were lying. The Skrull leader had a face full of blood, someone else's. Carol just bumped past him, and one of his companions exploded beside him, with blood and flesh all over his face, but he didn't notice it at all. You are lying. In fact, he was lying to himself. After all, the mothership had just sent him a message. Even if he proved that the attack was not instigated by the Earthlings, it would not change anything. But now he was like a drowning man who was desperately trying to grasp the last straw. He had to come up with something to prove that his compatriots were fine, even if he was lying to himself. Kai stood up, took off his destroyer armor, and revealed his watch. It was still the one Tony gave him, but it had been upgraded. Tony had obtained quantum communication technology from Star-Lord's spaceship. Kai tapped the dial twice, and a light curtain shot out from the watch. In the picture, a spaceship was disintegrating in the universe, and the wreckage was floating everywhere, among which there were many escape pods. Those escape pods were being recovered one by one. It was a huge spaceship that no one had ever seen. The Skrulls had never seen such a ship before. But they knew that this was not fake. They clearly saw their mothership being destroyed. Now my people are chasing the last escape pod. You should know that those things can't escape. Escape pod. This thing is even less reliable than the lifeboat in the age of exploration. Because the miniature size of the escape pod is destined, the performance of this thing will not be too strong. It can't be said that it is completely useless, but the chance of using the escape pod to survive is too small. If others don't cut the grass and root out this thing, the chance of being rescued is about 0.00%. After all, the universe is countless times more empty than the ocean. An escape pod placed in the universe is countless times smaller than a water molecule in the ocean. What's more, Kai also issued a big order to wipe out the roots. That's bad luck. How can the performance of the escape pod be comparable to that of a battleship? No. You devil. You devil. The Skrull leader was completely defeated. He jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Kai. He was a super Skrull. But now, he didn't use any power, but rushed towards Kai as an ordinary Skrull. Kai raised his hand directly. Bang! A gunshot. The Skrull leader's skull exploded directly. Bang! His body ran forward for several meters before hitting the ground hard. Maybe he felt that dying like this was the best choice. They may have been regretting why they rebelled. If they stayed honestly, maybe. In short, he couldn't accept the final outcome, so it would be better to die early. Maybe their souls could meet their people again in the ancestral hall. I'll fight you. Another Skrull couldn't bear the terrible reality and rushed towards the human superhero. Then more Skrulls abandoned everything and chose the most decisive way, launching a hopeless charge towards the enemy. Very tragic. If it were a different scene, this might become a touching scene, but the reality is that this is a group of shameless invaders, and any action they take will be despised, and buried. Kill them. Kai waved his hand without hesitation. The superheroes couldn't bear it any longer, and with Kai's order, the superheroes rushed towards the Skrulls. Carol came to her senses, and her first reaction was to charge with the Skrulls. But she was stopped by Nick Fury. Nick, Carol. Do you remember that you are from Earth? Nick Fury burst out with a roar. If she fought against the superheroes with the Skrulls at this time, then she would undoubtedly be a traitor. No one can wash this off. The Skrulls are invaders. There is no need to doubt or question this question. You don't help the Earth fight the invaders, but help the invaders fight the Earthlings. If this is not a traitor, what is it? But they are committing genocide, Carol argued. In her opinion, the war is over, and she promised to take the Skrulls away. Everything should be over. But these people, they are too cruel. They even want to hold people accountable. And then they attack the elderly, the weak, women and children. Too evil. Too evil. Only the Kree Empire would do this. Don't forget. You are an Earthling. The Skrulls are invaders, Nick Fury roared. Carol calmed down. But this does not mean that her position has changed. In fact, any strong person has a strong belief. Without belief, Carol would never have been Captain Marvel in the universe for 20 years. Without belief, Daredevil would not always return to his broken office with scars all over his body and do a business that does not make money. Without belief, Frank would have died on the day his wife and children died. Of course, having faith does not mean being right. Hydra has been making trouble for decades. Can they be called without faith? But are their faiths right? And they have one thing in common. That is extremely stubborn. They will never change their beliefs. What is Carol's faith? That is to save those weak civilizations, stop any atrocities, and do the right thing. I am an Earthling, but I can't let such evil happen in front of me. This is wrong. I can't turn a blind eye to such things just because I was born on Earth. Anyone who encounters evil should stand up. After saying that, Carol rushed directly to the battlefield. Fuck. Nick Fury has seen his future. He is a traitor to mankind. There is no way to wash it off. It can't be washed off. He will be written into the history of mankind, but not as he thinks, as a hero, but as the biggest traitor to mankind. At this moment, he almost lost all hope. Fuck. You might as well not come back. But Nick Fury is Nick Fury. He quickly calmed down. He had to cut ties with Carol. Carol naturally didn't care whether she was a traitor or not. After all, she didn't live on Earth. Others can only be regarded as Earthlings living in the universe. Others are citizens of the great universe, not people from a second-rate planet like you. Don't flatter yourself. But Nick Fury can't. His career, his dreams, his ambitions, are all on Earth. If he leaves Earth, he will really be nothing. Carol can survive in outer space, but he can't. He gets a headache if he takes less oxygen. The alien moon is not suitable for him. So he must cut ties with Carol. He looked around and found that it was great. No one noticed him. He was just a nobody. Great. Get out of here. Nick Fury decided immediately. And then he really got out of here. Nick Fury has a unique skill, which is to reduce his presence anytime and anywhere. This thing is not a superpower, but a skill that Nick Fury has developed based on his career as an agent. He can quietly appear in other people's houses and act cool, relying on this skill. For example, at the end of Iron Man 1, Nick Fury suddenly appeared in Tony's house. If you simply say that he was dark, he couldn't see it. I disagree. Then he successfully avoided everyone's attention, and ran away. There was no way. Most people's attention was now focused on Carol. Boom. Kai was attacked by Carol. She punched Kai and sent him flying. Stop. Stop. Boom. A powerful energy pulse pushed back everyone on the battlefield. Enough. Stop. Unfortunately, no one was willing to listen to her. The Skrulls roared, "We have nothing. We have nothing. Why should we let a murderer go?" Carol understood the Skrulls' emotions very well. After all, this is genocide. I will seek justice for you. Please stop, okay? This statement not only made the Skrulls unable to understand, but also shocked the superheroes on Earth. Barry and Quicksilver were not in the center of the battlefield. Quicksilver was chasing a fake Barry and ran to the periphery of the battlefield. Barry he was a little overwhelmed. He saw with his own eyes that Kai, the senior he had always respected, issued a genocide order. In his impression, Kai was a tough guy, although his methods were a little too tough, which was a bit in conflict with his principle of not killing. He insisted on the principle of not killing Barry. He was a policeman. Yes, although he was just a forensic expert, he was indeed an employee of the police station and a policeman, but he was not equipped with a gun. His adoptive father Joe was a policeman, and he was deeply influenced. This also created his principle of not killing. In his view, although there is a very clear distinction between superheroes and criminals objectively, they are all lawbreakers. The villains act recklessly and ignore the law, and although the superheroes are upholding justice and fighting criminals, they are actually trampling on the law. The regulators of illegal acts are the government and the police, and their basis is the laws of the country, while superheroes are just individuals and have no right to judge criminals. It is illegal for villains to do evil, and it is also illegal for heroes to fight criminals, so from the perspective of the country, they are actually villains. So many times, the police and the government will oppose superheroes. And many ordinary people always stand on the side of heroes, so they will defend heroes. Many ordinary people think they are standing in the perspective of God. So they think the behavior of the government and the police is incomprehensible and stupid. But in fact, the government and the police are the protectors of the people. When facing people with powerful superpowers, no one can be sure which side they are on. The government cannot judge who is the enemy and who is the friend at will. And for the power beyond control, active protection is always much more stable than simple trust. In other words, villains and heroes are actually lawless madmen, and the difference between them is only a thread between the soul. To a certain extent, heroes and villains are people who face the abyss. They have crossed the bottom line of ordinary people, crossed morality and law, and walked together on the single plank bridge of hell. If they are not careful, they will fall into darkness forever. And the little thing that allows heroes to stand firmly on the bridge and is more than villains is self-restraint. This kind of restraint is the light of salvation that heroes will never fall. What do heroes fear the most? Powerful villains? Government obstruction? Betrayal by companions? The murder of relatives and friends? None of them. A true hero will only fear one thing from the bottom of his heart, that is his own fall. This is the same as Bruce's idea. Barry knows his own power, and that is why he is afraid of falling. He knows what his power can do, and the law cannot control him. To be precise, it is not that he does not kill people, but that he dares not to kill people. He is afraid of breaking that bottom line, and this fear is stronger than any enemy. In this regard, Barry is almost the same as Bruce. But Kai's approach made Barry a little scared. He actually exterminated a race without hesitation. "What are you doing?" Quicksilver saw Barry slacking off and asked angrily. Barry didn't know how to describe this. "You won't sympathize with those Skrulls like that stupid woman." Quicksilver saw Barry's weak look and understood a little. "Are you crazy? That's the enemy. You actually sympathize with the enemy." Barry is not worried about this. But he was too embarrassed to doubt Kai. So he could only say, "Those people can't all die, right?" Quicksilver looked at Barry in surprise. "Then what do you think we should do? Let these people escape? Don't forget what they are here for. Once they are let go, the Earth will never have peace." Barry could certainly think of this, but in the end, he couldn't help it. "Don't you think Kai's behavior is too terrible? What will he become if he continues like this?" Quicksilver may not understand other great principles, but he really understood this sentence. Because he has encountered it. His country has always been in war. Every time a war ends, the people in power are given high hopes. They have been promoting themselves to end chaos, and corruption, and bring democracy and peace. But soon those people in power immediately become exactly the same as the previous overthrown rulers, and the war breaks out again. "Is that why you do this?" Quicksilver didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you afraid that Kai will become bad?" Barry nodded. "You are not afraid of death, but you are afraid of this," Quicksilver said without hesitation. "My fucking hometown did not bring me any good things, but it taught me one thing, that is, if the person in power becomes bad, then take up arms and beat him down. Just like before. You are not afraid of death. But you are afraid of this. If he becomes bad, then beat him down. But I respect Mr. Wayne very much. If he becomes bad, you don't have to respect him. Besides, don't you still have Batman and the Night King?" Barry suddenly understood. Yes. If Kai knew this conversation, I guess he would curse again. "Fuck, I am not even as good as my own trumpet vest." Chapter 1404, I've never seen this. Unlike Barry, who has always lived in a peaceful world, Quicksilver lives in a turbulent country, where the flags of the kings change almost every day. The whole country is full of resistance. Let's put it this way, they only have resistance. Barry is not good. He is just an ordinary person, but he suddenly got power and became the Flash. In a sense, he and Quicksilver are actually people from two different worlds. Quicksilver will not be superstitious about authority, because he has been deceived by many so-called big men. Every time their country's regime changes, the new president who comes to power, etc., behaves well at the beginning, and really seems to want to make the country better, but soon, these people show their true colors. Some are not as good as their predecessors. Corruption and bribery, embezzlement of state assets, becoming running dogs of foreign forces, and even directly acting as compradors. Birds of a feather. Over time, Quicksilver and his compatriots no longer believe in the so-called authority. That stuff is all a lie. And they are not lacking in the spirit of resistance. This spirit of resistance is not like those stupid young people in the United States, who package drug use as so-called resistance. Those are all stupid. Other people's resistance is to really take up weapons and fuck him. But Barry is different. The most serious resistance he has experienced was smoking secretly. Even for this, he was scolded by his adoptive father Joe, and he never dared to do it again. He is essentially a good boy who abides by the law. Only when he puts on a mask can he dare to become the Flash. He is superstitious about authority, such as Harrison and Kai. He also lacks the spirit of resistance. Fighting criminals is not a spirit of resistance, and he has never thought about changing anything. Until now, he has not had the courage to pry his stepsister. So he is worried about Kai's loss of control. But Quicksilver has no such worries at all. If Kai becomes bad. In fact, it has nothing to do with him, Quicksilver. He is not an American, and he has no sense of justice. He comes to deal with aliens just because they are aliens. As an Earthling, isn't it natural for him to do so? He is not interested in being a hero, nor does he care whether Americans will be oppressed by Kai. What does this have to do with him, a Sokovian? Their own country is in a mess. Of course, if Kai really affects him, he will not hesitate at all and will fight him. Who is afraid of who? When Barry heard this, he immediately became enlightened as if he had just realized the truth in the dragon field. He looked at the superheroes present. That's right. If these people can gather together to fight these invaders today, then if Kai really falls in the future, they can also gather together to fight Kai. Fortunately, Kai doesn't have the ability to read minds. Otherwise, he would definitely be angry to death. No. You are mentally ill, how can you be sure that I will fall? The two of them whispered here, and then heard Carol's violent remarks. Seek justice. Pinch me, I think the injury just now caused me to have auditory hallucinations, Barry asked a little unbelievably. To be honest, although Barry felt that Kai's order to exterminate felt a bit cruel, he really didn't think that Kai was really wrong. His identity as an Earthling has determined his position. You heard it right. That's what I heard. Quicksilver actually doesn't like Carol. It's very simple. Living in the cruel real world, he absolutely can't resonate with a white left-wing saintly bitch who lives in a dream. He just thinks that these people are all bastards and hypocritical. He has seen a lot of people like this. Every year, some human rights organizations in those Western countries will go to them to do some humanitarian things. Quicksilver doesn't believe that there are no real good people among those people. Unfortunately, he saw more of some scum who pretended to be good. He even served as a prop for others to take photos in order to make money to support his sister. It was obviously these Western countries that made their countries become like that. So Quicksilver hated these people very much. And the sense of déjà vu that Carol gave him was more intense than those people who took photos. Is there nothing wrong with her? Quicksilver couldn't believe that this person could say such a thing. Justice? For whom? For the invaders. Who are you going to seek justice for? Tony was shocked, and then asked a little uncertainly. Carol turned her head in anger and looked at the superheroes. Of course it's for the poor Skrulls. There was an uproar at the scene. Damn it. Kai was also shocked by these words. Where is the logic here? Alice, Kai is also ignorant. When he traveled through time, Marvel hadn't released the Eternals yet. A black transgender man knelt on the ruins of the Hiroshima atomic bomb and cried and repented. That smell, tisk tisk tisk. That black transgender man passed on nuclear technology to humans, and then the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, and as a result, this guy lost faith in humans. Regardless of whether the dropping of the atomic bomb needs to be repented, just one thing, you are a black man, you have seen hundreds of years of slave trade and colonial rule, but you didn't lose faith in humans, fuck. What do you think? The number of people killed by Western countries in those hundreds of years is countless times more than the number of people killed by the Hiroshima nuclear bomb. You actually lost faith in humans because an atomic bomb dropped on the Japanese. No, didn't you see clearly what color your skin is? So at this moment, Kai kept sighing. It's true that as long as you live long enough, you can see everything. Look, he saw another scene that was beyond his own worldview. They are invaders. Steve couldn't believe that an Earthling would say such a thing. Is it wrong for us to defeat the invaders? Even if Steve didn't agree with Kai's extermination operation, he didn't think of whitewashing the invaders, let alone asking for justice. I already said the war is over. But this person, this murderer actually ordered a genocide order against the Skrulls. How evil is this? Kai stared at Carol with wide eyes. He wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. Tony was impatient. Then what do you want to do? He must be judged. Judgment? What trial? Who will judge? Judge him for the crime of genocide. His crime must naturally be judged by the victim, Steve asked in disbelief. You want the Skrulls to judge Kai? Lila Yewan Shansong. Kai led them to resist the invaders, and the invaders were defeated. As a result, Kai was judged by the defeated invaders. So, resisting the invaders was wrong? Kill him. Kill him. Seek justice. Seek justice. Kill him. The Skrulls didn't care about that. Judgment? Judgment. Kill him for revenge. They were already desperate, but they didn't expect Carol, well, so reasonable. If Carol could kill all these superheroes, then Earth, the Skrulls' ambitions are not over yet. They still have a chance. As for what's wrong with Carol, it's none of their business. They only know that their only chance is to use Carol. Carol was stunned. Killing, wouldn't it be a bit too much? This was the last bit of Carol's rationality based on her identity as an Earthling. My family. My friends. They're all on that ship. Kill him. Kill that murderer, kill them. They all deserve to die, woo 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 woo. The Skrull's heartfelt accusations made Carol determined. He must not let such a thing pass so easily. Surrender. You will receive the most fair trial, Carol said to Kai. Kai couldn't imagine what Carol was thinking when she said this. Just like Carol couldn't understand Kai's current mood. So, he didn't bother to reply. Damn, this kind of person, psychopath. Look at your accomplices, even they can't defend your crimes. Seeing that no one else spoke, Carol naturally thought that these people were inspired by her and drew a clear line with Kai, the sinner. However, the fact is that everyone was so shocked that they didn't know how to express themselves. We are not. Don't talk nonsense. Traitor. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was awakened from their shock and turned their heads to look. It was the Scarlet Witch. She directly expressed her position with actions. She used chaos magic to control the most aggressive Skrull. Then the Skrull floated in the air with a crimson light around him, and then he was twisted into knot bit by bit. Only then did the others react. Traitor, Frank was the first to attack. Da 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 da. Countless bullets flew towards Carol. A burst of colorful light burst out from Carol's body, and all the bullets were blocked outside the light. Roar, Hulk jumped directly and then smashed into the crowd of Skrulls. The Skrulls were stunned. The script should not be like this. Why did they dare to resist Carol? Stop. What's wrong with you? Why are you protecting this executioner? Carol didn't understand why so many people protected this sinner who issued a genocide order. Aren't you supposed to be with me? Shut up. You traitor. Those Skrulls are the invaders. You don't pursue the crimes of the invaders, but instead judge those who resist the invasion. You are not an Earthling at all. You are an accomplice of those invaders. Steve, who always had a good temper, was so angry that he didn't know how to evaluate this woman. Carol wanted to explain, but Steve slapped Carol's face with a shield. Then Steve's special skills were triggered 100% 50%. Carol was really slapped away. I don't even know what the principle is. I have always been curious about how Captain America fought back and forth with Thanos, and it was outrageous. Kill. Fight them. The Skrulls naturally couldn't stand and let them kill them. Originally, their morale had collapsed, but Carol's operation pulled their morale back. Follow Carol. They still have a chance. Kill all these Earthlings. Revenge for their compatriots. For a while, the battlefield became lively again. At this time, Nick Fury, who was hiding in a safe house in New York, clenched his fists. He really didn't expect it. Even if he used all his brains. He never thought that things would develop like this. He was a little confused now. How did all this happen? Director. Are you okay? The people of the Monarch organization asked Nick Fury through the communication. I'm fine. Send someone to pick me up immediately. I need to leave New York immediately. Nick Fury shook his head and said in a tone as calm as possible. It's that. Speak. What's going on with that woman? Shouldn't she be your friend, Director? Why would she? Nick Fury reacted all at once. Damn, I forgot that the Monarch organization is also an Earthling. No matter what Nick Fury does, the Monarch organization believes that Nick Fury has never betrayed mankind. This is also the reason why the Monarch organization is willing to follow Nick Fury so far. But now that Carol has done this, the Monarch organization is a little unsure. Why would Nick Fury's friend stand on the side of the Skrulls? And also go to war with superheroes? No matter how much the Monarch organization believes in Nick Fury, once it comes to their natural position, their original intention is to protect humans from being destroyed by Titans, but it does not mean that they are willing to watch humans being destroyed by aliens. They are not Carol, they are Earthlings. If this is not explained clearly, Nick Fury will lose his last place to stay. Although he habitually hides his trump card, this kind of secret organization is not a cabbage, and each establishment and development requires a huge amount of funds. So he really has no next secret organization. Nick Fury wanted to tell the truth, he didn't know. But he also knew that he couldn't answer like this on this issue of position. He must give a clear and decisive answer. That woman, maybe she got some disease on the alien planet, her brain is broken, she no longer considers herself an Earthling, but I am still an Earthling, don't worry about her. She will be taught a lesson. Nick Fury cut decisively. This trump card is useless. He originally planned to use Carol to give him a comeback, so that he can return to human society with a legitimate reason. Wash away the stigma of being a traitor. Unexpectedly, after Carol came back, she sat on the side of the Skrulls. Big sister, I asked you to come back to prove that I didn't betray humanity, and that the Skrulls and I are not in the same group. But the result? Well, now the reputation of being a traitor is even more solid. The Monarch organization was also relieved. They could do it by asking them to act in secret, and they had been doing so before Nick Fury joined. They were also willing to believe Nick Fury, but asking them to become a traitor to humanity. He didn't join the Monarch organization for this. So after Nick Fury made his attitude clear, they were relieved. Nick Fury was also relieved. Not bad, not bad. He almost had nowhere to stay. Then Nick Fury thought of Carol again, this woman. Should he go to Maria Rambeau? Maybe she could persuade her? But Nick Fury immediately gave up the idea. Carol doesn't look like she can be cured, and it's better for me not to have any contact with her. Otherwise, the Monarch organization will probably be upset. Oh, so, how did things turn out like this? Maria Rambeau, who Nick Fury was talking about, was also paying attention to the development of the situation in the hospital. Mom, that's Aunt Carol, right, Maria's daughter Monica Rambeau. Monica had a good relationship with Carol when she was a child. She affectionately called Carol Aunt Carol, and in turn Carol called her troublesome lieutenant. As an adult, Monica followed in the footsteps of her mother in Danvers and joined the U.S. Air Force and was awarded the rank of captain. After retiring, she joined SWRD. She had been carrying out missions in SWRD, but with a rebellion of the Skrulls, SWRD also stopped its operations, and she finally had time to return to her mother. Chapter 1405 Fading Halo. Maria is a feminist, which can be seen from her daughter's surname. Although Europe and the United States always talk about gender equality, in fact, in the naming of children, they still follow the custom of patriarchal society, and most of them are used to naming their children with their father's surname. In the era when Maria was young, naming children with motherhood was even rarer. Maria may have suffered too much discrimination between men and women in her work and life, which led to her a little extreme personality. For example, she always believed that women must have their own careers, and raising children should not be a job exclusive to women. So she chose to divorce her husband shortly after giving birth to her child. Her husband did not actually make any excessive demands, but just hoped that she would pay more attention to the family, and then kicked him out. She thought her husband was going to tie her to the family. In short, she not only kicked her husband out, but also took away the custody. It was a mess of decisiveness, giving people the feeling that her husband was just a tool man, just to provide genetic samples, and kicked away after fulfilling the responsibility of reproducing offspring. Maria also asked her daughter to focus on her career. So even when she was seriously ill, she was not allowed to come back, but continued to work. It seemed that their family could not make ends meet without Monica's salary. Fortunately, the country sympathized with their family and directly closed the SWRD. All SWRD employees entered a lengthy inspection process before considering follow-up arrangements. So Monica went home. It's her. Maria's eyes were bright, and she didn't look like she was dying. In fact, it was true. Maria was going to die. After all, the cancer recurred, and the chance of survival in this situation was very low. However, she was lucky to be kidnapped by Raven and Natasha. In order to get information from her, they would not kill her. Raven and Natasha could only ask the magical Mr. Tony Stark for help to cure her first. So she was a blessing in disguise. After confirming that Maria's position was cured, they did not make things difficult for this woman and released her directly. But, Aunt Carol, why do you want to help the Skrulls? Monica didn't understand. She hated the Skrulls. She was not Carol. She was still working at SWRD, and she knew the original intention of SWRD better. The original intention of establishing SWRD was to allow the Skrulls to better integrate into human society, to make them a special group living in the human world. Although SWRD began to develop into an intelligence agency due to Nick Fury's participation, this purpose has never changed under Maria's leadership. Maria has been running it as her own business for decades because of Carol's instructions. But the Skrulls rebelled. Monica remembered very clearly how many of her colleagues the Skrulls killed on the day they rebelled. They even wanted to kill her and her mother. Was her mother not good to the Skrulls? No. Her mother had always been equal, and even often favored these aliens. But how did they do it? They rebelled without mercy. It seemed that everything they did was justified. Everything they did was a gift from the Skrulls to them. Carol must have her own reasons, Maria said without hesitation. She trusted Carol. This was based on their friendship over the years. Mom, tell me, what kind of reason could make Carol kill her own people? On the TV, Carol was playing angrily beating Frank away. Monica didn't even call her aunt at this moment. She couldn't accept an aunt who stood on the side of the invaders. This is a betrayal. A betrayal to her and her mother. Maria wanted to defend herself, but she immediately saw Steve Rogers, the symbol of the United States, being beaten away by Carol. Frank, Maria knew, was a typical anti-hero. He was extremely cruel and never left anyone alive. Although he only killed criminals, but such behavior still made Maria dislike him. Remember in the fourth movie, Hawkeye's family and half of the world's population disappeared in a snap of fingers, but those who survived did not learn anything from the disaster. The Earth did not get better, and the criminals were still criminals. This was unacceptable to Hawkeye. His family and so many innocent ordinary people died, but these scum survived. He was directly broken, so he hunted those criminals everywhere. Later, when the heroes held a meeting, what did Carol say? He said Hawkeye was a criminal and a murderer. It was not surprising that Maria, who was deeply influenced by Carol, held such a view. Carol's attack on Frank could still be explained. But for Steve? At least to the outside world, Steve had no black spots. She has betrayed us. Impossible. Carol must have her own reasons. What reasons? Monica's voice unconsciously rose. You don't know Carol, Monica. She is a good person. Sakai, Tony, Steve and others are all bad people. Monica's admiration for Aunt Carol has begun to break. If she is really as good as you say, why didn't she show up when the Earth was in crisis? Who saved the world? It was Kai. It was Tony Stark. It was those superheroes. What did she do? Why did you trust her so much? Carol also saved the Earth. Maria, like all the old people, stubbornly maintained her own point of view. Unwilling to accept changes, especially such drastic changes. Then what is she doing now? Monica asked the most critical question. Maria opened her mouth. Mom, accept the reality. She betrayed us and betrayed the Earth. No matter what the reason, you can't cover this up. Monica was not excited at this moment. People, as long as they jump out of their fixed thinking, they will immediately discover a new world. In the past, Monica always admired her aunt and dreamed of becoming a person like her. Maintaining the peace of the universe. What a noble theme. But as these halos faded, she suddenly realized, what exactly was she worshipping? The peace of the universe is great. But the peace of the Earth is not important? Where was Carol when the Chitauri invaded? Where was she when the Dark Elves invaded? Where was she when the Titans were rampaging? Even when the Skrulls rebelled, where was she? Monica also knew one thing, that is, Carol had left a backup plan. She left a message transmitter, so that Nick Fury could contact her in a major emergency, and she gave the call sign Avenger. Yes, the Avengers. The Earth was finished, and she came back to avenge the Earth. Why wait for the Earth to be finished? Why did the Earth have to be finished? Why did the Earth have to be finished? Why can't it be stopped before it is finished? The Earth just doesn't know that you miss it? Even without these things, the Earth has never been peaceful. Why don't you care about the peace of the Earth, but care about the peace of aliens 100,000 light years away from the Earth? This reminded Monica of a word. White left. This word is a foreign word, from the Chinese internet. Refers to some naive Westerners with higher education who support peace and equality simply to satisfy their own sense of moral superiority. White leftists only care about immigration, ethnic minorities, sexual minorities, environmental issues, etc., which are far away, but they never care about the real problems around them. White leftists are arrogant Westerners who pity the rest of the world with the attitude of saviors. Monica once thought that this was a slander. But now think about it. Isn't it perfect to put it on Carol? She doesn't care about the suffering of her hometown, but is committed to maintaining peace in the universe. Many things are only disgusting after the halo fades. This is the situation now. Maria was speechless. She wanted to explain, but how? What to explain? Puff. Frank felt his internal organs were broken. He was hit in the chest by Carol's punch, and for a moment, he thought he was dead. But he was fine. His symbiote saved him with a battlesuit. It was desperately repairing the injury, but this time the injury was too serious, and he had lost his combat effectiveness. This woman, Carol, is more ruthless than the Skrulls, and many superheroes have fallen in her hands. Fortunately, no one has died yet. This is the greatest luck. Soon Steve suffered the same fate as Frank. His shield was smashed. He also flew to Frank's side. Hulk noticed Carol. His hammer hit Carol hard and smashed her into the ground. But this did not hurt Carol. She knelt on one knee and held Hulk's fists with both hands. "Get out of my way," Carol burst into light and threw Hulk away. But the next second, she was strangled by a huge force and smashed into the ground. "I can't let you mess around anymore." Kai was wrapped in the destroyer armor. The power of the armor was also turned to the maximum, and the huge force even made Carol unable to break free for a while. At this moment, a dark force seeped out from the ground, and then a magic circle appeared. A huge dragon beast wrapped in black hair crawled out of the magic circle and swallowed up several Skrulls who had transformed into Hulks. Roar. As the dragon roared, the Skrulls' broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. And in this roar, a heroic shout was still clearly audible. Ha! A Valkyrie in golden armor fell from the sky, and the long sword in her hand instantly cut off the heads of several Skrulls. Seeing the new enemy, several Skrulls immediately planned to siege. But the next second, dry and black ghost hands stretched out from their shadows and grabbed them. Soon, a group of black breaths engulfed them. Let their bodies quickly dry up and turn black. A woman in red and black combat uniforms came out. They are the three female heroes of Chicago. Carol saw the miserable state of the Skrulls and her anger was immediately ignited. Her little universe erupted again. Kai was also shaken away by her. What happened? Kai did not fight back immediately, but asked Diana. Okay. All the Skrulls in the strongholds have been cleared. Diana shook the rope emitting golden light in her hand and said confidently. That's right. The reason why the three Chicago women did not appear on the battlefield was that they were arranged by Kai to go to other places. Cut the grass to get rid of the roots. The ability of the Skrulls is too disgusting. Kai doesn't want to leave any troubles, so while waiting for the Skrulls to attack, he sent the three Chicago women to dig out the Skrulls' nests on Earth. The Skrulls are not really stupid. How could they put everyone into this war? Even if it is just in case, they will leave some people in each stronghold to stay. The three Chicago women have advantages that many superheroes cannot match. First of all, they are highly mobile. Because of the existence of Batgirl Kelly, they can use magic to teleport over long distances. Secondly, they have high combat effectiveness and rich combat experience. Among the three women, except Kelly, they are new. Both Diana and Catherine are veterans who have fought for 100 years. Diana is a natural warrior. Finally, their intelligence capabilities are equally outstanding. Whether it is Kelly's magic, Catherine's charm, or Diana's lasso of truth, they can easily get any information they want from the Skrulls. You guessed it right, these Skrulls are really preparing a plan to die together. The Skrulls had actually considered various situations before the war. For example, what to do if they win. For example, what to do if they lose. There is no need to elaborate on what they will do if they win. The key is what they plan to do after they lose. Since there are many factions among the Skrulls, so their backup plans are also varied. Some Skrulls have already controlled the nuclear bomb codes of a certain troublemaker island country. Once things get out of control, they will directly use nuclear bombs to start a nuclear war. Others are more traditional. They plan to break up the whole into parts and directly launch terrorist attacks around the world. The rest are more pragmatic, their plans are more secretive and more feasible. That is to break up into small pieces, lurk in human society, and then start to develop the strength of the Skrulls, quietly use human resources to strengthen the Skrulls, multiply the population, secretly control some human forces, and grow day by day until they have the strength to take revenge. This plan seems to be the most powerless, but it is the most likely to succeed and the most insidious. Although it may take a long time, it is undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. However, all these have become bubbles. These Skrulls' hidden pieces were all killed before they were notified by the main force. Not a single one was left. As a warrior, Diana does not have a saintly heart, and she really didn't leave anyone. That's good. Then these guys will be handed over to you to finish off. I don't need them to live. Anyway, the corpses are enough for research. Kai nodded and said with a smile. She is very strong. I am happy to fight her. Looking at Carol, who was emitting a blazing colorful light, Diana also seemed to be full of fighting spirit. No. Leave her to me. These Skrulls must be dealt with as soon as possible, and don't let them run into the city to hurt the citizens. No passers-by are injured at this stage, and I hope to keep it that way, Kai said, and then he turned into a flash of lightning and pounced on Carol. Carol listened to Kai's conversation throughout the whole process, and knew that Kai had done those inhumane evil deeds again. Naturally, she did not show any weakness. She also pounced on Kai. Unfortunately, her strength was a little lacking this time. Kai grabbed her throat and took her away. Chapter 1406 Unable to communicate. Carol is very strong. If we fight her, it will cause too much damage to the city. That goes against Kai's original intention, so taking her to an open area to fight is the right answer. I have to say here that Kai is very familiar with Carol's intelligence. After all, she has never hidden anything from her good friend Maria. Through Maria, Kai has a general understanding of Captain Marvel, who has been living abroad. Captain Marvel can absorb and control energy in any form. She can focus this energy on other abilities, such as her photon energy, the strong light explosion ignited from her fingertips, and use energy to radiate in all directions. She can also surround herself with an energy field to avoid most attacks, and absorb the surrounding gravity to increase her strength. At the same time, it also proves that her ability to absorb all forms of energy can increase energy emission. When absorbing enough energy, she can withstand 92 tons of pressure or blows. According to Nick Fury's later research and speculation, that may not have reached her limit. Her strength also comes from her absorption of energy. For example, in the cosmic environment, she can absorb cosmic rays and various energies unscrupulously, and she can easily reach the speed of light or superluminal speed through these energies. At the same time, her most powerful ability is called binary star. In this state, she can control every form of electromagnetic spectrum and gravitational field energy within an extremely terrifying level. At the beginning, she relied on this power to directly annihilate the Kree fleet. So, Carol actually has certain practical reasons for leaving the Earth. She can better exert her abilities in the cosmic environment, but in the Earth environment, her abilities will be greatly reduced. Because of the special environment of the Earth and the existence of the Great Guardian, she cannot absorb energy as unscrupulously as in the cosmic environment to increase her strength and speed. If she is 100 in the cosmic environment, then in the Earth environment, she is at most 5 to 8. The suppression is very serious. If you find her in the deep space of the universe, Kai will probably be blown up directly. I have to make a patch here, otherwise according to the setting, Carol would basically crush the superheroes on Earth. After all, the setting is too exaggerated. This woman can actually move the planet by herself. Shit, how did this thing do it? Logically speaking, with such a large force applied to the surface of the planet, the first reaction of the planet would definitely not be to move, but to be directly pierced through the crust. I don't know if the planet will move by then, but it will definitely be doomed. But Carol, if you say she is stupid, she is really not smart. She didn't use her advantages. She fought Kai on Earth. I really don't know if it's arrogance or she is really stupid. Kai thinks it's both. After all, if she is smart, she can't say those words before. She is also arrogant, otherwise she can't say those words so confidently. Let's do it here. It won't affect ordinary people, humph. People like you actually care about the lives of ordinary people. Carol touched her throat and commented disdainfully. She felt that Kai was really hypocritical. If he really cared about the lives of those innocent people, he would not have exterminated the Skrulls. Kai was too lazy to reason with her at this time. After all, this person was unreasonable. But even if he didn't intend to pay attention to her in his heart, he couldn't help it. My original intention has always been to protect the Earthlings from alien invasions, including you. I am an Earthling, Carol explained angrily. Tisk, Kai sneered, are you? An Earthling helping a group of aliens who invaded the Earth? No one would do such a thing. They just have no way out. Carol's position at this time has been affected by the crisis of the extinction of the Skrulls. She now sympathizes with the Skrulls more and is more able to think about this matter from the perspective of the Skrulls. Think about how prosperous the Skrull civilization was in the past, but what about now? But they can only stay on Earth and survive. If they want to revive and develop, what else can they do? Of course, Carol didn't care why an Earthling would think from the perspective of a Skrull. She is a cosmist. She is the same as all the races in the universe. She is with them. Kai was a little hesitant. What the hell is going on? It's totally incomprehensible. But he was still ready to make a final effort. After all, she is an Earthling, and her power is useful to the Earth. But they are hurting the Earthlings. They want to enslave the Earthlings. Can't you see it? But they didn't succeed. Carol was also confident. Others have failed, and you are still holding on. Do you have any sympathy? Can you be more generous? Kai was stunned. This is. There is really nothing to say. Nothing to say. Carol saw Kai's look and felt that her truth had won. Surrender. Face your sins. I will give you the most fair trial. I will not kill you. I will give you time to atone for your sins. Kai sighed. I was wrong. Carol was a little happy. After all, the other party had begun to repent. But Kai's next words made Carol's excitement disappear directly. Kai shook his head and said, I actually tried to reason with the fool. I was so wrong, but I am sure of one thing. Kai quickly cheered up. Carol looked at Kai with unkind eyes and said nothing. That is, the earth does not need a fool to protect it. You will only become a trouble for the earth, so there is no need to feel guilty about killing you. Kai made up his mind. As soon as the voice fell, Kai turned into a flash of lightning and appeared directly beside Carol. The ultimate storm slashed at Carol's head fiercely. He was really serious. Not all people on Earth are smart. After all, there are still a lot of idiots who believe that the Earth is round is a lie, and birds are also lies. They are all mechanical birds. These monsters are already enough to make people scratch their heads. If Carol, who is so outstanding, appears in front of those idiots, Kai doesn't know what will happen. Maybe after a while, a group of people will appear and loudly call for strange ideas, such as let aliens come and purify the Earth. Don't think Kai is worrying about nothing. After all, nowadays, human society is simply a mess, and all kinds of weird things emerge in an endless stream. Especially in Europe and the United States, those idiots are not the most puzzling. What is really puzzling is the various doomsday sects that have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. These idiots think that human extinction is inevitable and is God's will. These people are looking forward to the extinction of humans day by day, so that they can enter that new world under the blessing of God, well, or some other weird things. These people are not popular at present, just because no one supports them. Whether it is superheroes, the government, or even the mainstream people, they all think these people are sick. If Carol appears, her brainless thoughts will spread, and she will immediately become the saint of these monsters. Then their influence will definitely expand exponentially. That's a disaster. The harm they bring to human society is much greater than that of a few criminals. Carol didn't expect Kai to be so unrefined, and hurriedly raised her hand to block Kai's slash. Bang! Lightning and colorful light flashed. The two were bounced away by the huge impact force, and the huge shock wave caused a huge dent in the sea out of thin air. A huge amount of seawater was repelled, immediately bringing huge waves to New York, the safe haven. Fortunately, they have Aquaman Arthur on their side, so they don't have to worry about bringing any harm to New York. Carol covered her arm and looked at Kai with a livid face. Her arm was cut. Her blood also flowed out. Her blood also emitted colorful light. Blood is not red. Sure enough, you are no longer an Earthling, Kai muttered as he watched this scene. In the comic setting, Carol has Kree DNA in her body. Kai said this, actually more to comfort himself. After all, killing a superhero from Earth would still be a little uncomfortable, but if the opponent is an alien, then there is no need to feel guilty. I am from Earth. Carol was very dissatisfied with Kai's repeated questioning of her origin. Kai was too lazy to talk nonsense with this idiot. It was a waste of saliva. Boom. What answered Carol was a beam of destruction. Carol was not to be outdone. Her hands gathered a lot of light, and then she emitted light waves like Ultraman. Boom. The two energy beams converged and directly caused a big explosion. Wow. It's so lively over there. Wade pulled his samurai sword out of the throat of a Skrull, put his hand on his forehead, and looked at the flashing light on the sea in the distance. Mr. Wilson. You should concentrate on our own battle. This way we can end it earlier and help Mr. Wayne. A golden lightning flashed, and the bodies of several Skrulls who were about to sneak attack Wade suddenly froze, and then fell softly to the ground. That was Barry the Flash. Just now, those Skrulls were punched countless times by Barry in a flash. Barry's punches plus the potential energy brought by the speed did not make these guys explode like inflated balloons at the first time. It was because Barry was restrained and tried his best to restrain his strength. Well, I don't really want to go. Wade pointed his finger at his mouth and said. Looking at Wade, who was maliciously cute, but actually not cute at all, Barry still asked humbly, why? Barry actually likes Wade very much. Because when Barry is in the Speed 4 state, his thinking speed also enters the speed state, which is very fast, so it is difficult for ordinary people to communicate with Barry normally in this state. Often when you talk about the front door, he is talking about the hips. Because when he is communicating with you, his thoughts have gone elsewhere. So Barry often has to slow himself down to communicate normally with others. But he doesn't need to do that with Wade. After all, most people can't keep up with this guy's thinking. The boss only said to pay the aliens. Is that woman an earthling? Wade was worried about this. Wade has always been very strict about money. Barry thought about it. It shouldn't be. After all, can the earthlings help the aliens to fight us? Wade thought about it. Still shook his head. No. So powerful, $10,000, it's too much of a loss. Barry shook his head and didn't continue to argue with him, but continued to fight. On the other side, Nick Fury had a problem. If he wanted to retreat, he could only go by sea. But, now Kai and Carol were fighting on the sea, which made him unable to leave for the time being. This made Nick Fury very anxious. If he left too late, he might not be able to leave. After all, Kai and the others would not show mercy to his men. In the end, Nick Fury had no choice but to make a call that he would never make unless he had no choice. It's me, I'm in New York, and I need your help. I'll be there right away. Less than 5 minutes after hanging up the phone, a man with very little hair came to Nick Fury's safe house. Phil Kelson, Nick Fury's trusted subordinate. Director, it's hard to say who Nick Fury trusts the most. It's probably that even he himself can't tell if he really trusts anyone. But if you ask who in the world trusts Nick Fury the most, it's definitely Phil. This guy has been following Nick Fury since he started working, and he is an absolute confidant. At this time, if there is anyone who will help Nick Fury, it can only be Phil. Seeing Nick Fury again, Phil didn't know what to say. Why are you hanging out with that Carol? How? I didn't know it would turn out like this. Nick Fury really felt that he was unlucky. He originally thought, it's okay, things have turned out like this. He must run away. At least when I knew her, she wasn't like this, missing the past. Phil believed it. To be honest, as a veteran agent, Phil is so easy to trust others, which is undoubtedly an unprofessional performance, but facing his old leader, Phil still chose to believe him. Because Nick Fury also trusts him. At this time, he dared to call him. What a great trust. So how do we end this now? The charges against you are getting more and more serious. Carol brought Nick Fury down from the sky, and then Carol started a war with the superheroes. This undoubtedly made Nick Fury's charges more solid. I don't know, Nick Fury was really helpless now. I need to leave New York immediately, otherwise if I'm caught by Kai and the others, I may not even have the chance to defend myself. Even if he wanted to overturn his conviction, he had to stay alive. He didn't quite believe that Kai and the others would let him live. Although Nick Fury never thought he had done anything wrong, Kai and the others obviously didn't think so. They hated him to death. Phil nodded, then hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm afraid you won't be able to contact me like this in the future. My leaving my post without permission this time will definitely arouse suspicion. Director Hill is now determined to catch you. Nick Fury was silent, and Phil was being polite. Now it's not just Hill, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., who want to catch him to wash away the stigma of S.H.I.E.L.D. I understand. If necessary, I will use another method. Come with me. Phil led Nick Fury to an alley where there was a manhole. Down there, a huge figure was waiting for Phil. Chew. The big guy was grabbing a scroll and eating it bite by bite. It was the Shark King Nanoi. Nanoi will take you away. Phil handed a set of diving equipment to Nick Fury. Chapter 1407 Phil's Choice. Nick Fury's eyebrows jumped. Looking at the Shark King in front of him who was chewing a human head, Nick Fury felt that being with him seemed to be at risk of becoming food at any time. Nick Fury certainly knew Nanai. In fact, after the original version of the Avengers plan was shattered, it was Nick Fury who readjusted the Avengers plan and formed the current Avengers team. Even the initial personnel were selected by Nick Fury himself. He was very familiar with Nanoi, but that kind of familiarity was familiarity in the documents and in the graphic reports, which was different from getting along with each other in reality. Are you sure, Chew? The Shark King obviously didn't pay attention to Nick Fury at all, and was still chewing the head in his hand. Although Nanai is a little simple and a little greedy, he is trustworthy. Phil actually knew what Nick Fury was worried about. After all, Nanai had no sense of good and evil, which was quite a headache. He viewed the world very simply: what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten. Everything can be covered by this formula. For example, Phil belongs to the category of what cannot be eaten because he is a friend. As for Nick Fury, that's not clear. But what can Phil do? It's precisely because Nanai has no sense of good and evil that only he can take on this task. If you try someone else, Nick Fury would have been killed long ago. Although there is only one good person in the Avengers, Arthur the Sea King, and the others are all scum, either killers who kill for money or simply antisocial murderers, but they all have a common identity. That is, Earthlings. No matter what, they can't get along with Nick Fury, a human traitor. Except Nanai. For Nanai, the biggest difference between humans and aliens may be a little different in taste. Human meat is more tender, while alien meat is more chewy. Humans are juicy, while aliens are a little dry. As for the others, I don't feel anything. This is also the reason why Phil chose Nanai. Because he doesn't care, or simply doesn't have this concept. Another thing is, he is easy to fool. Nick Fury swallowed his saliva. If it was on land, he would really be sure to escape from Nanai, but in the sea, there is no chance at all. Nanai, Phil saw Nick Fury like this, so he could only emphasize it to Nanai in front of him. Nanai lowered his head and looked at Phil, thinking that Phil was hungry. Friend. Nanai's. Chew it. Then he handed the skull that had been gnawed clean to Phil, and there was still a brain inside. That was Nanai's favorite part. Not only tasted good, but also rich in nutrition. He would only choose to share with his best friends. Thank you. I'm not hungry. Resisting the urge to vomit, Phil declined Nanai's kindness without changing his expression or heartbeat. I want to say, take this man out of New York, but don't eat him. He is my friend. Can you promise me? Nanai lowered his head and looked at Nick Fury. Phil had said this before, and Nanai still remembered it. Now Phil emphasized it again, so Nanai lowered his head and smelled Nick Fury. Nanai. Promise. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. But Nanai continued, Nanai, I don't like him. He doesn't taste good. I won't eat him. This made Nick Fury laugh and cry. Is that why you don't eat me? Moreover, he felt inexplicably unhappy. You discriminate against black people. He wanted to say it. But after thinking about it, he didn't do it. After all, the person opposite is a real minority group. There's only one in the world, which is much more precious than black people. Moreover, others probably don't care. If you really make him interested and take a bite, he can't bear it. So just shut up. Let's go, director. Phil waved his hand. Nick Fury glanced at Phil. He knew that this might be the last time he saw this subordinate. Phil smiled and said not to worry. Soon Nick Fury disappeared in the darkness of the sewer. From here, it takes about an hour to reach the estuary. Nanai used to live in the sewer. He often dived from the sea into the sewer to hunt humans, and then returned to the sea from the sewer. He is very familiar with the sewer. More importantly, in the dark, Nanai doesn't need to use his eyes to see. Phil left about half an hour later. When he walked outside, several cars had already parked there. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s car. A black man got off the car. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s new 8th-level agent, Alphonso Mackenzie. He was a newcomer specially recruited by Hill to solve the lack of talent within S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, he is not a newcomer. Alphonso Mackenzie was born in Austin, Texas. He was a liaison between the CIA and S.H.I.E.L.D., but due to some periods, he and the then director Nick Fury were at odds. As a result, he returned to the CIA. Later, Nick Fury rebelled and Hill was in power. So Alphonso Mackenzie, under Hill's persuasion and operation, joined S.H.I.E.L.D. full-time and spent a considerable amount of time as a senior liaison officer, specializing in the Avengers team. He was considered Phil's liaison. At the same time, he was an excellent mechanic and engineer. Behind him, there was a man and a woman. They were Lance Hunter and Barbara Morse. Lance Hunter, codenamed Mercenary. He is an extremely outstanding field agent. Before joining S.H.I.E.L.D., he was a decorated member of the Special Air Service. He was recruited by Hill. Barbara Morse, codenamed Bionic Bird, was once codenamed Agent 19 and was also Nick Fury's right-hand man. In addition, she and Lance Hunter were once husband and wife. Before that, Lance Hunter had never known that his wife was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, so they broke up. Unexpectedly, both of them are working for S.H.I.E.L.D. now. As an outstanding graduate of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, Barbara Morse has quite rich experience. She graduated from Georgia Institute of Technology and received a doctorate in biology. During high school, she worked with biology professor Wilma Calvin on a government-funded project. The purpose of this project was to develop super soldier serum. While employed by the government, Barbara's outstanding performance attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., and she was invited to receive spy training from S.H.I.E.L.D. As a gymnastics champion in high school, it is normal for Barbara to have superb physical skills and various spy skills. At the same time, she has been involved in the research of super soldier serum within S.H.I.E.L.D. Then, in an accident, she unexpectedly gained superpowers, thus gaining superpowers comparable to Captain America, enhanced self-healing, high jumping ability, high tolerance and flexibility. She is also S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret weapon. But after Nick Fury announced that he had become a traitor, she defected to Hill. Alfonso Mackenzie looked at Phil, who walked towards them calmly, and his face was not good. Alfonso didn't like Nick Fury because he felt that this person was too unscrupulous and there was no such thing as rules in his mind. But he still admired Phil. After all, Phil's affinity and ability to do things are outstanding. Especially his affinity, which is scarce in many agents. After all, agents cannot rely on force for everything, which is too inefficient. Similarly, Phil's love for S.H.I.E.L.D. and good character are also what Alfonso appreciates. Phil came in front of everyone, took out his pistol with a smile, turned off the safety, and handed the handle of the gun to Alfonso, along with his ID. Alfonso took the pistol. "Aren't you going to explain?" Alfonso asked. "No need, I did help Nick Fury. I know the consequences." Phil was very calm. S.H.I.E.L.D. has actually been paying attention to the naval shipyard and has deployed many agents around the naval shipyard. There is no way, with the rampage of the Skrulls. The Shadow Bureau and many similar agencies have been infiltrated, causing all to shut down. For a time, only S.H.I.E.L.D. was clean. This is ironic. This caused the US government to have to use S.H.I.E.L.D. again, which actually made S.H.I.E.L.D. recover a lot of blood. There is no way that many intelligence agencies are untrustworthy, and someone has to do things, right? What's more, someone has to do a lot of things, such as investigation and prevention, so S.H.I.E.L.D. was reused again. This can be regarded as Nick Fury's failure and success. But no matter what, there is still a thorn in the US government and S.H.I.E.L.D. That is Nick Fury. If SHIELD wants to take off again, it must solve this thorn. In this New York operation, Hill put Phil in an important position against all odds, which actually meant to train Phil. Hill also had high hopes for Phil. But his resume has always been a problem. This time is also a test. Unfortunately, Phil suddenly left his job at this important moment. Hill decisively sent other teams to search for Phil, and they found Nick Fury's safe house. At the same time, they also found from some traces that Nanui had disappeared. This is not a good phenomenon. Even if it is not Nick Fury, leaving his post without authorization during the mission is also a very serious disciplinary problem. Hill is also like Nick Fury. She has never put all her eggs in one basket. Otherwise, there would be no Alfonso. Alfonso is Hill's supplementary plan. Once Phil is not good enough, he will have to train Alfonso with all his strength. But there is a problem here. Alfonso is not a direct descendant of SHIELD. Others transferred from the military to the CIA, and then from the CIA to SHIELD. He has a natural disadvantage in this regard. No matter what organization it is made up of people. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. also recruits talents from everywhere, the main talent supply still relies on their own S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Since it is composed of people, there are naturally close and distant people. There is no way around it. Can everyone be selfless? It is human nature to form small circles. It cannot be changed. Everyone graduated from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, and most of the top leaders are from this background. Alfonso, a pure outsider, wants to establish prestige within S.H.I.E.L.D. How can those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with a good family background be convinced? This requires a lot of work to achieve. So Hill has always been more optimistic about Phil. There is no way. He has good relationships, excellent abilities, and a good family background. But Phil himself gave up. You should know the importance of Nick Fury to S.H.I.E.L.D. Why do you put his importance above the entire S.H.I.E.L.D.? Barbara, the bionic bird, was the most excited. She was once Nick Fury's favorite, but it does not mean that she is loyal to Nick Fury. She is loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, she has been there for so many years. The damage Nick Fury brought to S.H.I.E.L.D. made bionic bird sad the most. S.H.I.E.L.D., which was once so powerful, has now become like this. Nick Fury needs to take a lot of responsibility. I just think that justice is the most important. Phil did not feel guilty. I believe him. He can't betray humanity. That shouldn't be judged by you. You are an agent. You are not a judge, Barbara said angrily. This is the first lesson we learned in the academy. Have you forgotten? Agents follow orders. Right or wrong is never something that agents should consider. They are warriors. Phil was silent. According to the agent code, this is it. He made a mistake. So I take responsibility. Alfonso shook his head. He really couldn't understand Phil's behavior. It is estimated that Kai and Tony will open fire on our shield again. This time, we really let Nick Fury run away. Alfonso was more worried about the future. This is simply a disaster for S.H.I.E.L.D. This is my personal problem, and it has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil still cares about S.H.I.E.L.D. Alfonso glanced at Phil. Phil, you are also an old agent. Do you think it is possible? It was Director Hill who saved you against all odds, and it was she who withstood the pressure and gave you a chance. If you have problems on the scene, Director Hill will be the first to be blamed. And if Nick Fury escapes, everyone will doubt whether S.H.I.E.L.D. played a role in it. This is inevitable. S.H.I.E.L.D. must pay the price for this failure. Phil smiled bitterly. I know, of course he knew this, but he deliberately ignored it before. This is also the reason why Nick Fury thought he would never see Phil again. Such a big mess is not something Hill can handle. The best result for a Phil is to be thrown directly into an unknown prison of S.H.I.E.L.D. and rot in obscurity. The worst result. It is likely to be directly executed. Traitors are not welcome anywhere. Nick Fury knew this, but he still ran away. Director Hill has issued an order. You have been stripped of your leadership position in the Avengers team and are now in my custody. Phil was mentally prepared for this. Who will be in charge of the Avengers? Me. That's good, that's good. Phil also recognized Alfonso. After all, when S.H.I.E.L.D. was at its peak, it was rare to find someone who dared to confront Nick Fury. Maybe I can give you some advice. After all, the people in the team are special, Alfonso said helplessly. Don't you worry about yourself at all. This matter is so serious, but he is not panicking at all. I have been prepared for it. So let's talk about the Avengers. I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. Humph. Barbara, the bionic bird, really didn't know whether to be angry or touched. She could only snort coldly and turned around to lead people to the sewer. Although it is unlikely, if Nick Fury can be caught, then Phil can still be saved. Barbara and Phil are very familiar with each other. They are very good friends. Phil has to admit that he has almost no enemies in S.H.I.E.L.D. and everyone likes him. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Lance Hunter nodded to Phil and left with his ex-wife. He knew Phil, but he was not familiar with him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1408, 2000 words. I fell asleep in front of the computer. I will make up for it tomorrow. Please give me a monthly ticket. Time goes back to the battlefield. With the addition of the 3 female warriors, the battlefield began to be one-sided. The defeat of the Skrulls was inevitable. Roar, a Skrull Hulk fiercely hit Luke who was rushing over, and then shouted to his companions around him, retreat. Retreat to the city. Only by hiding in the crowd can we survive. Go. After that, the Skrull Hulk rushed towards the Earth superheroes. It seems that he intends to sacrifice himself to give his companions a glimmer of life. Although this behavior is worthy of praise no matter where it is placed, in fact, only he himself knows that he does not want to live, but he no longer has the courage to live. He has nothing, friends, family, and lovers are all gone. He doesn't know what the meaning of his survival is. Instead of living alone and fearfully, it is better to die here. At least if he dies here, he will no longer have to worry about lifelong regrets and annoyances, which is also a kind of relief. There are many Skrulls who think like him, but most of them choose to live in humiliation. After all, even ants live in humiliation, let alone humans. The Skrulls may have no future, but not everyone has the courage to do so. More Skrulls still choose to escape. They really can't beat them. However, they thought too much. Just when they were about to run out of the shipyard, Many SHIELD agents suddenly appeared between the buildings that had been cleared. Open fire. They are absolutely not allowed to enter the city, Alfonso ordered coldly. Soon a group of agents holding SHIELD special weapons suddenly opened fire. Speaking of which, SHIELD actually has a lot of good things. After all, they have been in the limelight for so many years, and they have been in charge of supernatural cases for decades. They have collected a lot of good things from all over the world. For example, the wreckage of the Kree warships. They even collected the bodies of the Kree. At the beginning, Clairvoyant Garrett wanted to rely on the potion made by the genetic factors of the Kree to prolong his life. Add some other messy things. They have a lot of good things in their hands. After all, regardless of his character, Nick Fury is definitely the best at swindling. He is like a hard-working hamster who takes everything into his arms. He is also very stingy and is not willing to share many things. According to him, it is to avoid affecting world peace. Well, he is right. But what about the fact that SHIELD has relied on those technologies to develop civilian technology over the years and made a lot of money? Do you really think that SHIELD relies entirely on government funding? If that were the case, SHIELD would not have been completely out of government control during Nick Fury's time. The most typical example is that SHIELD was once the second largest shareholder of SHIELD. And SHIELD has done so many things like this. They use the technology and privileges in their hands to invest in and control various companies around the world. Perhaps these companies are not as famous as the Stark Group, but when combined, the income that can be brought to SHIELD every year is also a huge number. Although SHIELD is in a miserable state now, it is not as miserable as the outside world speculates, relying on the small treasury that Nick Fury has bought for SHIELD. At most, its power is restricted. So SHIELD is still quite wealthy. This time, in order to get a good start in front of the White House and improve SHIELD's impression on the government side, SHIELD is also generous this time. I saw those SHIELD agents brought out a very large gun. This thing is almost the same size as a rocket launcher. It is actually difficult for one person to move it, so SHIELD agents specially formed a group of 4 to form a weapon team to use this weapon. One person is responsible for aiming and shooting, another person is responsible for carrying, and the other 2 are responsible for covering and carrying energy batteries. This weapon is the product of SHIELD's reverse engineering of the exclusive weapon of the Kree Empire's Star Troopers. The Kree Empire's Star Troopers belong to a special military organization in the Kree Empire that is different from the regular troops. Generally speaking, each Star Trooper is directly under the Kree Empire's judge. According to the classification on Earth, it belongs to the Special Forces among the Special Forces. Specially responsible for infiltrating behind enemy lines, decapitation operations, and special target destruction operations. They are often sent out by the Imperial Inquisitors to break the deadlock when the Kree Empire and the enemy are in a stalemate. They will be arranged to directly break into the enemy's planetary defenses, and then focus on destroying important enemy facilities, such as energy supply centers, command centers, and other special buildings. They will also assassinate high-ranking enemy personnel. Even when they are in the space station, they will even be sent out for boarding battles. Directly break into the interior of the enemy warship, carry out internal destruction, and even hold the entire warship hostage. You can imagine how advanced the equipment of this force is. It is precisely because the equipment that the Kree Empire gave to the Star Wars is too advanced that SHIELD's reverse engineering of these weapons has not been very smooth. After so many years, only this kind of 3-in-1 has been produced. But to be honest, this thing is really powerful. As the SHIELD agents opened fire, groups of blue energy balls shot out, and those Skrulls who were hit by that thing would be burned to ashes in an instant. The weapons of the Kree. They are the weapons of destruction of the Kree. Nick Fury, that bastard. He lied to us. The Skrulls who saw this scene screamed immediately. They have psychological trauma. When the Kree destroyed the Skrull Empire, these weapons left them with too many psychological traumas. It can even be said that this thing itself was invented because of the war between the two empires. War can sometimes be a catalyst for civilization. In order to completely defeat the Skrulls, the Kree developed rapidly under the leadership of the Supreme Wisdom. It can be said that in the war between the two empires, strategies are actually not very useful. After all, the universe is so big and open, and no matter how powerful the strategy is, it will not have much effect. Although it is possible to win locally, in the final analysis, the war between the two interstellar empires still depends on the space naval battle. In a large-scale space naval battle, technology is the biggest influencing factor. Whose weapons are more powerful and whose warships are more powerful are the source of all this. Everything else is icing on the cake. In a sense, it is because of the Skrulls that the Kree has the strength it has today. These weapons of destruction were developed specifically for the Skrulls, and they are the most lethal to the Skrulls. However, it was later discovered that this thing is also very powerful against other races, so it was retained. In short, the Skrulls had no way to deal with the special weapon in their heyday, let alone now. The same is true for those Super Skrulls. As long as they are shot, they will still die. Once the Skrulls learned that S.H.I.E.L.D. had obtained the Kree technology, they kept asking Nick Fury not to study those weapons. The reasons were naturally all kinds of high-sounding. But in the final analysis, they were still afraid. They didn't want to escape the pursuit of the Kree and end up being enslaved by the Earthlings. After many persuasions, Nick Fury reluctantly agreed. Of course, various requirements were also put forward. The Skrulls also agreed, and the two reached an agreement. But unexpectedly, Nick Fury deceived them. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has never used these weapons, they have not given up research. Nick Fury, what should I say? It should be said that it is not surprising at all. He can do such a thing. The Skrulls are in dire straits. Chapter 1409 First Update. On the other side, however, Kai's life was not easy. He was beaten badly. That's right. This was the first time Kai was beaten so badly since his debut. Ahem, Kai coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood in hatred, his eyes full of murderous intent. Damn, he suffered a big loss. However, Carol on the opposite side did not put all her thoughts on Kai. She was still concerned about those Skrulls. The Skrulls were the abandoned children of the universe. They had a glorious past, experienced massacres, and experienced countless persecutions, but they were still indomitable and desperately defended their civilization. They were smart, hard-working, and capable. They are one of the best races. They just want a place to stay. What's wrong with that? Why can't they be treated with tolerance? Even if it's compensation, they should be forgiven. Fuck, I didn't intend to satirize anyone, but the more I write, the more it looks like they shouldn't suffer anymore. But now, these Earthlings, her compatriots, but they are arrogant and cruel to these poor Skrulls. This can't be done. This is wrong, Tui. Kai opened the destroyer's armor and spat out a mouthful of blood. No need to look, those Skrulls are almost all dead. Carol was extremely sad, she could see it too. She just couldn't understand. Why? Why are you so cruel? They are already miserable, why don't you even give them a chance to live? Carol's eyes were red and she asked with a sob. Kai was a little speechless. Why are you crying? I'm protecting the Earth, but I didn't even cry when I was beaten up by a superhero from the Earth. Why? Kai said, I want to ask why. Why would you betray your own homeland for those Skrulls? What benefits have they given you? They are invaders. If it weren't for us, the Earth would have become their colony, and those ordinary people protected by us would have become slaves of the Skrulls. Do you understand what they are planning to do? They plan to exploit the resources of the Earth to provide power for their revenge. They just can't survive. Bullshit. They lived well before they rebelled. Nick Fury drew a lot of resources from all over the world to support them. How could they not survive? Moreover, they can't survive, so they need us Earthlings to support them? Why? Does their suffering have anything to do with Earthlings? Kai's narrow-minded and patternless speech naturally attracted Carol's rebuttal. But those words were not nutritious at all meaningless big talk, such as they were so pitiful and should be treated with some preferential treatment, and for example, they had all failed, as Earthlings, why couldn't they be more generous? Besides, what if they succeed? As long as I come back, everything will return to the starting point. This was Carol's last sentence. But Kai was angry and asked back, what about the ordinary people who died because of this and the superheroes who resisted? Do they deserve to die? I will avenge them, Carol said very confidently. Revenge? Kai was speechless. Let's not talk about why you must let the Skrulls succeed before you come to clean up the mess. Just one thing, how to revenge, like now, let them go. Why do you always think about killing? Killing can't solve any problems. Carol felt that the man in front of him was simply unreasonable. Why must you choose such a terrible way? Wouldn't it be better if everyone lived in peace? Killing can't solve problems, Kai agreed with his point. If everything can be solved by killing, it would be simple, but killing can solve the people who create problems. Forget it. Kai is completely tired and can't say anything. This man is crazy. Forget it, Language is such a pale power, meaningless. Let's use force to decide everything. Although the Skrulls are almost dead, at least we have to prove who is right and who is wrong between us. What should we do if language can't solve the problem? Of course, fists. Don't think it's vulgar. In fact, most of the problems in the world are solved this way. If you can't stop blasting each other, just use bricks. If bricks are not enough, just fight. The person who stands at the end is right. Everything in the world is actually very simple in the final analysis. Nothing is new about what happens in the world. They have happened countless times, and their ends are basically ended in the most primitive and effective way. As Kai's voice fell, a few light spots suddenly appeared in the sky, and these light spots gradually increased. The last one, like someone who walked out of a myth, actually walked out of the glory. Lion helmet, full of golden armor, the wings of light feathers behind him gently flapped, countless golden light spots fell from the wings of light feathers, and then disappeared in the air. This is not the end. After the Night King appeared, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the sea. Then the cloak behind the black shadow suddenly unfolded, like a huge bat, stretching across the air. He was dressed in black, wrapped tightly, with a bat logo printed on his chest. Only the position of the eyes on the helmet flashed a cold blue light. Batman. At this moment, everyone was boiling. The strongest superhero combination on the Earth finally appeared. I don't know when everyone formed a CP of Batman and the Night King. Originally, this was only popular in a very niche circle, but I don't know when it suddenly became popular on the entire network. People call them the Night Twins. Night King, needless to say. He is called the Night of God, and all the glorious adjectives cannot accurately describe him. Batman, on the other hand, is called the Knight of the Night. He is always in the dark, just like Batman, wandering in the dark night, solving one threat after another for mankind. Although this thing has no basis at all, Batman actually does not exist most of the time, and Kai often forgets to let this vest come out to move. But many people think that the reason why he doesn't appear in front of people is because he is fighting against enemies in secret for the safety of the world. It's okay for ordinary people, but the key is that many superheroes also believe it. In short, people think that Batman is the patron saint who allows humans to sleep peacefully at night. He is the Dark Knight. One black and one white, so symmetrical. It would be a waste not to form a CP. Symmetry is the end of mankind. Carol was a little surprised by the sudden appearance of two strangers. Of course, that's all. She didn't know them. You can't blame her, she is just a country bumpkin who left her hometown and drifted in the universe. Chapter 1410 Second Update. Who are you? Night King and Batman were fooled. Because of their popularity, few people would ask such questions. Well, in fact, no one would ask this question at all. But fortunately, no matter whether it is Night King or Batman, their status is so high that they would never respond to such words. It's different for others. Night King. It's Night King. Parker looked at the brilliant man in the sky and jumped up and down excitedly on the Stark building. He was so excited that he made others a little confused. Why are you so excited? Are you from the Night King faction? Peter immediately looked at Parker with the eyes of a class enemy. Parker blushed, and although he was a little embarrassed, he still said bravely, "Yes, I am from the Night King faction. Night King is awesome. I don't know where this daily life word came from. You lied to us. When you talked to us about Batman before, you always looked like you knew a lot. Could it be that you're a spy? Trying to break into our Batman club and sabotage it?" "No. I like Batman too," Parker explained quickly. "This is a very serious crime in the fan circle. Once it is exposed, you will be expelled from the fan circle." Bruce on the side looked at the young people arguing about these things with a subtle expression. "This world is really wonderful. Compared with my own world, this world is not much safer. It's either aliens or big monsters. It should be the same as my own world, lacking hope, depressed and gloomy. But the fact is the opposite. The people in this world are very positive. It seems that no matter what they face, they can bravely get through it. It hasn't been long since the Titan War, and the world has resumed operation, and everyone is still optimistic. It's not heartless. Instead, everyone seems to think that no matter what difficulties they encounter, they can get through it. This inexplicable self-confidence is very inexplicable. Really. Bruce has been using the resources of the Stark Group to continuously collect information about this world for research. Although he is about to leave this world, the two worlds are different, And the differences are worth studying. Although Bruce is not a sociologist, he has his own set of views on the world. He wants to learn from this world and see if he can make some changes in his world. The most important thing is that he hopes to truly save Gotham. So he tried to analyze the differences between the two worlds from a social perspective. He found that the biggest difference between the two worlds is that this world is more positive. No matter what disaster they encounter, they will always be positive, unlike their own world, which is always filled with a breath of despair, as if it is always rainy and there is no sunshine. DC movies always like to go for a cold style, even the pictures and light are like this, lacking color, so he was particularly curious to see what was going on. After all, the disasters in this world are really no less than those in his world, or even more. At least his world will not have a major event that may destroy the world every year. But after studying it over and over again, he found that, it seems that there is no difference. The government is still deceitful and the media is full of lies. There is no less sin. There is unrest everywhere. The gap between the rich and the poor is not small. Why is that? Later, he noticed superheroes. The superheroes in this world seem to be very active. And the relationship between the government and superheroes is not as tense as theirs. Kai, the superhero, actually works in the New York Police Department. Tony Stark is the world's richest man, and the whole world knows him as Iron Man. New York's superheroes and police have formed a symbiotic relationship. Many things that the police can't solve will be solved by superheroes very tacitly, and the police are not just for show. On the contrary, the role of the police is very obvious. At least New Yorkers are very satisfied with their police. After all, the New York police are the only police on this planet who dare to confront aliens. In the past few years, the New York police have faced the dilemma of not being able to recruit people, but now many outstanding young people are willing to join the New York Police Department. Not only because the salaries of New York police have increased year by year after the invasion of the Chitauri, but the wealthy class in New York has also organized a fund to give them benefits. This was started by the Stark Group and the Wayne Group, which led to the New York police being very biased towards these two groups, and other wealthy groups in New York City also followed suit. Because of Kai's relationship, those people did not ask for the same treatment as the Stark Group and the Wayne Group, but at least they could not fall behind too much, so they donated generously, which led to very good welfare for the New York police, also because the social honor of the New York police itself is very good. Because they dare to fight and fight, the New York police are no longer the violent organization that serves the rich and oppresses the poor in the eyes of New York citizens. The sense of honor is sometimes really nothing, especially in capitalist society, where it is sold by pound. For example, those who start a war can actually get a peace prize. What is this thing? A few dollars per pound is too expensive. But sometimes it is very precious. This is in terms of identity. The more people identify with it, the stronger the sense of honor. It just so happens that the New York police are recognized by more and more people because of Kai's existence. Naturally, the New York police themselves also began to pay attention to these identities and began to automatically maintain their honor. They really began to transform into the kind of police that Kai expected. They are no longer just a profession to make a living, but also have a sense of honor in defending New York. This honor, coupled with excellent salary and benefits, begin to absorb a large number of outstanding young people of appropriate age in society. This has led to the New York Police Department having to adopt a selection system to recruit new members in recent years. There are too many people who cannot sign up, and the New York Police Department cannot accept everyone as before. Instead, it began to be picky and select carefully. It even began to streamline internally, and some police officers who do not meet the requirements will be retired, dismissed or transferred to unimportant positions. In short, New York police officers who go out must be elites. This further strengthens the business capabilities and image of the New York police, and in turn attracts more outstanding talents. In short, a virtuous circle has been achieved. These are all changes brought about by superheroes. Do I have to make my identity public? Bruce thought. But thinking about the bottom line of the villains in their world, he dared not. Yes, Bruce dared not. Compared with the tolerance of this world towards superheroes, his hometown's attitude towards superheroes can be described in one word: hard to say. When they are needed, they are naturally called upon. But once they are no longer needed, they are afraid of showing too much respect even to Batman. This is very difficult to deal with. Should we have a good relationship with the government? Maybe this is a way. He has money, and he can follow Harvey Dent's path. Although Harvey Dent failed. But that was just an isolated case. He once wanted to make Harvey Dent the bright knight of Gotham, let him fight criminals openly and make everything change, so that Batman would not need to exist, and he could retire. But, the Joker ruined it all. He blew up Harvey's girlfriend, who was also Bruce's childhood sweetheart and secret crush. He also set up a fatal joke. It led to Harvey's depravity. Maybe he should be more tolerant of humanity. After all, the Joker is dead. But the object needs to be carefully selected. Maybe I can train one myself. Who is better? Gordon? No, Gordon is not good. He is too old and not suitable for playing politics. Then who among the people I trust is suitable? Bruce immediately thought of someone. Dick Grayson. Nightwing. Dick Grayson was originally an 8-year-old circus acrobat, the youngest member of the trapeze family Flying Grayson, the son of John Grayson and Mary Grayson. He enjoyed a great reputation in the Gotham City circus and was the most watched trapeze artist in the area. Because the local gangsters were refused to extort protection money from the circus director, they poured acid on the ropes used for trapeze performances. During the performance, the rope broke before Dick jumped on it, and John and Mary, who were unaware of it, fell in front of Dick and died. Dick became an orphan. Bruce was there at the time. Bruce saw Dick's tragic experience and remembered his past, so he adopted him. Later, Dick accidentally discovered Bruce's true identity. After serving, Bruce began to train and cultivate Dick, and the two had a relationship of father, teacher and friend. Dick and Bruce were both orphans, but his personality was not so dark. He had the vitality and vigor of young people, and he regarded fighting crime as an exciting game. He also likes to tell jokes to Batman, diluting the silence and seriousness in the plot. But unfortunately, it is precisely because of Dick's optimism that he and Bruce drift apart. Bruce is a pessimist, but Dick is not. They have very different views. Finally, Dick, who grew up, couldn't stand Bruce's overly cumbersome constraints and discipline, so he chose to be independent and got a new identity, Nightwing, doing justice alone and continuing to fight crime. But to be honest, Dick is very suitable to be a political star. First of all, Dick is handsome, very sunny and very popular. Secondly, he has a good personality, not only optimistic, but also tenacious. The only disadvantage is that he is too jumpy, which is not a good personality for people who have been walking on the edge of danger for a long time. But if he takes the political path, it is not a big problem. Maybe he can be trained? But how to make Dick agree? Dick has his own city after all. Yes, Dick is not in Gotham, but in Bloodhaven, not far from Gotham. He can't give up his city, just like Bruce can't give up Gotham. While Bruce was daydreaming, the little spiders were still arguing. Don't you think the Night King's armor is cool? Parker was preaching. It is very cool, Peter nodded. Although he was a Batman fan, he would not belittle other superheroes. He was not a fan of Batman. Although he loved Batman the most, he also admired other superheroes. You admit it, right? The Night King is the most handsome. Parker was obviously excited. Peter was about to nod, but immediately reacted, no, do you want to hear what you have to say? Batman is the most handsome, no rebuttal. Well, although he is not a fan of Batman, he can't stand it when it comes to the word most handsome. Really stupid. Emma held a big book and rolled her eyes at the boys. Too noisy. Emma and little Bernard were also put in Stark Tower by Kai for safety. Although there are Alfred and Merlin at home, to be honest, they may not be the opponent of the Skrulls, and if it is a super Skrull, there is no chance. Hey, Emma, who do you think is the most handsome? Although Bernardo was not yet at the stage of chasing stars, he wanted to join in after hearing what the little spiders were saying. Hulk, to Teresa and Keith on the side suddenly shouted in unison. The two looked at each other and high-fived. We are really good sisters. Emma had a foxy face. She really couldn't accept her sister's aesthetics. Huh? Peter and Parker turned their heads to look at the two bad girls, as if insulted. Do you know what you are talking about? Hulk? That big green guy? How handsome is that? Tisk. Keith shook her long blue braid and said disdainfully, childish. A real hero should be like Hulk. That's called power. After saying that, Keith looked at her good sister Liz, who had always been very embarrassed. Now she has a code name, Nightingale. Although it was a bit forced, Liz did start to enjoy the fun of chivalry. That's why Kai was worried about these little guys, so he drove them to Stark Tower and asked Bruce and Pepper to watch them and not let them run around. Liz looked at Peter evasively, and then said awkwardly, "I prefer the three Chicago women." Peter and Parker looked subtle. Well, they also like the three Chicago women. Ahem, boys, understand. But you can't say it, at least not in front of girls. Little Bernard still remembered his original question. "Hey, Emma, who do you like the most?" Emma looked at Bernard a little impatiently. If it wasn't for someone else, Emma would have used her power long ago. So troublesome. Emma. Answer me." Looking at Bernard's pure eyes, Emma finally pretended to be impatient and said, "Kai." Teresa and Keith looked at Emma with wide eyes as if they had discovered a new world. "What? Emma? Are you sick? You actually like that old man, so, what kind of image does Kai have in their eyes?" Emma looked at the two guys unhappily, not knowing whether it was because she was questioned or because Kai was said that way. However, at this time, Emma actually received unexpected support. Emma. Me too. I like Wayne Dad too. Wayne Dad is so handsome. Why does Teresa hate Dad so much? If Kai was here, he would definitely cry out loud. A little cotton padded jacket. An absolute little cotton padded jacket. Dad did not love the wrong person. Unlike Teresa and Keith, the two potatoes, who were so good to them, they actually said that he was an old man. It's just that he disagreed with their aesthetics and nagged a little. So what? Teresa was a little embarrassed. Anyway, Kai was also her dad. Although Teresa had never called him that. Only Emma and Bernard called him that. But he was not really annoying. No way, in fact, Teresa really didn't hate Kai, she even liked him very much, but girls of this age had to save face. Look. The fight has started. Chapter 1411, The Earth is Sick. Carol felt a sudden palpitation in her heart when she faced the two strangers who suddenly appeared. It was as if she was being stared at by some kind of beast, and she would be bitten by the neck and killed at any time. This was the first time she felt this way. She didn't feel this way when she was attacked by the Kree and the plane crashed, and she was closest to death. "Who are you?" Carol asked again, but this time she was much more cautious. However, the other party still ignored her. Kai didn't say anything either. It was just them here, no need to pretend, no need to say anything. In fact, every time Kai talked to himself, he felt very ashamed, and of course he was secretly happy. I don't know if this is also the case for actors. Crack! A flash of lightning flashed, and it was Kai who took the lead. Facing this unreasonable attack, Carol was very angry. Who would fight without saying anything, and it was a siege? Carol just used her arm to block Kai's axe, and then she thought of this. Siege. She immediately looked at the two newcomers. She found that the black guy was gone. Not good. Then she saw a black shadow silently appearing behind her from the corner of her eyes. Then she felt a sharp pain in her waist. Turning her head, she saw that the dark guy had punched her in the waist. This kind of severe pain is hard to describe. To be specific, it was like when she was 13 years old and jumped from a bridge with a height of more than 10 meters into the river to make a bet with someone. That time, she didn't grasp the angle of entering the water well, causing her whole body to almost fall into the water. That time, she fainted directly and almost couldn't wake up. It was also from that time that her father thought she was too wild and hoped that she could be like a real girl instead of being competitive like boys. She remembered that experience very clearly because it was too painful. She got through it with the pain. She could clearly feel the severe pain and the feeling of suffocation in the water. And it was also because of this accident that she almost failed to enter the Air Force. Because when she was taking the Air Force exam, she realized that people with broken bones could not become pilots. Fortunately, she didn't have any broken bones. This time the pain was more than 10 times that of the last time. And this kind of pain was something she hadn't felt for many years. After all, she hadn't felt pain for many years since she got this superpower in a muddle. By the way, the setting of her superpowers in the movie is actually quite reasonable, but it's outrageous in the comics. Just because she has the genetic factors of the Kree, she has such strong superpowers. The Kree must be in heaven. Her abilities come from two aspects. One aspect is the genes of the Kree. It is also because of this that she can accept the energy of the cosmic gems, which is the second aspect of her ability. The unexpectedness is very large, but the ability it brings is very powerful. As a result, Carol has hardly been injured in the true sense for so many years. But this time is different. She felt that her energy was completely unable to protect herself. The white light in Batman's hand was like a bubble, and it exploded with a pop. Then a huge force exploded directly between them. Carol was thrown directly into the air by this force. That was the power of vibration. To be honest, Kai always felt that the strongest ability he had obtained was the clone. But the most offensive ability is vibration. Kai has never paid much attention to this superpower. After all, generally speaking, he doesn't need it. Until now, he found that this thing is really useful. For those turtle shells that are so hard to death, there is no better superpower than this ability. Cough. Carol spit out a mouthful of blood. Just when she adjusted her body and was about to give the black guy a little color, a ray of light had appeared above her head. A spiral spear, stabbed down fiercely. The spear didn't look suitable for fighting at all. The spearhead was very large and had a spiral. If this thing could stab someone, how stupid would that person be? But Carol just watched the white spiral gun getting bigger and bigger in her field of vision. Countless white air currents flowed on the gun body, as if a huge drill appeared out of thin air. Countless people saw this scene and suddenly began to be moved. Especially men. Peter, Parker and Benjamin, the three little spiders, looked at the drill that broke through the sky and burst into tears. Drill. That's the romance of men. Even Bruce stared at the drill closely, with a touch of emotion in his eyes. A group of girls on the side couldn't understand it at all. What's wrong with them? Little Bernard asked weakly, not daring to disturb them at all, feeling that if he disturbed them at this time, something terrible would happen. I don't know. Even Keith, who is usually the boldest, didn't dare to be presumptuous at this time. At this moment, the white spiral drill fell. It suddenly shrank, became smaller, and then shot out violently. A ray of light stretched the ground and occupied everyone's vision. When the light faded, Carol had lost her trace, and a big hole appeared in the original ocean under her. The seawater revolved around this big hole, and looking down along the big hole on the sea surface, a deep, conical pit was dug out on the seabed by this blow. Boom. When the force that maintained the rotation of the seawater disappeared, a large amount of seawater immediately gathered under the influence of gravity. The huge impact caused the seawater to spray hundreds of meters high. Heavy rain fell. The seawater exploded in the air, and then turned into water droplets and fell, forming a heavy rain. Then, with a big hole as the center, the huge potential energy caused a tsunami. Fuck. Why am I so busy? Arthur, the Sea King, complained while running to the beach, raised the golden Neptune trident and stabbed it into the seawater fiercely. A huge water wall made of seawater blocked the surging waves. Boom. Arthur was supposed to fight the Skrulls on the battlefield, but as Kai took Carol to move the battlefield, Hill, who had been commanding in the rear, immediately asked Arthur to go to support. Not to support Kai, but to give priority to defending New York from the aftermath of the battle. The result has proved that Hill's order was very wise. But in this way, Arthur became a firefighting teammate. What's more, perhaps it was because Arthur did a great job that many brave New Yorkers actually ran to the beach to watch the live broadcast. These Arthurs couldn't leave anymore. The sight returned to the battlefield again. Carol was not dead. Of course. If Carol was so easy to deal with, Kai wouldn't have needed to summon his clone. At this time, Carol had already appeared in the air thousands of meters away from the three people. She hugged her arms and looked at the Night King in shock. There was a large half-moon-shaped gap on her left arm. The flesh and blood at the gap were deeply torn apart, and her blood was spilling along the wound. Although the previous blow could not kill her, it gave her a great threat. She knew that the man could kill herself. The Earth was not the backward and ignorant low-level civilization she thought it was. There were people here who could threaten her. This forced Carol's inexplicable arrogance to be restrained. Who are you? She asked this question for the third time. Why do you want to help this executioner? Kai and the other two still didn't say anything, but just looked at her coldly. The cold eyes made Carol feel cold all over. It shouldn't be like this. Why haven't humans learned the noble spirit until now? Love and peace are the truth. Why can they be so cold? Why don't you speak up? You obviously have the ability to stop all this. Why don't you stand up? If you show up, those Skrulls will never dare to do such an excessive thing. Kai's eyes moved. It's not that he has some realization, but the behavior of the Skrulls can only be called excessive? Where the hell is this ass crooked? Originally, he thought that this woman's double standards were already excessive, but he didn't expect that she could always surprise Kai that her bottom line would be lower. Carol's logic at this time was very simple. If the Night King had appeared in front of the Skrulls and demonstrated his power, how could the Skrulls rebel? They are not stupid. But the Night King did not stop it, but watched it all happen. How cruel is this? Until now, he has no intention of stopping humans from slaughtering the Skrulls. It's even more hateful. So Carol asked with confidence. The Night King was a little angry, or it was Kai who was angry. He had already made up his mind to ignore her, but this woman had this ability to disgust you to death. So Kai couldn't help but say in the identity of the Night King, "This woman, has it always been like this?" Batman was speechless. Kai thought about it for a while, thinking about what to say, but he immediately thought of something, so he nodded and shook his head. "Before, I just thought she was not smart and couldn't see her position clearly. Now it seems that I overestimated her. This person, how to say it? She is no longer an Earthling. Well, this is a fair evaluation." At this moment, Kai almost figured out the truth of the matter. That is, he seemed to have paid the wrong favor. This is just like in reality, everyone is angry about some remarks made by Chinese Americans, and even very disgusted. But in fact, there is no need to. You are angry because you think they are in the same group with you. In fact, there is no need to. You have to understand one fact, that is, he is not actually Chinese, they are just Americans who look like Chinese. The focus should be on Americans. You are a Chinese, but you ask an American to understand China. This is indeed a bit difficult. If China and the United States go to war, others will have to join the army to protect the United States. They will not be biased towards you, China. If you think about it this way, you will feel better. Of course, when you see a guy who looks exactly like you and is of the same origin and race talking nonsense about his own country, everyone will be angry. But there is no need to be so angry. Kai is in this state now. He is angry, but not as angry as before. She is an alien standing on the side of the Skrulls, and no matter what they say, she can understand. After all, they are in the same group. "I think I understand," the Night King nodded. Kai felt ashamed. It's all this woman's fault. Sure enough, no matter how he persuaded himself, he still hated her. There is no way, he is such a man. "What are you talking about? Didn't you hear me? Stop this evil behavior." Right now, Carol was furious. She even heard the Skrull's last desperate cry. However, the answer to her was the strange spear in the Night King's hand. A spiral airflow shot out again. Carol dodged the attack anxiously and angrily. She was just about to warn the other party not to make the same mistake again. But the next second, the black guy suddenly appeared again. The difference is that he has a golden trident in his hand. Poseidon's trident. The real trident of Poseidon. White light and lightning flashed on the trident. Carol immediately felt the threat and she subconsciously dodged. But this time, a huge gap was left behind her. Carol heard the sound of thunder behind her. She tried hard to turn around. But it was too late. As a last resort, she could only gather her energy. The strong light appeared again. The lightning and the colorful light gathered together, and then exploded. Kai was thrown directly. And Carol was shot down hard, smashing into the sea like a meteor. Boom. The huge splash of water can be seen even by people far away in New York. Oh 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 oh. Countless New Yorkers cheered. Isn't it worth cheering for heroes to defeat evil? People's emotions are sometimes so simple. But the next second, Carol rushed out of the sea. She coughed a few times to cough out the seawater and mud in her mouth. Then her keen senses heard the cheers in New York City that had not yet subsided, followed by angry curses. "This bad guy, he's not dead yet, damn the alien invaders, hey. Why do we always encounter such guys on Earth? Isn't it good for them to stay in their own world? Why do they come to invade us, bad guys? If you can understand her, aren't you also a bad guy? Come on Batman. Come on Night King. Come on Kai. Defeat the bad guys. Just like you did before, come on, go to hell. Bastard. Go back to your alien planet." Countless curses spread throughout the city as she appeared again. People who can see the seaside appeared on the streets, beaches, docks, windows of high-rise buildings and rooftops, while New Yorkers who can't see the seaside tried their best to support their superheroes in front of the screen of the brave TV reporter. They must win. This discovery made Carol's face turn pale. Why is it like this? This is wrong. They are committing genocide. Can't you see? Can't you see that the Skrulls are being slaughtered? Can't you see that this once glorious civilization is about to be completely destroyed? Where is your love? Where is your justice? Why is it like this? What happened to this world? She remembered very clearly that when she left the Earth, the people on Earth had begun to awaken. They began to work on racial equality, to maintain peace, and turn the war. Why? After so many years since she left the Earth, not only has mankind not made any progress, but it has become more and more backward and ignorant? This is not right. Carol muttered to herself. Kai frowned. What is this woman doing? This is not right. Carol raised her head suddenly, and her momentum soared again. What are you talking about? Kai couldn't help it again. What happened to this woman? Why does it feel like her temperament has changed? The Earth is sick, Carol said so. Huh? Kai really spoke subconsciously this time. After all, how did this kind of violent theory come about? What else happened? Did I miss something? No, weren't we fighting just now? Why did he feel like he had suddenly been offline for an episode? Could it be that she had just finished a whole episode of flashbacks at the bottom of the sea? The Earth is sick. Chapter 1412 Completely Crazy. The three looked at Carol with cautious eyes. It was not because what she said made sense. In fact, Kai did not understand what she was saying at all. What does it mean that the Earth is sick? It just feels that this person seems to have some mental problems. It is not surprising that she will do anything if she is mentally ill. God knows what kind of crazy things she will do, so we must treat it with caution. Carol raised her head, her eyes were a little red. The Earth is sick. Carol thought of the difference between the Earth before she left and the Earth now. Before she left, the Earth was moving towards civilization, began to abandon racial discrimination, began to oppose war, and began to accept diversity. She thought that the Earth would get better and better. But now, listen to the stupid and fanatical shouts of those people. They have become cold-blooded and ruthless. Not only have they not made progress, but they have become more ignorant. Why is this? Then Carol heard the names of those superheroes from the cheers. It's them. The Earth is because of them. They have made mankind regress. They have become an obstacle to human progress. Otherwise, humans wouldn't be so cruel, so ignorant, and so ignorant of the truth of love and tolerance. So, it's all because of you. The Earth is sick. Carol came to this conclusion easily. Although her mental journey is completely out of normal logic, a case of cerebral palsy in half a century will never keep up with her thoughts. Although I don't understand what she is talking about, there is one thing Kai can be sure of. She wants to fuck him. Although it is also a verb, it is the same as the wording, fuck. It seems that that is the correct answer. Oh, forget it, she wants to kill him. Kai is very sure of this. Only by eliminating you can the Earth become better. As Carol's perception, the screams of the last scroll disappeared, and Carol's mentality completely exploded. Perhaps the gap is too big. She thought she was a hero, and when she returned to Earth, she would respond to her call, and everyone would listen to her. She has seen the vastness of the universe, experienced countless battles, and saved countless civilizations. She is worshipped as a god in the universe. She thought that she would get the same treatment on Earth. It was this mentality that made her decide to stop the war between the Skrulls and humans without consulting anyone. It was also because of this superiority that she decided to let the Skrulls stay on Earth without consulting anyone. In short, in her opinion, the Earth is still too backward, and all the decisions she made are good and correct. She is for the good of the Earthlings. As for the Earthlings opposing her, before this, she had never thought of this possibility. I once saved you. You are backward. I am advanced. You should listen to me. Again, I am doing this for your own good. As for not understanding, why don't you understand? Why don't you understand? Love and peace, do you understand? What? I don't understand. Then you must be wrong. It's like an American ran to a primitive tribe in Africa and pointed fingers at everything in other tribes, thinking that this is a gift from civilization to the primitive. Like Carol, those self-righteous white people have never considered that others live well in this land. It is you inexplicable white people who make Africa full of killing and riots. What will happen if the black people in the primitive tribes resist civilization and drive away those self-righteous white people? Look at Carol, that's about it. They will be furious and think that these primitive people are ignorant, and they will even resort to force, use the power of civilization, and ignite the fire of civilization. Yes, burn those ignorant primitive people to death. This is what Carol means now. In her opinion, ordinary Earthlings are easily bewitched because they have no knowledge. Then who is bewitching them? Who else can it be? Of course, these superheroes. In the era without superheroes, she had the impression that the earth was so beautiful. Look at it now. Ignorance, cruelty, narrow-mindedness, and fanaticism. This makes her so sad, and she is determined to change all this. Just like the Americans always say that they want to bring sesame oil to other countries, but they never care whether others accept it or not. In short, they are happy enough. Carol is the same. She thinks that she brings the fire of civilization. But sister, this fire burns others. Boom. This time, Carol did not give Kai and the other two a chance to attack first. She went straight into supersonic speed, leaving a sonic boom in her place, and suddenly rushed in front of Kai. She hated this guy the most now. Wouldn't it be better for him to confess his guilt and accept the trial? It was all because of him. As for Kai leading the Earth to fight against the invasion. Sorry, Carol didn't think it was an invasion at all. At most, it was a friction caused by the Skrulls' impulsiveness because of their miserable lives. Isn't it enough to reason with them? Is it necessary to kill people so cruelly? Kai only had time to raise his arm, and then felt a pain in his chest, and then his body flew out uncontrollably. However, at this moment, the Night King moved, the holy spear reversed, and stabbed out fiercely. Carol raised her hands. She clamped the holy spear with both hands. Countless air currents rotated rapidly along the spiral of the holy spear, and those white air currents were like a chainsaw, cutting Carol's body crazily. Carol gathered more energy and wanted to block the holy spear. Countless sparks burst between Carol's arm and the holy spear. Ah! Carol roared. The energy in her body surged, and finally, boom! With a roar, the airflow was broken up, and Carol clamped the holy lance. But what followed was that the surging power behind her kept provoking Carol's nerves. Batman appeared behind Carol again without anyone noticing. Carol's eyelids jumped. How did he do it? Carol had been observing Batman, but she didn't know when he disappeared from her perception, and then appeared behind her inexplicably. She didn't notice it at all. I saw a white glimmer on Batman's trident, forming a bubble-like light group gathered on the trident's halberd. Carol was just about to dodge. But the holy lance on her arm suddenly formed a huge pressure again, causing her body to freeze. Too late. Carol secretly cried out that it was not good, and simply gathered all her energy again. Intended to take Batman's attack again. Batman did not waste the opportunity created by the Night King. The trident hit her head hard. Pop! There was a light sound of bubbles bursting. Then there was a sound of something breaking. Crack! Then a crack appeared where the trident touched Carol's head, and began to spread rapidly. The air cracked. In the eyes of the people watching the battle from a distance, the air where the three of them were entangled suddenly cracked like a mirror. Countless dark cracks spread out. The sky cracked. Many people simply couldn't understand what they saw. What the hell is this? Arthur looked down at his Neptune trident and muttered to himself, does the trident have this function? Bruce squinted his eyes and looked at the picture taken by the professional ultra-long-range high-definition camera, and his eyes narrowed. Is the Batman of this world so scary? Bruce suddenly felt that he was a weak chicken. He has always been the IQ leader in the Justice League. Although he has no objection to this position, if he is not good enough to fight, would he be at ease to be this intelligence leader? Isn't it fun to beat people? Look at the Batman here, fierce and hipster. It feels like Aquaman on their side can only be beaten, but Superman can fight him. I was thinking about communicating with Batman here before, but it seems like there's nothing to communicate with. We are all on different tracks, and there's nothing to communicate. Should I learn from Batman here and rush out to fight directly? It's not impossible, but most of the time I fight with gangsters, and other enemies with superpowers rely on equipment. So, I'd better communicate with Tony and Normando. At least their skills are really strong. By the way, Spider-Man seems to be able to do it too. He is very interested in his spider silk and spider sense. By the way, it seems that the super soldier serum here can also be learned. Batman is not opposed to strengthening himself. It's just that in his own world, strengthening is generally accompanied by strong side effects, so Batman has never thought about it. It just so happens that there are many mature technologies here, and it seems that I can learn some. The scene returns to the battlefield. As the sky split, a vibration force instantly spread throughout Carol's body along her skull. The force went straight from the top of her head to her toes, then from her toes back to the top of her head, and then back and forth. In an instant, Carol felt that her brain was about to be shaken into paste. Boom. Carol, like Kai just now, smashed into the sea like a meteor. Crack. Carol clearly heard the sound of her bones breaking. However, before Carol could get close to the sea suddenly exploded, and a metal giant wielded a huge hammer and axe like hitting a baseball, hitting Carol fiercely. Carol wanted to dodge, but the strange vibration force made her unable to control her body at all, and she lost control of her body. Bang! Carol was hit from bottom to top again. The Night King immediately followed. The holy spear was raised, and the airflow gathered again. This time he flew higher, leaving enough time to accumulate energy, ready to give Carol a hard blow. But Carol, who was flying in the air, took back control of her body with her strong willpower. Enough, Carol murmured. The Night King heard it, but didn't care. He continued to accumulate energy, and the airflow became more and more, and the rotation became faster and faster. After the Holy Lance gathered energy at this time, it formed a huge spiral drill. Drill. A man's romance. But at this time, the energy in Carol's body suddenly exploded. Enough. Boom. A huge energy shock burst out, pushing Kai and the other three away. At this time, Carol was suspended in the air, flashing with thick colorful light. Binary star form. The huge energy reaction made Kai and the other three look solemn. This woman is going to fight to the death. Enough. Enough. Stop your actions that harm the earth. Surrender. Accept the judgment. Carol was really like a god at this time. Of course, it would be better if her image was better now. Her headgear had long disappeared, and it was unknown whether it fell off or turned directly into flying ash. Her hair was in disarray, many of them were broken and burned, and with her abnormal spirit and red eyes, she looked like a crazy woman. But no matter how crazy she was really powerful. With a final declaration, Carol's fists gathered a lot of light, and when they gathered together, the colorful light lost its color and turned into dazzling white light. Hey, hey. You are crazy. You will kill ordinary people like this. Kai saw this scene and immediately shouted to stop him. Unfortunately, Carol ignored Kai's shouting. Fuck. This woman is crazy. Kai rushed up without hesitation, waving the ultimate storm to destroy the woman's next move, but he found that it was too late. The powerful energy storm almost made Kai unable to move. When Kai rushed over, it was too late. Batman raised the trident and shot a beam of light at the woman. Seeing this beam, Aquaman Arthur froze. He knew what it was. When Atlantis was still on the sea, the king of Atlantis decided to desecrate the gift of Poseidon, the Neptune trident, in order to bring endless energy to Atlantis. Yes, it was the one in Arthur's hand now. This thing was originally in Atlantis' hand, and was temporarily borrowed by Arthur. As a result, the Neptune trident went berserk, and the entire Atlantis continent sank directly to the bottom of the sea. And now Batman is using this power. Batman is not using the knockoffs given to humans by Poseidon, but the genuine Poseidon trident. Fuck. Arthur looked at New York with horror. Now, Americans have to keep company with the Atlanteans. At least one continent of America will be sunk. However, a magical thing happened. The energy was absorbed by Carol. Absorbed. Arthur showed a relaxed expression on his face. Fortunately, North America doesn't have to sink to the bottom. But the next second, Arthur's face became even more bitter. Damn it. It's better to sink to the bottom. At least he can survive. Now, the crazy woman's energy fluctuations are even more violent. This is the end. Americans have no chance to become Haitians now, they will just turn into ashes. I wonder if Lord Poseidon can put the ashes together. It seems that this is not the business of Poseidon, the god of the sea. This should be the business of Hades, the god of the underworld. No, Hades only cares about people's death, but not their resurrection. He has no such business. Oh no. It's over. Arthur looked at the terrible energy fluctuations and gave up resistance. This kind of counting energy fluctuations. You can't run away, just wait to die. Kai was also shocked. Damn it. Trouble. This woman is charged. The Night King raised the holy lance with his backhand. Rongaminiad is a weapon made by God. Its main body is actually the storm anchor that fixes the world's skin and maintains the stars. A strange energy fluctuation spread from the Night King. Chapter 1413, Eternally Isolated Utopia. I saw the brilliant sound and shadow flying in the sky. Carol was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. But facing the Night King who raised the Holy Lands, the light was dwarfed. The light on the Night King was not dazzling, and even gave people a soft and warm feeling, just like the sun shining through the shade of trees in autumn, warm but not strong, giving people a feeling of warmth and comfort when the wind blows. But it was so inconspicuous that it pushed Carol's light aside. This is the original sky without walls, cities or countries. The origin star shining deep underground allows you to witness the existence of the soul, the utopia of eternal isolation, with the Night King's voice that was not loud but resounded in everyone's heart. A ray of light spread from the Night King again. Then countless flowers suddenly bloomed. In just a moment, the world changed. A brand new world appeared. This is the last paradise where flowers bloom in colorful colors. After that world appeared, the voice of the Night King resounded in everyone's heart again. Then the world became colorful. The daytime was filled with the sunshine of spring and the smell of summer, and the night was covered by the air of autumn and the starry sky of winter. There was a peaceful plain with colorful flowers, and the forest that could only be seen in the distance blocked the view. Even if you looked around the sky, you could only see the earth and the blue sky that were equally divided. There were no fences and houses built by humans, nor walls and castles, and things like countries could not exist. The warm sun of spring and the vitality of summer filled the daytime. The cool air of autumn and the starry sky of winter embraced the night. Wild flowers bloomed on the ground and reptiles roamed. In the dense forest, streams flowed, greenery lingered, and wild beasts rose and fell. On the lake, fairies with beautiful faces gathered. The paradise described by humans was just a description of this place. Is that the Garden of Eden? Someone looked at the world that suddenly appeared in the sky and fell into an unprecedented shock. Heaven. That's heaven. A pastor held up the Bible and cried bitterly. That's the promised land that God gave to his people. Spider-Man and Bruce were also stunned. Stacy looked at the gentle world and almost fell into it. Too romantic. Several other girls, including Pepper, who is already out of the category of girls, nodded frantically. In that world, girls absolutely have no resistance. If possible, they really hope that they can step on the plains there and run in the breeze with dancing petals. If there's someone they like with them. Is there anything more romantic than this? Even if they die immediately, they will feel no regrets. Norman and Bruce quickly woke up from the incomparable surprise. Is this thing an illusion? Bruce stared at the detection data sent back by Jarvis and muttered to himself. Norman happened to be next to him, and he was also looking at the data. No, Bruce was stunned. He turned his head to look at Norman, and then looked at the data. Is there any decisive evidence in the data? Why didn't he see it? Why? Bruce asked curiously. Norman shook his head. It's not that I discovered something, but I think at this time, the Night King will definitely not waste time to create an illusion that looks good but is useless. It's meaningless. Norman judged completely out of pragmatism. Bruce is also this kind of person, so he nodded convinced. He saw the energy level of the alien just now. If this thing was in their world, it would definitely be the top enemy, at least much stronger than Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf needs to rely on the mother box to destroy the world. Relying on props. It means you are weak. Invading the Earth, you still have to rely on the mother box to create minions. Shame on you. Look at others, that energy level can already wipe out the entire New York from the Earth. This is much more awesome than Steppenwolf. The world is expanding, and soon Carol is wrapped in flowers, and she is included in the world of the Night King. In an instant, Carol felt that her energy was declining. The energy that she once controlled with ease became docile and rebellious at this moment. The docility meant that the energy that once represented destruction and ruin had lost its ferocity at this moment. The rebellion meant that the energy no longer listened to her. What is this? Carol couldn't understand it at all. This is the place where no human has ever set foot, the island of the end that is permanently forbidden. The voice of the Night King sounded again, without anger, without excitement, but calm and gentle. It seemed to be persuading and whispering, making people feel no danger at all, or it is the small world called Ringo Island. The utopia that the intelligent beasts cannot reach as they wish, and the world that has no connection with the repeated decline and destruction of the surface world. The foreign land that has accompanied the entire human history but has nothing to do with it is called Avalon. Or it is the inner sea of the stars, called by the fairies as the place where the world places the soul, Avalon. Carol had heard the legend of King Uther, so she naturally knew what Avalon meant. The holy place of Celtic mythology, the central belief of the ancient Druid religion. The legendary fairyland, the nickname of paradise in mythology, is also known as the Blessed Island or God's Blessed Island, the final destination of King Arthur. Carol looked up and saw the Night King, who was speaking through the light she emitted. However, everything in front of her made Carol stagnant. The place where the Night King was originally located has become a colorful sea of flowers. And it was replaced by a tall tower. It was an incomparable tower. It was so beautiful that it was not created by the human world at first glance. Countless colorful crystal fragments surrounded the tower. Those crystals slowly rotated and constantly reflected various colors. The color change would not be annoying, but would make people feel a rare calm. Through the crystal, Carol saw herself. The face of herself in the crystal was so hideous and terrifying. Under Carol was a world of burning and crying. Countless people were crying and running away. They cried and fled from the ruined world, but every human had hatred on their faces. Hatred for Carol. They hated her. Carol felt other people's feelings towards her so clearly. No. This is fake. Fake. Don't try to deceive me. Fake. Carol is like all white leftists. They arrogantly believe that everything they do is for fairness and justice, for love and peace. But in the final analysis, the basic logic of everything they do is to gain that kind of moral superiority. They long for attention, long for recognition, and even long for worship. But when reality snapped, a pile of shit was smeared on their smiling faces full of hypocrisy and arrogance. What you do is worthless. I don't care. It's like those people expose the true face of the so-called white left. Social death plus anger. Of course, Carol's is more serious. She really believes in that set, and the result. So the reaction is more intense. After all, those people in reality simply treat this thing as a business, or simply for the limelight. Anyway, as long as they put on this set of things, they are simply invulnerable. For example, those who keep saying that they are doing it for the sake of environmental protection, but they go and destroy artworks. Are these two next to each other? How can artworks affect your environmental protection? If you are so awesome, go and kill those rich people who make a fortune by selling fossil fuels. If that doesn't work, you can go and blow up 10 Downing Street or 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. with explosives. That will have a greater impact. These people are simply bullies who are afraid of the strong and have no courage to provoke those powerful people. They can only use artworks that will not resist to gain attention. But these people keep saying righteous words, and they don't think they have made any mistakes at all. What's even more outrageous is that no one dares to criticize them, and no one dares to judge them. They are so awesome. In short, Carol was more poisoned, so the reaction was greater. Maybe it was a withdrawal reaction? Facing Carol's questioning, the tower still stood. The tower is not only beautiful, but also full of irregularities and anomalies. It is not a regular tower. Its existence completely subverts physics. The bottom of the tower is a spiral structure, and the tip of the spiral is below. It stands on the earth like this, as if relying on a small spire to support it. The tower is very tall and the surface is wholly white, but for some reason, this wholly white tower does not give people a sense of towering majesty. Instead, it is full of unspeakable sadness and loneliness that makes the eyes sore. At least everyone who sees the scene falls into similar emotions. The contrast is great. This is heaven, everything is so beautiful, but why does a sad and lonely white tower appear? In the inner sea of the stars, the lookout tower, tell you from the corner of the paradise that your story is full of blessings, and only innocent people can enter this innocent land, accompanied by the chanting full of sad tones. Then the original gentle warm wind suddenly blew. The warm wind turned into cold wind. It wasn't that cold, just not as pleasant as before. Then the violent energy in Carol suddenly disappeared in an instant, just like magic. No trace. Only Carol was left floating in the same place, but the next second, she felt a sense of rejection. This world was rejecting her. Only innocent people can enter the utopia. Guilty people, the inner sea of stars rejects you who are guilty. Carol watched the utopia getting farther and farther away from her. Her body was like a drowning person. The sun was right in front of her, but it was getting farther and farther away from her. As the utopia left her, she also felt the suffocation of falling into the water. Leaving the utopia made Carol feel extremely lost and painful. Her soul and body were longing to return to the utopia. The tranquility and beauty there made her extremely comfortable. No, it shouldn't be called comfort. It's just like a fish in the water and a person on land. She should belong there. leaving theirs like a fish being thrown on the shore and a person being thrown into the water. The pain was indescribable. No, Carol stretched out her hands, trying to grab something. But it was all in vain. She returned to the real world. However, the first thing she saw when she returned to the real world was a golden trident wrapped in white light. Puff! Without any hindrance, the trident pierced into her eye socket. An eyeball exploded directly. That's not all, a thunderbolt appeared behind Carol. A battle axe chopped Carol's waist fiercely. Puff! This time the axe finally chopped in. Cut in half. Boom! The sky broke open again, and the thunder exploded at that moment. Then there was a big explosion. The huge power directly created a huge dent in the sea again. Countless seawater was pushed to all directions by this powerful force. The waves in the waters around New York today are absolutely ridiculous. Arthur looked unlucky. He had no time to care about the battle situation. He was all cleaning up the mess. They had a good time fighting. But he had to bear all the consequences. The marine life near the coast also suffered. After being bombed like this, New York will probably be a nightmare for fishermen for a long time. The fish are either dead or run away. The fishermen can't catch anything except tire sandals. When the strong light in the storm dissipated, only Kai was left in the sky. Batman and the Night King disappeared mysteriously again. Although everyone was disappointed about this, they were not unacceptable. After all, these two have always been like this. As long as the work is done, they will run away immediately and never stay. Tony and a group of flying superheroes also rushed over. Kai? What's wrong? Tony started shouting from a distance. But Kai didn't say anything. Tony was even more worried. He finally rushed to Kai's side and reacted, "It's okay, just a little injured." Kai was indeed injured, but not seriously. What's really fatal is the damage to the soul. Remember the protagonist's Goldfinger. Although the thing hasn't appeared for a long time, it has indeed always existed. The utopia of eternal isolation that he used just now is not something that can be used casually. It is a world created by relying on the power of the Holy Spirit Longaminiad. It is a reflection of Kai's mind. To put it bluntly, it is a secret technique that consumes the soul. It is Kai's understanding of his own power over the years. But this thing is not so easy to use. It consumes too much, and it consumes the soul. If it weren't for Kai's golden finger that can absorb the power of the soul, it would have sucked Kai's soul power dry and made Kai forever lost in the Avalon he created. That's right, Avalon does not exist in the world. Maybe it did exist. After all, there was indeed a fairyland back then, but Kai had never been there and had never seen it. Anyway, it is definitely gone now. Everything there is a world created by Kai himself through all the poems about Avalon he heard in Camelot. Chapter 1414. I have an idea. You can say it's fake, but for the soul, it's real. After all, it's the world reflected by the mind. That's why this thing has an extraordinary effect on the soul, but in fact, it has no effect on people. And this world reflected by the mind actually has no attack power. It can't really hurt people, it only gives the most real feedback to people's souls. For example, Carol just now seemed to be deprived of energy by Avalon, but in fact, she wasn't. Kai's world reflected by the mind can't interfere with the world. After all, it's said that it's the inner world. It has no effect on anything in the real world. The reason why Carol seems to have lost her superpowers is that her soul believes that she has been deprived of her powers. As long as she wakes up, she will immediately find something wrong, but she has no chance. This is why Batman and Kai will sneak attack. Kill him while he's sick. So Carol was killed so easily. Speaking of this, the Goldfinger doesn't seem to be delivered. Kai likes her glittering stuff very much. At least it looks very handsome. However, the explosion rate of the Goldfinger is just like this, pitifully low. If there were several Carols, maybe we could get her talent, but there's only one of her. That's all there is to do. Thinking of this, Kai felt weak again. Drawing the energy of the Goldfinger is always painful. This is also the reason why Batman and the Night King disappeared so quickly, because Kai simply couldn't maintain two clones. And the side effect seems to be immune. Even though Tony has injected Kai with dragon bone extract, it still can't be alleviated. How is Carol? Tony asked immediately after helping Kai inject the dragon bone extract. In his opinion, dragon bone extract is a panacea that can cure any disease. So he thought Kai was almost there. In fact, it was useless. The physical injury is nothing. It can still be tolerated. The key is that the side effects on the soul are too strong, and there is no way to alleviate it, no scratching. However, Kai still said with all his strength, "She fell into the sea, you guys look for her. This woman has a useful body, see if you can research something, Carol is really strong." If it weren't for the trick, Kai might not be able to take her down so easily this time. Yes, it's easy. According to the strength shown by this woman, if he really wants to defeat her, he probably has to use the full power of the Holy Lance. But in this way, the destructive power is too great, and it may even threaten New York City at any time. If it really comes to that, Kai can't care about ordinary people. Once, the price is too high. What's more, Kai has a hunch that if it really comes to that, he may not be able to kill the woman. Because she can fly out of the universe directly. She can still run away. This way, it's even more of a loss. That's why Kai took a risky move and used an ability he had never used before. But for now, the result is good. The secret in this woman's body is still very meaningful. After all, Kai also has the space gem. With this thing, it means that her ability can be copied. As long as it is studied, the Earth will not be afraid of not having enough military force. I'll go back and rest first. Kai now had a splitting headache and had no energy to search for Carol's body, so he could only leave this matter to Tony. Tony had also read the information he got from Maria, so he naturally knew the source of Carol's power. He understood what Kai meant. "No problem, leave it to me, yes. Heimdall. Take me home." After Kai said that, he even felt tired to fly back, so he directly called Heimdall for help. Heimdall was quite considerate. He was not angry at all because Kai called him for such a small matter. Instead, he sent Kai back home very considerately. As the colorful light faded, Tony came back to his senses. He was very familiar with Kai and knew that he was not the kind of person who liked to show off. "Just going home, why do you need a rainbow bridge? It feels weird, I will ask when I go back," Tony muttered in his heart. Then he turned his head and rushed into the sea. However, what he didn't know was that he was destined to be disappointed. Go back a little bit in time. When Kai and Batman delivered the final blow, Carol's body fell directly into the sea. Because Kai was already at the end of his strength at that time, he didn't notice where Carol's body flew to. In fact, Kai and Batman's power threw Carol's body a little far. And by chance, at the bottom of the sea where she fell, there was a big, silly man with a sneaky black man passing by. That's right, it was the Shark King Nanoy and Nick Fury. Yes, it's him again. Nick Fury originally planned to escape from the bottom of the sea. This was the route designed by Phil for him. In theory, this is very safe. As long as he ran out of a certain range, there would naturally be people from the Monarch organization to pick up Nick Fury. He escaped. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. Who would have thought that the battlefield would move to the sea? Nick Fury almost died. If Nanoy hadn't been reliable at the critical moment and protected Nick Fury, he would have died long ago. As the child of the shark god, Nanoy still has some special abilities in the water. However, just when Nick Fury had narrowly escaped death several times and was about to escape, he was almost killed by an alien object. When he saw clearly that the alien object was actually his good friend Carol, Nick Fury's first reaction was to run. He was almost scared to death, fearing that Kai and the others would catch up. Whoever gets involved with this woman now will be unlucky. Anyway, the saying of friends is just what Nick Fury said. The last time they met was more than 20 years ago, and more than 20 years ago, he didn't spend a few days with Carol. Not as good as that cat, evoker. Nick Fury is very realistic. If there are advantages, it will naturally be good for you, me, and everyone. Everyone is good friends and brothers. But there are disadvantages. Nick Fury is definitely more ruthless than anyone else. Nick Fury asked Nanoy to run quickly, because if he was found by Kai and others, he would definitely be finished. But Nanoy didn't want to. It's not that Nanoy is kind-hearted and intends to save people. Nanoy may be pure-hearted, but he is definitely not kind. He has no concept of good and evil. He just wants to find a bite to eat. Because he is hungry. He will be hungry anytime and anywhere. And the shark instinct makes him unable to resist blood. Nick Fury was just about to persuade Nanoy to leave quickly, and he would give him a lot of food when he got there. But, when he heard that Carol was dead. Sharks can distinguish the life and death of prey through electrical signals. An idea appeared in Nick Fury's mind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1415. Has Tony's orientation changed? Kai naturally couldn't know about this. If Kai was in a good condition at that time, he might be able to find Nick Fury, but the problem was that Kai was in a very bad condition at that time, so it was impossible. In fact, after Kai came home, he simply told Alfu and Merlin a few words and fell asleep. He slept for 3 days. This scared Alfu. They finally found the Night King again. If there was a problem again. After Kai got lost in the Lost Plateau, the Holy Grail fell into silence, which caused all the Kingsman agents who gained abilities through the Holy Grail to lose most of their abilities, the sense of loss of the Master, the emptiness of having no faith, and the death of one companion after another, even causing Alfu to lose his faith and almost choose to betray his duties. Alfu didn't want to repeat that feeling at all. So for a while, he actually lost the cunning mansion that he had trained for decades, and tried everywhere to save Kai. On the other side, Tony heard about this and immediately handed the task of searching for Carol's body to Jarvis, and he took a group of people to Kai's home. It shouldn't be like that. Tony's face was covered with stubble, his eyes were red as he grabbed his hair was falling down in bunches. Yes, he was starting to go bald. But it didn't matter. For most people, baldness was hopeless, but not for Tony. He had money. Money in this world is indeed not omnipotent, but most things can still be done, such as hair transplantation. Of course, there are more advanced ways to play, such as letting Dr. Helen develop a hair transplantation version of the Cradle of Life. Although the money spent on researching this thing is similar to researching other directions, do you think Tony would care? It's just a small amount of money. Pepper looked at Tony with a complicated expression. On the one hand, it was because she was worried about Tony. He had been cultivating immortals for 3 days, and now his face was already full of immortality, as if he could reach paradise at any time. As for the other hand, she was still worried about Tony, but not physically. But why did Tony care so much about Kai? It was understandable that she herself forgot to eat and sleep for Kai. Because in Pepper's eyes, Kai is different. Pepper has never concealed this from Tony. After all, Kai once made a vow to Pepper and almost eloped. If Pepper's father hadn't fired a few shots at Kai with a shotgun, it might have really happened. Summary of the previous article, that was Kai's predecessor. When Kai ran out of the Lost Plateau, his body was destroyed by the creation singularity. He had to rely on the dying soldier Adam Milligan or Adam Winchester. After Pepper broke up with him, this unlucky soldier experienced the death of his mother. In order to leave the sad place, he ran to the army. As a result, he encountered an attack while serving as a soldier, and the whole team died. He was also dying, and then Kai got his body at the cost of satisfying his last wish. So Kai decisively rejected Pepper's request to renew their relationship, because Adam was dead and replaced, and there was no previous relationship at all. So for a long time before, Tony didn't like Kai, always worried that Kai would turn around and kidnap Pepper one day. But as time went by, things got more and more wrong. Her relationship with Kai became more and more normal. Although Kai was still the special one, he was no longer the most special one. Tony was. But Tony and Kai's relationship was getting better and better. Tony often said things related to Kai. He often acted with Kai, followed Kai's advice, and followed his lead. This was hard to imagine for an arrogant person. But it happened. Pepper even felt that Tony was not interested in her anymore. He only remembered Kai. Was it? No. Tony was not very satisfied last time, but he tried his best. And even if Tony was happy, Kai would not be happy. Pepper knew that Kai, who was once infatuated and immature, had several girlfriends. Bah. Scumbag. Thinking of this, Pepper looked at the room full of beautiful women, 5 girlfriends. Pepper had met the 3 Chicago women, and they even spent a holiday together. Raven, she also knew that she was the one she met most often, although she was not sure if the Raven she saw was real. Oh, yes, and Natalie. This little traitor. Although Pepper knew all this, she thought about the time when she wanted to match the 2 of them, but Kai refused, and Natalie even complained to her. At that time, Pepper and Tony had just confirmed their relationship and had not yet faced their own feelings, so she was secretly happy at that time. Even though she took the initiative to introduce them, she still felt a little unhappy when she thought that Kai would be with Natalie. It was like her ex-boyfriend found someone better. Although I can't say that I was sad, but I felt a little unhappy. Although their Adam and Pepper breakup was force majeure, both sides were regretful. Seeing Kai not living well, she would feel distressed, but if he lived too well, she would feel a little unhappy. This is human nature. Everyone hopes that they are the most special one to others. But in fact, the world is not so good. Except for your parents, you are not special to anyone else. They are just passers-by. But that's human nature. However, Natalie, this little bitch, kept saying bad things about Kai, but she turned around and got together with Kai. Thinking of this, Pepper looked at Tony with a vigilant look. Could it be that his orientation is not impossible? After all, Tony, an old player, is different from ordinary people. Ordinary people play with women. How can it be called playing? Spend some money. The young ladies you find are mostly professionals, and this kind of people are just like that. Of course, the real ending also costs money, but the money others spend and the young ladies they find are completely different. Because of playing too much, ordinary beautiful young ladies are not attractive. Would you have any desire for bread that can be eaten anytime and anywhere? So more and more money is spent. Beautiful becomes the standard, and then just like looking for novels on Kidian, crazy tags are added at the back. Good figure, good skills. That's just the beginner level, belonging to the little bookworms of 1 or 2 years, who have just seen the world. Later, they want to have temperament, so they just play those with professionals. Later, they began to make do with fame. This is the junior VIP, you spend money, but not much. After that, I became a senior VIP and started to challenge more exciting things. I was no longer bound by etiquette and specific themes, and began to dabble in a wide range of things, reading everything from urban fantasy to BL. I also started to find resources on my own and do some gray edge works. After that, I became an old bookworm. Money could no longer satisfy me, and I liked to subscribe to a private group for a month. This is illegal. Tony is an old player, and he hasn't evolved to the point of breaking the law. But what if he wants to play something exciting? Anyway, the more I watch, the weirder it gets. Tony is still thinking hard about what happened to Kai. Why doesn't he wake up even though his body is intact? Suddenly, I feel a chill on my back. Turning around, I found that Pepper was staring at me, as if I had done something wrong. It's not. What's going on? Honey? Why are you looking at me like that? Tony asked a little nervously, then followed Pepper's line of sight and saw Kai lying in the cradle of life. He raised his hands almost instinctively. Honey, you have to believe me. This was not me. I didn't do anything to him. You know me, even if I knew he was my rival in love, I would never do this. I am innocent. I really am saving him. Feelings. Tony hasn't realized that Pepper's feelings towards Kai have changed. He thought Pepper was blaming him for not treating Kai wholeheartedly. Chapter 1416 First update. Pepper felt angry and amused, but she was slightly relieved. After all, for the time being, Tony's sexual orientation was fine. That was fine. At this moment, a circle of light appeared in the room. Strange walked out of the circle of light. Tony saw him and immediately went to meet him. What's wrong? As the best surgeon in the world, Tony naturally couldn't forget him. However, before this incident, Tony didn't know where Strange had gone. Since his car accident, he disappeared from everyone's sight. If it weren't for his credit card and bank account transaction records, everyone thought he had died long ago. Unexpectedly, he appeared this time. After Kai mysteriously fell into coma, Tony thought of Strange the first time, so he tried his best to contact Strange. However, the way of contact did not make Strange very happy. Most people in this world who have abilities have some quirks. For example, Tony. Strange is also, and in a sense, he's as annoying as Tony. Tony's dislike is arrogance, and so is Strange in the eyes of outsiders. In this line of work, he is known as the most difficult doctor to get along with. Any young doctor who interns with him will regard that experience as a nightmare. What's more terrible is that few interns can pass his approval. However, this is not the case. Strange is not arrogant, but has a low EQ. He attaches great importance to medical skills and believes that a doctor's medical skills must be qualified. This is nothing, after all, being strict is also responsible to society and patients. But the problem is that Strange's requirements are a little bit high. He always consciously or unconsciously requires others to meet his own requirements. For example, as an intern, can he be the same as others when he's an intern? But he doesn't think so. He thinks that is the most basic. If you don't even reach this level, why should you be a doctor? This is a manifestation of low EQ. In fact, Strange's EQ is not too high. He doesn't like making friends. He believes that the role of a doctor is to cure diseases and save lives, and does not need friends. He also pays attention to privacy. How much does he value it? Let's put it this way, his girlfriend has never been to his house. Every girlfriend is like this. But Tony's way of finding him seriously violated his privacy. Tony found Strange through Strange's girlfriend, Christine Palmer, a surgical trauma doctor who had successfully interned under Strange, became Strange's colleague and friend. The two became boyfriend and girlfriend for a while. When the accident took away the function of Strange's hands, their relationship took a sharp turn for the worse. Of course, most of this was due to Strange. Christine tried to help Strange get out of the haze and re-explore his own value. But Strange could not get out of the shadow of losing his dexterous hands. He believed that his greatest value was to save people with those hands. Then he resisted Christine. In the end, he left without saying goodbye, which was a big blow to Christine. She had been trying to find Strange. She called Strange countless times, but Strange never answered. However, the fact is that Strange never knew how to face Christine. So every time he called, he would look at the phone until its ringing stopped. As for the text messages Christine sent him, he would read them, and he would read them when he had nothing to do. Christine thought Strange didn't plan to see her again and didn't want to contact her. But in fact, it wasn't the case. He had always been paying attention to Christine. I don't know what's wrong with him. If he likes her, just say it. Why does he keep silent in secret? I don't understand what these people are thinking. But this was discovered by Jarvis. By the way, Camelot is not that backward. They have Wi-Fi, and even many Camelot mages have computers and smartphones. However, most people are not very interested in the internet world of ordinary people after being exposed to magic knowledge. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Master Wang, who particularly likes Taylor Swift and likes to watch soap operas. Jarvis can locate Camelot through these. Unfortunately, although Camelot is located in the Himalayas, it is isolated from the real world by magic. Even if the location is located, it is useless. In short, Jarvis found Christine through Strange's mobile phone signal and the information in it. Tony was also very straightforward and found Christine directly. I hope she can ask Strange to come back. Christine felt that Tony was crazy at first. Strange had disappeared a long time ago. Even if he hadn't disappeared, he wouldn't be happy to see her. But Tony was sincere and explained the reason. Although Christine was reluctant to believe it, she agreed to save Kai. Then Tony, the bastard, came up with a trick to make Strange appear quickly. He asked Christine to pretend that she was kidnapped by gangsters and was about to lose her virginity. She sent a text message to Strange for help. Then the next second Strange appeared with a circle of light. Christine was shocked at the time. She didn't expect Strange to really come, and come so fast that her finger didn't even have time to leave the send button. What she didn't expect was the way Strange appeared. She was familiar with this. After all, when Muto fought Godzilla, the Camelot magic group was dispatched and used a spell to save the people of the entire city. This caused the word mage to be very popular for a while. The video about the Camelot mage was even more popular on the internet. Unexpectedly, Strange became a Camelot mage. Christine didn't know what attitude she should use to face Strange. Disappointed? Not really. She was quite happy to see Strange find his own value again. Happy? Not really. After all, since he has come out, why doesn't he contact her? Touched? Not really. After all, this guy has been paying attention to her secretly, but never responds. Angry? Not really. Although it was bad that he didn't respond to her, she was not too angry when she thought about his silent attention to her. In short, it was very complicated. Strange obviously didn't think about how to face Christine. When he knew that this was a conspiracy, he was furious. He thought Tony was too despicable. Tony didn't care about that. He just told her about Kai's affairs and hoped to get help. Although Strange was very angry with Tony, he had no aversion to Kai. After all, he was a superhero who had saved the world many times, and he still admired him. So he immediately took Tony away. Well, it was more like he was looking for a way out to avoid facing Christine. Unfortunately, Strange's medical skills were completely useless in front of Kai, and he had no choice but to seek help from magic. So he hurried back to Camelot to check the information. But he didn't dare to face Christine, who was chasing him. "What's wrong?" Tony asked quickly. "No way," Strange said so. Tony was struck by lightning. Even Pepper didn't care about Tony's sexual orientation, she just felt dizzy. Others were not much better. But, why? Tony didn't understand. Why? Kai didn't have any injuries. Why? How is it possible? Raven couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. If Diana beside her hadn't been quick, she might have fallen. Seeing everyone look like they lost their parents, Strange looked strange. "What's wrong with you?" "I just said there was nothing I could do. I didn't say Kai was going to die." The others suddenly widened their eyes, and then stared at Strange fiercely. A hint of pleasure flashed in Strange's eyes. He was just taking revenge. That damn Tony Stark almost scared him crazy. Couldn't he take revenge? "What do you mean?" Tony obviously understood this, and grabbed Strange's collar and asked him to explain. As a result, Strange's cloak snapped and opened Tony's hand. "It means that Kai has no problem with his body, he just has some problems with his soul, so he is in a coma." Soul, Tony didn't understand, but he also knew what the soul was. After all, he tried it himself. An ancient one demonstrated a soul out-of-body experience to him once, although that experience was not pleasant. Then treated quickly. Although he didn't understand, Tony also knew that the matter of the soul was definitely not a small matter. "No need. I can already feel that he is recovering. And the speed is very fast. He will wake up in a few days. Although I don't understand how he did it, I flipped through the books I collected today, but I still have no clue." Tony breathed a sigh of relief. The others were the same. No one even cared about the bad joke Strange had just made. "Doctor. You mean, our master will wake up soon?" Without any problems, Alfu was even grateful to Strange. At least he gave a good news, and it was a good news with accurate information. In comparison, that harmless joke. Wait, Tony suddenly found the blind spot. "A few days. You have been looking for the answer to this question these days." "Yes," Strange admitted it smoothly. "That is to say, you knew it a long time ago?" Tony grabbed Strange's collar again. Strange grabbed Tony's hand and said, "What's wrong with me being more rigorous? I'm a doctor, I need certainty, not guesswork. This is the attitude a doctor should have." "What a fucking attitude. I'll kill you." Tony rushed up and wrestled with Strange. "Enough. I've practiced in camouflage." I fought back. "Come on. You bastard." "Ah. Bastard, you had me there." I fought back. "Ah." My eyes, just like that, the two smartest people in the world actually wrestled with each other like two little kids, and liked to use particularly dirty means. It was too much to watch. Alfu was originally going to get angry, but when he saw this scene, he silently came to his master's side, protected his master, and then pushed the treatment chamber away to prevent these two smart idiots from hurting his master. The others were similar, and it seemed meaningless to argue anymore, so everyone just let them do what they wanted. Hiss. "You bastard, you actually did such a cruel thing." Tony sat on the sofa, and Pepper applied medicine to him. Across from him was Strange, who was applying medicine to himself. He hadn't figured out how to face Christine. "You did it first. If it wasn't for you," seeing Pepper there, he didn't dare to talk about the monkey stealing the peaches. "Anyway, I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't started it first. Fighting is too rude, bah. I was saving you. Do you understand?" Tony got even angrier when he heard this. "Save me." Strange had a look on his face that said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Pepper reacted now. No wonder Tony looked so childish. It turned out to be. Haha, do you know who were there at the time? None of them were easy to mess with, especially those women. Strange remembered that those women were indeed not easy to mess with. Tony continued, "You're playing tricks on me. It's okay. After all, I was wrong first. You're retaliating. I have nothing to say, but those women, they're all Kai's girlfriends." Girlfriends, of course. Strange knew the identities of those women, and in this regard, Camelot could beat all intelligence agencies in seconds. "All, what do you think? How did he do it?" Strange was actually curious about this. Not only Tony was stunned, but even Pepper was speechless. "You're actually paying attention to this?" Tony was stunned. seeing Strange's face full of curiosity, just about to talk about it. After all, men, whether they are 18 or 80, like this topic, and it never fades. But immediately seeing Pepper's eyes widen, he immediately threw what he was about to say aside. True love. What else can it be? True love. Damn. Really? Strange felt that his three views were challenged. This kind of thing. Is true love really invincible? But isn't that what they say in the movies? However, Tony did not continue to delve into this topic, but said to him, now you understand, I am saving you, right? What? Strange was still thinking about true love and did not react at all. You joked about the lives of their loved ones. They didn't beat you to death, which was a kindness. Think about it. Strange's attention returned. Not that bad, he was unsure, thinking about how he felt when he heard that Christine was in danger, and his subsequent rage. Not that bad, let me tell you, none of those people are easy to mess with. Among the three female heroes of Chicago, Diana is a warrior. When she was killing people, your grandfather was still wearing open crotch pants. She has killed more people than you have seen in the hospital in your life. And Catherine, don't be so smiling, she is also a ruthless character. Last time there was a vampire incident in Europe, this big sister killed a whole bunch of vampires by herself. As for Kelly, although she is not a murderer, she is young. Young people don't know how to control their strength. It is not impossible for them to beat you into a high paraplegic. Tony saw that Strange's face was getting paler and paler, and he spoke even happier. And Natasha and Rio, do you know what they do? Agents. Spies. And they are veterans who have been working for a long time. Poisoning, assassination, etc. They are so proficient in them. Anyway, if you offend them, just wait, you may die at any time and anywhere. Not really. I just want to be rigorous. It's not a mistake, there is no reason for them to hit me, right? The last word yes is as unconfident as it can be. You actually plan to reason with a group of crazy women? Are you crazy? Tony looked at Strange with horror. Chapter 1417 Secret Society. P.S. I will make up 2,000 words today and will make up more tomorrow. After learning that Kai's condition was not serious and he would wake up in a few days, Tony and the others finally felt relieved. Because of this, Strange became familiar with Tony. Tony even became Strange's emotional consultant inexplicably to help him solve Christine's emotional entanglement. Of course, these two people are not always so bad. On this day, they chatted with Bruce. Anyway, they were free. Kamar Taj did not recall Strange, and Strange did not go back. It happened that he was also very interested in the parallel world, so he chatted with Bruce. It didn't matter what they talked about. The three of them became more and more speculative. Justice League, a very interesting organizational form. Strange expressed strong curiosity about the people from another Earth, especially after hearing that they joined forces to defeat the alien invaders. He became even more interested. I think we can learn from such an organization. For example, many people were captured by the Skrulls this time because they were independent of each other and had no contact at all. Once they encountered something they couldn't solve, they even had a hard time begging for mercy. Strange looked at Tony and said, maybe you can start to establish such an organization with Kai? Tony shook his head. Kai won't agree. Why? Isn't this a good thing? Bruce asked. For example, this time, you did a good job. Such a fierce battle, but it didn't affect ordinary people. Isn't this model worth promoting? I believe others will think so too. Tony shook his head. Kai thinks differently from us. He won't allow an organization to override the entire world. That would be meaningless. What do you mean? Bruce was more interested. He could understand Kai's meaning a little. It means that after seeing the changes in SHIELD, Kai has lost confidence in such an organization that lacks supervision, Tony said. Tony once thought about establishing an organization similar to the Avengers with Kai. At that time, Tony learned the truth about the death of his parents, so he decided to take revenge on SHIELD and thought of the Avengers plan that Nick Fury invited him to join SHIELD at the beginning. Unfortunately, Kai rejected this idea as soon as he said it. Kai gave many reasons, and the one just now counts as one of them. In fact, the more important thing, Tony didn't say. The reason is very simple, he was afraid of losing face. Look at others, and then look at Kai, too cautious. Regulation. Strange was very surprised. Do superheroes have supervision? This was the first time he heard of it. It's not like that. Tony thought about it. Although he didn't really discuss this issue with Kai, he still knew some of Kai's views. Kai has always believed that it's good like this. No one needs an organization to stipulate and plan what all superheroes should do. In this way, it is impossible to form some invisible interests. Without this kind of thing, everyone's choices will be more in line with their hearts and will not be disturbed by other things. Only in this way can it be the purest. But what if someone makes a mistake? After all, personal choices are definitely not absolutely correct. Only those American white leftists would think that just follow your heart and don't worry about other people's opinions is correct. People never live alone. This world is made up of countless individuals. No one can live alone without others. So how correct can the choice of taking care of oneself and not taking care of others be? At least Bruce doesn't believe that one person can always be right. This is also the reason why Kai doesn't want to gather everyone together. Everyone is independent of each other, so they can naturally supervise each other. Tony said so. Bruce thought about it and felt that although this is indeed beneficial, the disadvantages are still obvious. He even felt that Tony still had a lot to say and was unsatisfied. However, at this time, Strange suddenly said, "Why do you want Kai to know?" Tony looked at Strange. "What do you mean? Since Kai doesn't want to, why don't we just not tell him?" Strange was a rookie and didn't have much respect for Kai, so he naturally expressed his thoughts. "Look, is it good to set up an organization to coordinate and plan the actions of superheroes?" Although Tony felt it was inappropriate, he still nodded. He had always had this idea, and was even willing to use Stark Tower as the organization's headquarters, but Kai had no idea about it. Tony could only give up. He had never thought of leaving Kai aside and doing his own thing. He was used to doing things according to Kai's ideas. After all, Tony was not a wooden man, and he couldn't really be completely controlled by Kai like a puppet. He always had his own ideas, but he didn't implement them because he was worried about Kai before. Now Strange suddenly opened up a new world for him. But is this really a good idea? But Tony was still a little hesitant. After all, leaving Kai behind, it seemed disloyal. "What's the matter? Why don't we set up a secret organization? We don't act in the name of the organization. Only when a crisis that threatens the entire world appears, we will take action and make a coordinated plan for the battle." Strange thought Tony was making a fuss. He even thought Kai was a little too worried. Tony nodded and thought this thing was worth doing. Yes, if they gathered the smartest people in the world, the contribution they could make to the world would definitely be much better than fighting alone. Bruce didn't say anything. It was inconvenient for him to get involved too much in such things. He was not from this world. So, because of Strange's careless words, a secret society was established. Although at present, this secret society has nothing. There is no name, no members, and even the most basic program is just casually said, without any specific content. 6 days later, Kai finally woke up. This is naturally a happy occasion for everyone. Kai was also very secretive about why he became like this, and others were embarrassed to ask. Catherine, Diana and Raven knew what was going on, but they also knew to save face for their boyfriends. After a group of people finished asking about each other's well-being, Tony hurried over. Kai didn't care. He didn't even notice that there was anything special about this matter. He was not Tony's father, and he had no inheritance for Tony to inherit. Tony didn't need to be so filial. But when he saw Tony, Kai remembered another thing. "By the way, did you find anything out about Carol's body, huh?" Tony was just about to speak, intending to talk about the secret society. He was going to argue with reason. Whether Kai supported or not, he would do it. He was very loyal to him. He didn't expect that once Kai asked about this matter, it was all over. Chapter 1418 First Update. Seeing the expression on Tony's face, Kai knew something was wrong. "What's wrong? Didn't find her," Tony said. Actually, it's not that he didn't find her, he didn't look for her at all. Of course, that's not the case. At least a robot controlled by Jarvis has been looking for her, but he has been tinkering with some messy things with Strange during this period and didn't pay attention to this matter at all. But considering that Jarvis has never reported this matter, it means that Jarvis didn't find her at all. Did he find her? Kai frowned. Tony saw this situation and immediately changed the subject with a guilty conscience. "Could it be that you and Batman beat her too hard and killed her?" "No. I remember it very clearly. We just killed her. Her body should still be intact." Kai shook his head. Although he was in a very bad state at the time, he didn't remember it wrongly. "What happened?" Tony didn't dare to mention the Illuminati at this time. Yes, this is the secret society that Tony had come up with. The name was finally confirmed. It was called the Illuminati. This name made Richards very resistant. He felt that the name sounded ungentlemanly. On the contrary, Strange and Tony like him very much. Yes, Richards was recruited by Tony and joined the Illuminati. Although Tony has always disliked Richards, he still admits that he is one of the smartest people in the world. Of course, Tony thinks that he is the smartest person in the world, no one else. Since the Illuminati is committed to letting the smartest people in the world solve world crises, it is naturally impossible to let Richards go, so he was recruited by Tony. Who would steal Carol's body? In this world, those who have the ability to steal a body under Tony's nose are definitely not ordinary people. Does the government have any news? It's not that Kagao thinks highly of the morality of those people in the government, it's really, they can really do it. No, Jarvis has been keeping an eye on the government. If it's really them, Jarvis wouldn't have no information at all. The government in this world is really miserable. The government's top secret system is just like his own home to Jarvis. He can enter whenever he wants, without any difficulty. The key is that the government doesn't know yet. Could it be SWORD? Kai looked at Tony. The establishment of SWORD is inextricably linked to Carol. Maria Rambeau is the founder of SWORD and also Carol's best friend. Her words are highly suspicious. Although Kai doesn't understand what she wants the body for. Maybe it's just to let her friend rest in peace? Tony started sweating again. Damn Maria. He never paid attention to her at all. But what can he do now? He can only bite the bullet and say, it should not be her. She has been in the hospital and doesn't see anyone except her daughter. This is actually information from a long time ago, and Tony saw it before Kai fell into coma, but now he is embarrassed to tell the truth, so he can only fool around like this. Kai didn't hear Tony's fooling around. After all, who would have thought that Tony, this bastard, had completely forgotten about this matter? It's not her. Kai frowned, thought for a moment, then looked at Natasha and Robin. Please go and see if that woman is really that honest. After all, being able to be friends with someone like Nick Fury, who knows if Maria has any backup plan or something like that. It's better to be cautious. Natasha looked at Tony strangely, always feeling that he was weird. But she didn't say anything, just nodded. Raven was a little unhappy. I've been worried about you for so long, and you told me to do things as soon as I woke up? Fortunately, Raven was not so tough, but the meaning was almost the same, looking at Kai angrily. Listen, this is very important. Hearing that it was a serious matter, Raven did not get angry, but was a little confused. Is it really that important? Did you kill her? Is there anyone who dares to resurrect her? There are so many crazy people in this world, who knows what kind of messed up things will pop up? Aren't there many scientists who like to study strange things in recent years? And the focus of this matter is not whether Carol is powerful or not, but that Carol's body disappeared. Using Carol's body for research was just Kai's idea. As for whether it can succeed, to be honest, no one knows. Kai didn't have too much expectation. If it works, it will be good. If there is no result, it's nothing. Carol's body is not important. What's important is that the body disappeared. This means that someone may be causing trouble. This is the most important thing. Raven nodded. By the way, speaking of crazy people, where is Nick Fury? As he was talking, Kai thought of Nick Fury. This person is just like Big Bad Wolf, always causing trouble, but he can't be killed. This kind of thing should be killed as soon as possible, otherwise Kai will always feel uncomfortable and think that this guy is going to cause trouble again. Nick Fury, Tony asked a question, and his doubts were very big. Kai raised his eyebrows and asked in disbelief, is it me who was injured, or you who was injured, or did you lose your memory? Didn't you see that Carol brought such a big living person before? Tony reacted all of a sudden, yes. And Nick Fury. But Tony completely forgot about it. Shit. Tony didn't dare to talk about the Illuminati now. He didn't even finish two important things, and now he said that he didn't care about anything and was only busy with the Illuminati's affairs. I guess Kai will get angry. Tony had to explain with a little smile, there are too many things, and you are injured and unconscious again. I forgot about it. Kai stared at Tony for a while, and finally didn't feel like blaming him anymore. After all, it was because of his own affairs that made him lose his sense of proportion. How could he have the nerve to continue blaming him? It's not that he is unreliable. Kai looked at Natasha. Others might lose their performance because of the rush, but Natasha would never do that. Natasha shook her head. He ran away. It was a chaotic time, and everyone was dealing with his Skrulls. No one noticed him for a while. When we remembered him, he ran away. Actually, it's not that no one noticed him. Wade saw it. He was very curious at the time. Why did the woman bring a black guy with her? Could it be a lover? I heard that black people have big penises, so it's not impossible. In short, Wade is like this. Even on the battlefield, he was thinking about all kinds of things in his mind, but that's all. Kai didn't offer a reward for this black guy. Why would he touch him? Aren't Skrulls more attractive? $10,000 each. So just like that, he watched Nick Fury carefully and stealthily escape from the battlefield step by step. After Natasha and the others found out, they were almost angry to death. They knew that this bastard was unreliable, but they didn't expect him to be so unreliable. Chapter 1419 will be continued tomorrow. Natasha didn't intend to tell Wade about his bad deeds. After all, this grandson has always been like this. Instead, she talked about another thing. I heard there was a problem with S.H.I.E.L.D. Kai frowned. Why is it S.H.I.E.L.D. again? Logically speaking, since the continuous attacks, S.H.I.E.L.D. should have learned to be cautious, and their work style has changed a lot, not as reckless as before. It was not easy to use the incident of the Skrulls to make the government have a lot of good feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Why is it doing this again at this juncture? What's going on? Kai asked with a frown. According to Kai's original idea, S.H.I.E.L.D. should actually be banned, but he didn't pay much attention to it later. Who could have guessed that so many things would happen later? When he came to his senses, Hill had already completed the cleansing of S.H.I.E.L.D. So he didn't hold on to it. To be honest, the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. still has its positive significance, so Kai let it go. But now, someone helped Nick Fury escape from New York. SHIELD has already caught him. Now they are trying to cover it up. But I still found out, Natasha said. She didn't say how she found out. After all, she has worked at SHIELD for so many years. Trust is a very scarce thing for senior agents like Natasha. Even if Natasha joins SHIELD, she will involuntarily leave a backup plan. This doesn't even have much to do with loyalty or not. It's completely out of instinct. Suspicion of everyone, live longer. Is there anyone who is Nick Fury inside SHIELD? Kai asked. If this is really the case, it would be better to disband SHIELD completely. It's Phil, Natasha said with a complicated expression. Kai was stunned when he heard the name. Kai actually had a good impression of this bald guy. But he didn't expect that this guy was so loyal to Nick Fury. Natasha and Phil are good friends, and she is also very aware of Phil's admiration for Nick Fury. It's even a little crazy. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. has begun to discuss how to deal with Phil. Judging from the situation, it's not good, more than not good. Even Hill stopped speaking for Phil this time. After all, the matter was too big. He was loyal to Nick Fury, but he betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., many of Phil's friends could not plead for him. Natasha actually wanted to plead for Phil. Although it was Phil who led the team to hunt her down when Natasha betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D., she still didn't want Phil to die because of such a thing. But Natasha could see that Kai would not save Phil. After all, there was no need to elaborate on how much Kai hated Nick Fury. If Phil was for other reasons, Kai might really help him, but because of Nick Fury, Kai would never save Phil even if he was beaten to death. Okay. I think I found the suspect. Kai suddenly said something that was completely unrelated to what he had just said. But Natasha reacted quickly. You suspect Nick Fury? Tony was also shocked. No way? He was running away at the time. How dare he? Kai saw Tony's expression, and then showed a helpless smile. You can actually ask such a question. That's Nick Fury. Thinking of what Nick Fury did, Tony immediately shut up. Yes, this grandson really dared. Whenever something bad happened, no matter what evidence there was, it was definitely right to put it on his head first. Unjust? Unjust first. Go check it out. Don't let him really cause us any more disasters, Kai said. Then he also stood up. Why are you going? You just woke up. Raven hurriedly held Kai down. Kai shook his head. I'm going to Atlantis to ask and see if they know anything. Kai even thought that even if the Atlanteans got Carol's body, it would be much better than Nick Fury. In Stark Tower, Tony walked into a secret room with a worried look on his face. A huge round table was placed in the secret room. But the room was empty now. When Tony sat on a chair, the light on the table came on. It turned out that this table was actually a huge computer. Soon, projections of several people appeared on the chairs beside the table. They were Mr. Fantastic Richards, Strange, the magician of Camelot, Harrison, the head of the Star Research Institute, Bruce Banner, the human body of Hulk, and Arthur, the Aquaman, who is very different from their style. These 6 people worked together secretly to deal with the huge crises that might occur in the future, and were always prepared for a decisive battle with the enemies that threatened the Earth. According to Tony's idea, the members of the Illuminati usually only held secret meetings to discuss response strategies when they discovered a potential huge crisis. They hoped to prevent the crisis before it happened, and their actions were very secretive. However, at present, the organization has just been established, so there are still many things to discuss, so the meetings have been a bit frequent recently. Strange probably knew the result when he saw Kai's expression. What? Kai still objects. Tony shook his head in frustration. No. It's worse than this. What? Is Kai going to force us to be banned? Strange asked curiously, and then said with a look of disapproval, the Constitution protects people's right to free association. He has no right to restrict us. Harrison spoke at this time. I think, let's forget it. He really doesn't have the power to ban our association, but he is my boss. He has the right to abolish my position. Banner was also a little hesitant. Then let's forget it. Among the people here, Banner thought that he was the one who benefited the most from Kane. He really couldn't do it if he was asked to go against Kai. If it weren't for Kai's help, he would still be a monster who was hunted everywhere and hated by people. Richards, on the contrary, supported Strange. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Our original intention is for this world. You can't give up just because of one person's likes and dislikes. We don't do these things to get someone's approval. Arthur was confused. In fact, he didn't care much about this organization. He was also the least intelligent one among these people. The only reason he was recruited was because of his special relationship with the Atlanteans. The Illuminati hoped that in the future, the Atlanteans would be on the same front with them. Arthur also thought that there was nothing wrong with deepening the relationship between the surface people and the Atlanteans, so he joined. But now it seems, the future of the organization is uncertain. He prefers to believe in Kai. Okay, stop arguing. I didn't tell Kai about this at all. I did a stupid thing, or rather, 2 things, for the preparation of the Illuminati. I really hope that these 2 things don't become one, otherwise it will be a big trouble. Everyone was curious at first why Tony didn't talk to Kai about the Illuminati. After all, it was Tony who insisted on talking to Kai, hoping to get his support and even bring him into the Illuminati. But after hearing the second half of his words, everyone looked at him. It was obvious that the reason he didn't speak was because of the stupid thing he said. They were all smart people, and Tony was too lazy to hide anything. Carol's body is missing, and at the same time, we let Nick Fury run away. Again, everyone present was smart, and some things didn't need to be said. Basically, putting these 2 things together, they knew why Tony said that. Chapter 1421st Update. Carol's body is missing, which means someone is planning to use her body to do something. No matter what they do in the end, it is not a good thing. Strange was stunned, and then thought that before Kai fell into coma, he seemed to have told Tony to do this, but he dragged him to the Illuminati. He didn't expect this. Thinking of this, Strange's face was a little hot. Everyone is concerned about international affairs, but ignores the things in front of them. It seems a bit high-minded and low-skilled. Of course, everyone present has to save face, so it is impossible for them to admit their mistakes casually. Instead, they make excuses for themselves, such as the Illuminati is a major event related to the whole world, with the highest priority, and it is excusable for other things to give way to it. There are only 2 people who are worried about this matter, one is Banner and the other is Arthur. Although Banner is also a smart man, he is one of the few smart people with an ordinary personality. He is not as arrogant as Tony, nor as cold as Strange, nor as self-righteous as Richards. On the contrary, Banner seems a little socially anxious, introverted, and even a little inferior. This is a rare soft persimmon among a group of smart people. Banner instinctively feels that the Illuminati is a little unreliable, but facing Tony's invitation, Banner doesn't know how to refuse. He is such a person. He dare not look directly into other people's eyes when talking. This situation has existed before, and it has become more serious after the addition of Hulk, and it has not been cured now. And Arthur. He is an alien, he is not a smart person at all. He himself thinks so. He used to position himself as a fisherman with special abilities. His favorite thing is to drink and fart with people in the fishing port bar. In addition, Arthur has come into contact with Nick Fury. He doesn't like this person. In fact, Arthur is closer to a grassroots hero. Even if he has royal blood, he is still closer to the bottom working people in his bones. He instinctively doesn't like the elite style of Nick Fury. Especially after learning about what Nick Fury had done, Arthur disliked Nick Fury even more. He didn't care what great vision the Illuminati had. He joined the Illuminati for peace on land and sea. Now the Illuminati had forgotten such an important thing. Arthur felt that this secret society was unreliable. I think we should find Nick Fury as soon as possible. I've seen that guy. He's not the kind of person who would be content with the status quo and stay dormant. Arthur said this in a temper, otherwise he would have started to fight back according to his habit. Richards also expressed his opinion at this time. I agree. In any case, this was our mistake. We must deal with it ourselves. Harrison nodded. Although I don't know what Nick Fury plans to do with the body, there is no doubt that the body has extremely powerful energy. We can't take it lightly, and I am also very interested in the secrets hidden in the body. Harrison is a simple scientist. In fact, any scientist would be curious about the secrets of Carol, including the people present. Oh, except Arthur. Tony nodded. Since everyone agrees, then capturing Nick Fury will become our first mission after the establishment of the Illuminati. Agree, reconsider, agree. Finally it was Arthur's turn. Arthur didn't say anything, just nodded. Next was a series of task assignments. There was nothing much to say. After finishing these, everyone should go back to their homes. In the end, only Arthur was honest and went offline, while the other four did not take any action. Obviously, poor Arthur seemed to be excluded. Banner seemed uneasy. Is it really okay for us to do this? After all, Arthur is also a member of the organization. If we exclude him like this, no. He can't help much. Strange shook his head. Our plan has just begun. There is no benefit in telling him. And don't forget, the Atlanteans, we also need to be vigilant. Although Strange's statement was a bit excessive, it was recognized by Richards and Tony. The interests of the surface people and the Haitians are not consistent. Although they do not want to destroy the peace between the two, they should still be on guard. Harrison was a little dissatisfied. Then why did you recruit him? Now that he has joined, aren't we companions? This is too much. This naked exclusion made Harrison a little dissatisfied. Since you are so wary of him, why did you want him to join in the first place? After he joined, you are like this again. What is this? Dr. Harrison, please calm down and don't be too emotional. The goal of the Illuminati is to protect the whole world. We must try to use reason to make judgments. Although what we do is a bit inhumane, it is for the peace of the whole world. You should know how important our next project is, Richards said very calmly. Among them, Richards and Strange have the lowest qualifications and the most ordinary relationships with others. Strange has just made his debut, while Richards and his three friends have been hiding in Houston and have a small social circle. They don't have much friendship with others, so these two people are most at ease with treating Arthur like this. Unexpectedly, Harrison is more stubborn than he thought. Speaking of this project, I have always had doubts. Is it really good for us to do this? You know, doing this seriously violates human rights. Harrison is not only very dissatisfied with the exclusion of Arthur, but also with the project they are currently carrying out. We are precisely to protect human rights, Tony emphasized quickly. I know there are indeed many problems with this project. I think you should know what the Earth will face in the future. Kai did not hide many things from Tony, so Tony always knew that the Earth has been coveted. Thanos. Even the Skrulls would feel genuine fear when they heard this name, and this is only one part of the crisis. No one knows how many dangers are waiting for the Earth in that dangerous universe. Kai has also been trying to strengthen the power of the Earth, and Tony has always seen this. Tony has also been trying to help Kai. Don't you see how busy Tony is? He is almost doing various researches without sleep. But he knows that this is far from enough. So he decided to promote the project that Kai has never supported: super artificial intelligence. Chapter 1421 failed to be updated. I will try hard tomorrow. Please vote for recommendation. Tony mentioned this plan to Kai a long time ago. He thought that there were too few superheroes. No matter how hard they tried, It would be a drop in the bucket for the whole world. Tony had seen the Chitauri outside the wormhole. He knew that the Chitauri who landed in New York were just a drop in the bucket. Even the Chitauri fleet outside the wormhole was just a small advance fleet of the Chitauri, and the entire Chitauri was just a part of the power in the hands of the Dark Titan Thanos. But even so, they were beaten up in New York, and even forced S.H.I.E.L.D. to use nuclear bombs. In the end, if it weren't for the Night King turning the tide, how things would end in the end, is also unknown. He knew very well that the Chitauri were not strong. It was not that they couldn't beat them, but that they were too busy. There were too many. And they were fighting on their homeland. If they really encountered a large-scale invasion in the true sense, they would lose even if they won in the end. Fighting on their own land, they won, but the people on Earth were gone. Is that a win? This is not groundless worry. That time when they were fighting in New York, they were almost too busy to handle it. What about the whole world? Although the Night King took away the cosmic cube in the end, so that the Chitauri could not reach the Earth directly through teleportation, but to enter a village, can they only go through the road? What about the grass, trees, farmland, mountains, hills, etc. around the village? By then, the whole Earth from Antarctica to the Arctic Ocean, from Ireland to Kitten, will be full of war. What can the superheroes on Earth do? The superheroes on Earth? No, even if all the mutants and some strange people and things are counted, how many can there be? Although Tony thinks that if it really comes to that time, these people will be stingy with their lives and fight the invaders. But so what? Thanos is slaughtering cities and countries in space, and carrying out indiscriminate massacres everywhere. How many people can stop him? Is it possible to rely on Thanos alone? The important thing is the dark cult under Thanos. It is the endless lunatics. Even if they die with the enemy, how many can they kill? Is there no one who fights hard on those planets visited by Thanos? But what is the result? And, if they die, it's all over. But what about the people on Earth? What about the 7 billion people on Earth? Thanos wants the lives of 3.5 billion of them. What these people want is to survive, not the casualties of superheroes and enemies. I don't want casualties, I want action. Similarly, 3.5 billion lives don't care whether you try your best or not. What I care about is whether you succeed or not. There are Chitauri on the alien planet. Who can guarantee that there are no Vittori, Huntori, Chitauri? What if they don't walk and come to invade on the grass and hills? What if the nuclear bomb didn't hit the largest transport ship when they were discovered and they landed? What if they landed and scattered flowers in a city and a golden dragonfish released insects? So Tony thought hard and came up with an idea. I will build countless tin men, and then build an operating system to find out where there is a battle, evaluate the opponent's combat effectiveness, launch how many tin men to win, and command the tin men how to fight. In fact, the global protection system Veronica made by Tony now is the product of this kind of thinking. Unfortunately, due to Kai's opposition, Tony had to give up the core of this idea. Super artificial system. The Veronica system is good, but it is far from enough. The same is true for the Iron Legion. Tony needs a real intelligence system that is more powerful than Jarvis. At this stage, Jarvis's computing power is not enough. In order for the Iron Legion to have a matching combat power, the system they carry must be more advanced and more powerful. Combat is a very complex behavior, which requires a corresponding response at the fastest speed at any time and anywhere, and even a surprise attack to create victory. Jarvis can't do this. Jarvis is not a real artificial intelligence. Although he looks very smart, Tony knows very well that these are all programs set by the system, not from Jarvis' own thinking. He needs an operating system that can upgrade itself and think by itself to give the Iron Legion a brain that matches the steel body. As for why Kai's support is necessary. First, Tony really hopes that Kai can support him spiritually, and secondly, it is based on practical needs. Real artificial intelligence cannot be created casually. Anyway, Tony himself is not sure about this. Maybe in the distant future, Tony can make it, but the problem is that the Earth may not be able to wait until that distant future. The current situation is that Tony must produce results as soon as possible. And Kai can help Tony. It's not that Kai's so smart, but Kai can only turn on and off the computer. It's just too much to rely on him to develop super artificial intelligence. What Tony really cares about is the Mind Stone in Kai's hand. Or rather, the Mind Stone in the hands of the Night King. When Tony saw Loki's Mind Scepter, Loki almost controlled Tony at that time, He felt that the opportunity had come because he discovered the consciousness inside. He planned to transform and program that consciousness through scientific and technological means. This is not delusion, but a real possibility. After all, if you really rely on traditional programming technology, if you want to create a super artificial intelligence that can really think and learn, it will take a lot of time, at least more than 10 years, or even decades. Tony can't wait, and the Earth can't wait either. Who knows what the Earth will be like in more than 10 years? So if Kai doesn't cooperate, Tony's plan will have no chance at all. Why did he choose to proceed now when he knew Kai would not agree? The answer is that Tony found a way that did not require Kai's help. Tony did not know the wonders of the soul before, so he could only turn to the Mind Stone for help. But now it is different. Question: who on earth knows the most about consciousness and soul? Answer: the wizards of Camelot. And Strange is the best wizard of this generation of Camelot. After only 2 years of training, he has surpassed most of the current Camelot wizards. You have to admire this talent. This is why Mordo and Caecilius pay so much attention to Strange and recognize that he can be called the next generation of supreme sorcerer. Do you really think Mordo and Caecilius are not arrogant? Mordo is the most valued disciple of Ancient One and the disciple who has been with her the longest. Caecilius, the person who was most favored by Strange to succeed the supreme sorcerer. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a child of destiny. Although they all have shortcomings and are no longer the best candidates for succession, this does not mean that they can calmly accept any random Tom, Dick or Harry to replace the Sorcerer Supreme. Strange can get their recognition, so he must have something extraordinary. So Strange's joining made Tony's idea possible. More importantly, Strange not only practices magic, he also has quite mature scientific thinking. This is very important. This means that he can restore those obscure metaphysical knowledge through scientific thinking. This is more important to Tony. So after Strange approved Tony's plan, the establishment of the Illuminati was a matter of course. The rest is to recruit other members. This is why Harrison, who is obviously not a superhero, joined the Illuminati. Super artificial intelligence needs the best people to help realize it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1422 First Update. It is precisely because of this confidence that Tony started the Super Artificial Intelligence project again. Isn't the reason we fight to protect people's most basic rights? But now we are the first to infringe on their rights. Is it really right for us to do this? Harrison looked at Tony and asked, if this is really the case, then what is the difference between us and those criminals? Only by surviving can we talk about those rights. If the Earth is destroyed, what's the point of talking about these? Richards is a person who firmly supports the Ultron plan. His views are more pragmatic. Survival is the first priority. What freedom, equality, and morality are things that need to be considered after ensuring survival. The current situation on Earth is definitely not very good. Ordinary people may think that the world is still peaceful. Even Richards thought that the Earth may have a little crisis. But generally speaking, it is stable and improving. It was not until Tony told everything that he really understood how dangerous the Earth was. What? You said that the Earth is protected by Asgard? Haha. Like Tony, Richards trusts himself more. This may be a common problem among smart people. Harrison was silent because he had nothing to say. The safety of the Earth is of course the top priority, and no matter how many reasons he has, he cannot deny this. Okay. It's good that everyone has expressed their opinions. But there is no need to be so excited. Tony actually became a peacemaker one day. Generally speaking, this guy is the initiator of the conflict. Today he actually came out to mediate the conflict. It's so rare. But it also shows from the side that Tony really attaches great importance to the Illuminati. Of course I know that this plan will infringe on some of the rights of ordinary people. No one wants to be monitored. Tony first affirmed Harrison's insistence, and then expressed his own point of view. This is also the reason why I asked the Illuminati to keep it secret. Banner and Harrison looked at each other. Of course they understood what Tony meant. As long as the crime is not discovered, the crime naturally does not exist. They are covering the eyes of people all over the world. As long as they can't find out that they are being monitored, then the surveillance naturally does not exist. But Banner and Harrison are scientists in their bones, and they are also curious about super artificial intelligence. They also want to see the world's first real artificial intelligence developed from their hands. So in the end they remain silent. Scientists' curiosity often exceeds moral constraints. Seeing that Banner and Harrison finally acquiesced, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the beginning, Kai disagreed with his plan. The most critical issue is not the fear of artificial intelligence rebellion or something. After all, Kai didn't know much about artificial intelligence itself, and his most understanding of artificial intelligence came from movies. But Tony kept explaining to Kai that movies are movies, and artificial intelligence is still artificial after all. How could it be so easy to rebel? That's just artistic processing. Kai also believed what Tony said, because Kai didn't think Tony had to lie to himself. What really made Kai not support Tony was a more realistic reason. Because the most fundamental reason is that Tony's plan actually threatens the interests of everyone. There's no way, the world will not be as beautiful as imagined, and no one will sacrifice their own interests for the ideals of others, unless that person is your father. Facts have proved that even Tony can't be a father who can rival a country, and his father died a long time ago. Then do you still want to talk to Kai about the Illuminati? Banner finally asked a question. Tony was stunned, and then his face was tangled. After a while, he said, "Forget it, let's keep it a secret. I'll tell him when the time is right." Banner glanced at Tony, then said, "I hope so." New York was invaded by aliens again. During the time when Kai was in a coma, this news basically occupied the front page headlines of major media around the world. Not long after the Titan War, the morale of people in countries all over the world was actually quite low. After all, no one can keep a normal mind towards a group of super monsters that suddenly appeared near their homes. And the losses caused by the Titan War were too great. All countries have suffered huge casualties. So even though a few months have passed, the overall trend of society is still depressed. In addition, during this period of time, there was no particularly big news in various countries, and there was no way to distract the public's attention. So when aliens invaded New York again, major media immediately felt like they had found a treasure. Naturally, they had to write about it. More importantly, Americans are unlucky again. Although the pattern of the international community has undergone fundamental changes, the previous pattern of one superpower and many strong countries has finally changed, showing a trend of multipolar development. But the concept of the United States being the world's number one has not faded so quickly. Although the United States has allies all over the world, there are not many who really like the United States. In fact, among the European allies, the majority do not like the United States, but there are too many pro-American politicians in the country. These people are either Americans themselves, refer to the President of the European Union or the President of Ukraine, others are Americans at all, or their own interests are highly tied to the United States. Under the control of these people with interests, countries have to follow the United States. But as the world situation changes, these people are destined to be squeezed out by other political factions in the country, because the United States is no longer able to support world hegemony, and they can no longer support the pro-American factions in those countries as before. After all, it costs money to do things. And the United States is precisely short of money. Because of the collapse of military hegemony, the dollar hegemony is naturally rootless, and it is obviously impossible to print money like before to reap the world. Therefore, the United States' own finances are already quite tight, and it is naturally impossible to allocate resources to support those pro-American factions as before. This has led to a rise in anti-American sentiment in various countries. Even many media outlets are intentionally or unintentionally guiding their citizens to no longer love America as they did before. They were already unhappy with the United States, and now they are being guided by the media. They will naturally gloat over the misfortune of the United States. New York. Even in today's weakened United States, New York is still a special existence. Although New York has always been unlucky and harassed by various events in recent years, the magical thing is that New York still sits firmly on the throne of the world's number one. Even the safe haven funds from all over the world still choose New York as their first choice, followed by Shanghai in China. But the embarrassing thing is that in this kind of ranking, New York is often ranked first, followed by a row of Chinese cities. The reason for this phenomenon is naturally because of the large number of superheroes in New York. Chapter 1423, Damn. I didn't finish it today. I promise to finish it tomorrow. Please give me a monthly ticket. New York is always so magical. Even in this world full of monsters and demons, New York is still the most magical place. It is always regarded as a place for all kinds of criminals and villains to become famous. It is also the first choice for all kinds of young people chasing their dreams. In fact, Los Angeles is the place. Opportunities and crises are always presented in various ways in this city. Even those who dislike the United States the most have to admit that New York is indeed a magical city. There are the most opportunities to make a fortune here, and there are also the most vicious crimes here. However, countless young people will still enter this huge city like moths to a flame, dreaming that one day they can become famous here. Of course, as a specialty of New York, superheroes have to be talked about. This time it was even more exaggerated. Almost all the superheroes in the United States gathered in New York for a different superhero exhibition. This made the Americans extremely excited. They loudly popularized these superheroes to others, and the pride was clear across the internet. This made many netizens very unhappy. So all kinds of fights appeared. Americans can only rely on some transvestites to save them. There is no hope. America is entering the end of the world. From a French netizen. Yes, we rely on superheroes to save us, and you rely on us Americans to save you. Remember to say thank you, otherwise you will have to leave your message in German. From a counterattack from an American netizen. America is getting worse and worse. Dissolve the U.S. Congress. America should be governed by the King of England. P.S. The Night King is from England. It is obvious that this is a British netizen. Is this Englishman telling a corny joke? What do you use to govern? The leaky Queen and mortars. P.S. The Night King has never recognized his nationality. The American netizen responded. That's right. The Night King has never recognized his nationality. We have evidence that the Night King is from the great Korean country. P.S. Batman may also be from a Korean netizen. Koreans nowadays are really rude. When your father and your grandfather are arguing, you shouldn't interrupt. The address is from Japan. At this time, Vietnamese netizens, who have always had a low presence in the internet world, could not sit still. Bangsi people are just a bad version of Japanese people. Japanese netizens were broken. Fuck Bangsi, don't have anything to do with Japan. Bangsi was immediately unhappy. Neighbors are three-headed hellhounds, and their owner, the United States, feeds them with nuclear bombs. Japan should thank the United States for bombing. Otherwise, those idiots would have planned to commit suicide. I have to say that Korean netizens have always been good at this point. Japanese netizens, you should read what you wrote above. Don't people in this country use their brains to think about problems? Korean netizens, am I wrong? The Americans bombed you, and you worship them as your father. As a result, Japan was sanctioned by the United States recently. Dad doesn't love you anymore. At this time, a big Indian interrupted. It's disgusting, both of your countries are. Korean netizens hit back. I don't know what the next step will be. Everyone should not go to India if you have nothing to do. Then another Korean netizen said, neighbors deserve it. The United States has sanctioned many allies. Have you ever seen the United States sanction South Korea? We will always be the most steadfast ally of the United States. The United States will never abandon Korea. Asan was disgusted. You are so disgusting. After the collapse of the United States, you will become a stray dog. Vietnamese netizens followed up. I have also said that I don't eat my own dog. But its meat is really delicious. Koreans kill dogs directions. You people who clamor for revenge against the United States are really funny. If you have the ability, why can you only clamor here? An Italian netizen said, the bully's dog barks the most fiercely. We may not be able to beat the bully, but we can't beat the bully's dog. French netizens said, why are Italians always like this? Last time in Africa, it turned out that you may not even be able to beat the dog. Will Italy spoil France? That's better than France. They will only raise their hands to welcome the enemy. Netizens, that's how it is. They quickly went off topic. In short, the internet was very lively. But most of the world's attention still stayed on aliens. Perhaps in order to revive the reputation of the United States, the US government did not hide it this time, but generously announced the information of the Skrulls. Compared with the previous US government's hiding of the information of the Chitauri, this time it really made all countries eat a lot of melons. Last time, all countries hoped to get detailed information about the Chitauri, but unfortunately, The US government almost put the "no aliens" on their foreheads and refused to respond. Even though the whole world knew about the Chitauri through the live broadcast, the US government just refused to admit it. Many countries that wanted to study alien races had to get some scraps from the United States through the underground black market. More importantly, the technology of the Chitauri was also taken into the pockets of the Americans, which is the biggest benefit. The biggest reason why the United States is so generous this time is that these Skrulls are really poor. Their high-tech equipment is actually not that high-end for the Earth. They were already lost, having lost most of their technology. Even if they had some technology that had not been lost, they did not have the corresponding industrial system to manufacture it. The more high-tech it was, the more difficult it was to make it by hand. They only had one immigrant ship left, and it was impossible. That required a huge and complete industrial system to help them complete it. The most high-tech thing they had was some old-fashioned laser guns. The Chitauri lasers were much stronger than theirs. Those weapons had long been sold out through the black market, and the US government knew this very well. They just didn't care. After all, the real big deal was those aircraft and shield systems, as well as the biological weapon Leviathan. Those laser energy weapons. Americans looked down on them. The Skrulls simply had nothing. The most powerful flying carrier was obtained by Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. In this case, the value of the Skrulls was greatly reduced. The only thing worth a bit of money was the Skrulls themselves. In this case, why would the US government hide it? In addition, the United States really needed something to boost people's morale. They were announcing to the world, look, we in the United States are not finished yet. We can still fight the aliens alone. Our country and people are still safe. But in fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. This just shows the weakness of the United States. If it was in the past, would they need to use this method to promote it? And the ones fighting against the aliens are superheroes. Fuck. It's so late again. I haven't finished the update today. Damn it. I must finish it tomorrow. Otherwise, this month will be gone. Chapter 1424, First Update. Please give me a monthly ticket at the end of the month. But the US government doesn't care about this. These are always American superheroes, right? What's the problem? If you say so, then so be it. Then there are the Skrulls. The United States also quietly informed various countries of a message, that is, the Skrulls were not all killed. This is true. After all, not all people in a race are crazy and idiots. A long time ago, some Skrulls did not look favorably on the Skrulls rebellion. Although there are very few such Skrulls, they do exist. They separated from their own population a long time ago. Although this separation was not voluntary. Other Skrulls don't like them. Even if there are many factions within the Skrulls, no faction wants to confess to humans and gain forgiveness. They are typical survivalists. They believe that survival is the most important thing. There are only a few people left, so don't mess around. Live honestly, even if you actively integrate into human society and become a minority group, it's okay. After all, even if you want revenge, you have to survive. They are more pragmatic. Of course, you can also say that they are more cowardly. Yes, they are cowardly. No matter how you beautify their motives, they are indeed afraid. They finally escaped from the hunting grounds of the universe. They just want to live, they don't want to fight. They have encountered too many battles, so many that they are afraid. So they tried their best to exaggerate the horror of war and believe that the Skrulls had no chance of winning. Even those moderates were not as negative as them, and they simply destroyed the morale of the army. So they were expelled. They were not accepted by any Skrull stronghold on Earth, and they did not want to mix with the Skrulls. They had already entered the human world by breaking up into small pieces. Not to mention Kai and his group, even the Skrulls themselves did not know the whereabouts of these people. Kai and his group only knew that there was a group of Skrulls left on Earth, but they didn't know where they were. Although these people are cowards, it does not mean that they can be left alone. God knows what they think of the annihilation of the Skrulls, so the US government still very responsibly told this news to other countries. To prevent countries from being caught. This is one of the few times that the United States has taken responsibility for its international responsibilities. In the past, Americans' view of international responsibilities was that if it was beneficial to me, it was an international rule. If it was not beneficial to me, I would just watch it coldly. If it was harmful to me, then I'm sorry, you are destroying international rules. You are a destroyer of human peace and an enemy of democracy. In short, since the United States fell from the position of a superpower, it has become much more honest. At the same time, the exposure of the Skrulls also pushed another thing to the hot search. That is the Fantastic Four. Before the Fantastic Four were captured, the four Skrulls copied their abilities and replaced their identities. These aliens performed well at the beginning, at least they really fulfilled the duties of the Fantastic Four seriously, but as time went by, their true nature was gradually exposed. How could they look down on humans? It is even more impossible for them to really consider the interests of mankind, like the Fantastic Four. They began to act recklessly according to their own temperament. In the process of chasing criminals again, they were fooled by the criminals. So they were directly angry and wanted to chase the criminals regardless of anything, but the criminals ran into the basketball hall where a basketball game was being played. Although the sports atmosphere in Houston has always been not very good, even though their basketball team has won the championship. However, no matter how passive they are, there are still 10,000 or 20,000 people at a game. So this game turned into a disaster in the end. Not only did they suffer heavy casualties in the rescue, and lost the championship, but even the fans suffered heavy casualties. This incident directly turned the Fantastic Four, a second-rate superhero not well known in the United States, into top tier, and was scolded. Many people protested at the Houston city government and the police department, hoping to severely punish the Fantastic Four. This made the Houston government and the police quite embarrassed. It's not that they don't want to deal with the Fantastic Four, but the problem is, they can't beat them. Among the Fantastic Four, Richards is a technology geek and has little interest in socializing, while the Human Torch has a lively and unruly personality and often makes trouble. The Stone Man is honest, but he is obviously not suitable for socializing in that way, leaving only the Invisible Woman Susan. But Susan was too busy. She needed to help Richards with his research, fall in love, and manage Richards' business. This left her with no time to get involved with the police and politicians. So the relationship between the Fantastic Four and the local government police can only be said to be average. If they could deal with them, the government and the police would have done it long ago. But in the end, the government and the police still sent out military police to arrest the Fantastic Four. As a result, the four guys launched an attack directly. Fortunately, they knew that if they went too far, they would attract the attention of other superheroes at any time, so they only punished them with a small punishment. But this completely angered the people. So countless people volunteered online, hoping that other superheroes would deal with them, among which Batman and the Night King had the highest voices. However, before this matter was completely fermented, the Skrull crisis broke out. In the battle, people saw the Fantastic Four fighting the Fantastic Four. Now many people can see that the Fantastic Four who made trouble before were not the real Fantastic Four, but the Skrulls pretending to be them. Next, the Fantastic Four held a press conference directly to explain the previous tragedy. Unfortunately, not everyone is rational, especially the victims and their families. The most realistic question is, if the Fantastic Four are cleared of suspicion, who should they blame? Don't despise those who are relentless. First of all, they are victims. Although this is not a reason for them to be unreasonable, the identity of the victim itself makes people feel pity. Secondly, being reasonable cannot solve real problems. The families of the deceased not only need spiritual comfort, but also actual compensation. Although this behavior has no pattern and is not worth promoting. But it is in line with human nature. Of course, some of Richards' practices also made these people go crazy. Richards refused to apologize for this matter and refused to give compensation. Richards is a very serious person, so that people think he thinks highly of himself. For example, if someone compares him with Tony, most people will be polite and modest if they encounter this situation. But Richards doesn't, because he really thinks he can be compared with Tony, and he thinks this kind of evaluation is fine. This is also the reason why Tony doesn't like him. But from here we can see what kind of person he is. He is not a bad person, he is even a very good person, but, in some ways, he is really annoying. He thinks he has no responsibility, and he is even a victim. So, why should he apologize? With this attitude, not to mention those who are already planning to not give up, even those who are sensible can't hold back. No matter whether it is true or false, even for humanitarian reasons, you can't talk like this. So a group of victims and their families directly sued the Fantastic Four. There are many reasons. Many lawyers are willing to take such a case, even if they don't want money. After all, this case is destined to have unparalleled exposure, and the lawyer's profession also needs exposure. Chapter 1425 is finally finished. Second update, please vote for me at the end of the month. Please vote for me. The lawsuit has now been accepted by the Houston District Court. As soon as the news of the lawsuit was released, it immediately aroused heated discussions among the people. Even the public was divided into two factions. One faction naturally supports the prosecution of the victims. The reason is very simple. People always sympathize with the weak. Those people did not make any mistakes. They just watched the game honestly. Then the Fantastic Four suddenly appeared and made them suffer unimaginable disasters. Although they knew that the Fantastic Four were fake, they ignored it. Or it is true that some people believe that it is fake, but they don't care. But some people also asked, who can prove that the Fantastic Four on that day were fake? Of course, those who think so are indeed a little dark in their minds, but this suspicion is reasonable. Unless evidence is produced. But it is difficult to obtain evidence. After all, it is difficult for the superheroes who were arrested with the Fantastic Four to prove it to them. After all, most superheroes will not disclose their true identities. If they do not disclose their identities when testifying, then the evidence will be invalid. Even if some superheroes don't care much about their identities being exposed, they still have to face various accusations. After all, who can prove that your testimony is correct? They were not arrested together, and further, the opposing lawyer even reasonably suspected that the Fantastic Four who were with them at the time must be the real thing? Don't underestimate the ability of lawyers to find loopholes. And this step is precisely the most difficult to prove. After all, if the superheroes who were locked up with them could really recognize the Skrulls, they would not be arrested. The law is a matter of logic and evidence. As long as the suspicions raised by the opposing lawyers are reasonable and logical, they may be accepted by the court and the jury. Even if the whole world knows that the fake Fantastic Four caused the Houston tragedy, the same thing still applies, where is the evidence? But there are also quite a few people who think that this prosecution itself is a naked atrocity. As mentioned above, the whole world believes that the tragedy was caused by the Skrulls pretending to be the Fantastic Four, but a group of people ignored this fact and sued according to the law. If this is not an atrocity, what is it? If the Fantastic Four really lose the case, then where is justice? Which is more important, the law or justice? In fact, everyone is a little fierce in words, but in fact, they don't care much. Because it has nothing to do with their interests, everyone is just talking nonsense. In fact, Richards doesn't care. If he wins, he won't be happy. After all, people died, and he himself is not responsible. If he loses, it's okay. At most, he will have to pay some money. It seems that these people are aggressive, but in fact, unless the US government wants to stand against all superheroes, it is impossible to impose a terrible punishment. At most, it will be a fine of several $100 million. He can afford it. He doesn't even need the help of Stark and Wayne Consortium, he can handle the fine by himself. Although he will be a little unhappy, he can accept it. His good deeds are different from the Human Torch. The Human Torch likes others to cheer for him and enjoys the public attention. Richards doesn't do good deeds because of these things. But he is willing and able to do so. He even regards this as a sport or a hobby. He always thinks that his main job is a scientist. So when everyone thought that Richards was overwhelmed by the lawsuit, he didn't care about it at all. Richard. What on earth are you thinking? Why did you say that? The character of the Invisible Woman is quite similar to that of Pepper. She is responsible for all the work that Richards is not interested in, including public relations. In fact, before the movie came out, Iron Man's popularity was not as good as that of the Fantastic Four. It can even be said that Iron Man is a second or third tier superhero. It's just that Marvel didn't have popular heroes at the time, such as the Fantastic Four and the X-Men, so they had no choice but to choose Iron Man. Susan actually had a plan for the current situation. According to the plan of her and the public relations team, they only need to express regret, and then out of humanitarianism, take out a sum of money, and this public opinion crisis can be completely overcome. After all, the facts are there. It was not them who caused the tragedy, but the aliens who bore their faces. They themselves are already unable to protect themselves and are locked up on Mars. As long as they have a better attitude and take out a sum of money, everything will be perfectly solved. Even if some people are unwilling to give in, it is just their greed. After all, they have paid, what else do they want? Although this idea may be very rebellious in China, after all, human life is more important than heaven. But in a capitalist society, human life is also a resource that can be quantified. They were irresponsible in the first place, and they gave money. If they bring this up again, it will undermine the socially accepted rules of no second trial for one case and paying for work. I gave money, and you accepted it. Then this matter is over, and it can't be brought up again. The matter is over. Their public opinion crisis is over. But the problem is that Richard's outrageous remarks made things troublesome all of a sudden. I'm just telling the facts. Susan. We are not wrong. Richards didn't even put down the work in his hands, but just said calmly. I know. We are not wrong, but public opinion is not right or wrong. Susan looked at her boyfriend helplessly. She likes his personality, the kind that is fascinated. But sometimes it's really a headache. I know you will solve it, right? Richard smiled and looked at his girlfriend. Can you tell me why you are doing this? Susan felt that Richard seemed to be doing it on purpose. Richards put down his work and looked at Susan seriously. Susan, how long have you not cared about Jonathan? Jonathan? Susan was a little stunned. Why did she mention her brother? But when she talked about her brother, Susan immediately wanted to get angry again. Oh, right. And Jonathan. He too, I told him to be more honest. But he still went to the bar to drink. And was photographed. Susan doted on her brother and was annoyed at the same time. Because she lost her parents at a young age and the two siblings depended on each other, Susan was always afraid that Jonathan would be hurt. In order to make up for the loss of her parents, Susan's love for Jonathan has reached the level of doting. And Jonathan has developed his rebellious and self-willed personality. When Richards heard Susan's complaints, he suddenly realized that he seemed to take up too much of Susan's time. Since Susan followed him, the focus of Susan's life has shifted to him, so that she cares less about Jonathan. But this is also normal, after growing up. But this still made Richards feel a little guilty. Susan, can't you see that Jonathan's mood is not right? He was just fooling around before, but not to this extent now, Richards said. Susan was very surprised. She didn't understand. What's wrong with Jonathan? Richards said. You protected him too well, so he has always been childish. Public opinion has seriously affected him. Jonathan is not as strong as you think. In fact, Richards always felt that Jonathan had not grown up, but was just a child. But Susan, how to say it? She doted on him too much? As long as Jonathan wanted, she would satisfy him. She insisted on taking Jonathan to space. It was Susan who insisted on taking him to form the Fantastic Four. Jonathan caused so many troubles, and it was Susan who took care of them. Fortunately, Jonathan was just fooling around a little, and he was still a kind child, otherwise he would definitely be a dandy. But Susan seemed to have never noticed this, and still blindly helped him clean up his mess and gave him the best. But it has been a long time since I paid attention to Jonathan's real thoughts. It's like, busy parents think that everything will be fine if they give their children the best. You said. Susan was a little surprised, and a little unbelievable. Yes, if I admitted our mistakes on our behalf at that time, even if it was verbal, it would hurt Jonathan more. He is a kind child. He feels guilty about the disaster. Your idea may be good for public opinion, but for Jonathan, it will only make his guilt worse, so you changed the speech at the last minute. Susan seemed to know her boyfriend for the first time. Richards was a little helpless. I just don't like these things. It doesn't mean I don't understand. I thought you could see that Jonathan was wrong. Susan also thought at this time that Jonathan was indeed in a bad mood before the press conference. But at that time, Susan thought Jonathan was upset again. So she didn't care. Jonathan is actually very similar to Tony. He looks unruly on the surface, but in fact he is sensitive and fragile inside. Susan, then she turned and ran away, went to find Jonathan. She actually didn't see as clearly as Richards. She always thought she understood human nature better than Richards, but she didn't even notice that her brother had psychological problems. Just when the news about the Fantastic Four was hot. Inside the secret base of Skull Island, Nick Fury was outside a heavily protected operating room, watching a group of Monarch scientists perform a very cyberpunk operation. Director, are you really going to do this? You know, she betrayed the Earth. Nick Giselle, the chief scientist of the Monarch organization, said hesitantly beside Nick Fury. Nick Fury turned his head and looked at Newt Giselle. If it was before, he would definitely not bother to explain to him. After all, the director's status was there, and you just needed to follow orders. But now it's not possible. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. Carol has caused him too much damage. His reputation is not as good as before. So he must explain. I know, so I plan to resurrect her. Nick Giselle opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Nick Fury then said, as a weapon, he put his hand on the glass window, looked at Carol's body in the operation, and said with a little melancholy, I used to think that Carol would be the most powerful trump card of the Earth. The Avengers. It was my plan based on her proposal. I had high hopes for her. Do you know why I was so confident that I could lead you to defeat those titans? Nick Giselle didn't know the answer. Because of her, yet. You also saw that battle. You should be able to understand how strong she is. Nick Fury sighed, but I didn't expect that she had been away from the Earth for these years. I don't know what she went through. She turned out like this. But this doesn't affect me. I will use it as a weapon. Inside the operation room, Carol's body was being repaired. The Monarch organization also replaced the parts that could not be repaired with the most advanced mechanical prostheses. For example, her eyeballs were replaced by mechanical eyes, and her broken arms were also installed with a mechanical arm of the same model as the Winter Soldier. You mean, can we repair her brain? Nick Fury asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Maybe. I can't say for sure, Nick Giselle said in embarrassment. We have never seen this before. Logically, her brain should have exploded into pieces, but the energy in her body has protected most of the brain tissue and even kept it active. This situation is impossible to happen to Earthlings, and we have no other cases to compare. Now we are repairing her brain, but no one knows what it will become after the repair. Carol's body is indeed extremely valuable. This woman's body is completely out of the scope of human beings. However, Nick Fury does not find it strange. S.H.I.E.L.D. has retained a Kree corpse. Although the Kree is dead, he is still alive in a sense. His cell activity is far higher than that of Earthlings. S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists also extracted GH325 from his cells. This substance can regenerate human cells, thereby achieving the purpose of resurrecting people. Carol contains the genes of the Kree. But the brain is too mysterious, and anything can happen. Then erase all her memories and use our technology to control her. Let her become our weapon. In this way, it can be regarded as worthy of my expectations of her. Let her become the most powerful trump card on Earth. Nick Fury looked at Nick Giselle and continued, besides, haven't you been worried about the driving energy of the mechanical titan before? What do you think of her? Nick Giselle stared at Nick Fury with his eyes wide open. For the first time, he felt that their director's big head was not only thinking about those conspiracies and tricks. This idea is really genius. Nick Giselle immediately thought of the energy that had exploded from Carol. What's more amazing is that this woman absorbs and controls energy in any form. She can concentrate this energy on other abilities, such as her photon energy, the strong light explosion ignited from her fingertips, and use energy to radiate in all directions. She can also surround herself with an energy field to avoid most attacks, and absorb the surrounding gravity to increase her strength. At the same time, it also proves that her ability to absorb all forms of energy can increase energy emission. She is a super energy source that can absorb external energy at all times and then use it. It is safe, pollution-free, low maintenance, and sufficient. It has various benefits and can be said to be a perfect energy source. Can it be done? Nick Fury asked. It is completely feasible. We can even make her the control system of the mechanical titan. Well, the only trouble now is how to solve the problem of controlling her. I must study this carefully with other colleagues. Nick Giselle immediately fell into a scientific research frenzy and began to think about various solutions. That's good. Nick Fury did not disturb Nick Giselle, but looked at Carol, who was undergoing repair surgery. He was strong in his heart. He knew that this was his last fight. No. It will definitely succeed. Nick Fury himself didn't know that his mentality seemed to have changed under repeated blows. From protecting the Earth to proving himself, proving that only he can protect the Earth. It looks similar. But in fact, the things inside are already a world apart. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.